All right. It's been a minute. Good to see Melina in the building, Raven in the building. Nice to see you, Raven, again. We're going to talk about the up and coming Stanley Cup Finals, which I think is going to be a good Stanley Cup Finals. On the other side, um, on the other sport, I think if Indiana takes care of business later tonight, Indiana, Oklahoma City will be worth the price of admission because that's going to be up and down NBA basketball the way it should be played. Instead of star ball, we're going to get real ball. So uh, I think Indiana wins, you get that. If the Knicks win, you're going to get Brunson against SGA and his boys. And I get the feeling that Chet Holmgren's got a big finals. I really do. Raven says if the Pacers win, I vomit. I think it's good for the NBA if we do get Indiana, Oklahoma City, because it'll bring guys like me back to the TV sets, and I'll bring the games up here every game, and you don't have to worry about whatever. I will do the NBA final if it's Indiana. If it's the Knicks, I'm not doing it. I know that's going to be a 5 game series. If it's Indiana, you're going to get 7. And if it's Indiana, whew, I may go Indiana. I may bet my money on Indiana. I may go to FanDuel and bet on the Pacers to win it. Because the one thing about the Pacers I really like about them is their makeup. They have the best coach left in the tournament. And I'm going to tell you right now, if I'm Daniel, I'll be very leery of coaching against Rick Carlisle. Okay? I'll be very leery. We'll talk about the NBA in a little bit. Let's get to this combination right here who have destroyed franchises in the West. And this is Draisaitl McDavid. I call the Edmonton Oilers the Doomsday Machine. And right now, Florida Edmonton is going to be a ass kicking war. I'm going to go with Florida because I think Florida is the better team. But boy, I tell you, Edmonton is playing great. This is going to be a hell of a rematch. This is going to be a rematch worth your money. I'm telling you, I like Florida in this Stanley Cup Finals. I'm gonna go Florida in 6. Um, they gotten better. I mean, really better. Edmonton believes in the system. That's why Edmonton is successful. These two guys, I could tell you right now, these two guys have destroyed franchises. Calgary rebuilding. Dallas about to fire their coach. Vegas is thinking of retooling. And the Kings are so baffled, it's ridiculous with the Kings, what they've done to the Kings. What they did to the Kings was uncalled for. So this Doomsday machine is on fire. On the other hand, the other Doomsday machine, because this is what these two series is going to be, is the Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers, who have destroyed Leaf Corp, have really getting fired of Tampa. Yes, lots of changes going on here in Dallas. Yeah, Dallas Stars. hmm Mace, I have Godzilla news. Well, give me a few minutes. I'll bring you up, and you could talk about. We could talk about Godzilla news up here. You know that. When you look at the Oilers right now, and you look at the Panthers, they're on a collision course. The question's going to be for the Panthers is can they deal with these two plus their supporting cast? Ramos in the building. I say they will do that without a doubt. I think Florida right now is on the verge. I think both these teams on the verge. It's a beautiful collision course. Monday I will do the Panthers preview, with Seth Jones on the thumbnail. And then we'll get it going Wednesday night. Moss will get it going Wednesday night in his room. If Indiana wins, I'll be getting ready Thursday night for the NBA Finals, which I think is going to be awesome. I just look at Florida right now, folks, and I just think they're a team that is dynastic now. This is three cups in a row, three cup finals. They win this one, folks. It's a dynasty in South Florida. Now, the idiots down in South Florida, not Vamos, not Manzano, but the idiots down there don't want to accept this team because it's not the stupid ass, dumbass Dolphin community and the Miami Dolphins. That franchise is about to be will be obliterated by Christmas. I guarantee that. Vamos predicting 6 or 7 games. Raven, if you're still in the building, I'm gonna bring all you guys up. Whoever wants to come up. Ramos is a big Panther fan. He's going to go Panthers in 5 or 6 games. I'm going to go Panthers in 6. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's a game 7. And these two megastars, these are the two best players in the world right here, folks. Draisaitl and McDavid. And to have players like these two can cause a lot of problems. Yeah, Raven should get his ass up here so we could use that college Godzilla news. I'd love to hear it. He says he's coming up. Uh, how could you not like these two teams? I mean, look at the journey Edmonton took. Edmonton was down 2-0. I told everybody up here, watch out, they're coming. Oh, they came all right. The Oilers, they came like gangbusters. Meanwhile, on the other side, I don't think Florida took Toronto seriously. That's why they went 7. They knew they could beat Toronto any day of the week. That's why Toronto's about to dismantle that team somewhat now that Brad Treliving is running them. And I know Brad Treliving very well because I had him in Calgary for almost a decade. And the man will get you players. But I think in Toronto, and I know where he's coming from. I was listening to some of his press conference on Thursday. He wants to make that team like the New York Rangers a physical, more punch in the face team. I think Dallas got to do that now that they've lost. I think the Stars got to go that route. It's not as easy as said than done, by the way,
What
because you
up,
have
Mace?
what's up, Raven? Because you have to have
Hello.
players who are willing to do the dirty work for you. Panthers have that's why Panthers are the best.
So, okay, get me caught up on on hockey. So, who are the ending teams for the Stanley Cup?
Oilers and Florida Panthers
How's Florida doing in this?
have been both. The Florida's been dominating.
This
They're
will so this will be so if Florida takes it. This is our first trophy.
they'll be back-to-back champions. This is their third straight Stanley Cup final.
Oh, it's the third straight. Okay, okay, cool.
Yeah, they're good. They're damn good. I mean, so much
Yeah,
so that you got Manzano and Vamos up here with pride. Well, Mr. Miami's like I just said before, he's one of these South Florida guys who can't stand him, so he went to Montreal, and he's loving every second of it. I told him, don't go to the Leafs, man. I'm warning you, don't go there. And he listened to me, and he went Montreal. Vamos says,
oh,
"What's up, here?"
what's
I'm
up,
a
Mama?
I'm a Calgary fan, so I'm not thinking about. I'm just talking because I've been out all week. So
Yeah,
I,
you've been out all week.
yeah, I've been. I
Okay,
got
well, okay.
people.
I
Hey,
need I
don't
need
go
your
ahead.
Godzilla experience on this
Yeah,
one.
go ahead. No, give it to me. Yeah,
Okay. Do you know about G Force? You remember G Force?
yes, remember them very well. Yes.
Okay, tell me the background.
All right. G Force was a group of about I'm gonna say about 100 people that they was involved in trying to kill Godzilla. This was back
Okay.
in the 90s.
Okay.
Remember the movie Godzilla versus the
Didn't they have something to do with
Mechagodzilla?
Mechagodzilla too?
Yes, yes. In the 90s, that movie in the 90s, those guys in the suits and that souped up spaceship, that was G-Force.
Ah, okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I was
G-Force.
thinking.
Yeah, G-Force was also in Destroyer. They tried to save
Okay.
Godzilla's life,
That's
and
also
they
what I was gathering.
and they were also in Final Wars.
And they were also that's what I exactly what I was remembering. Well, the modernized G Force is making an appearance in the upcoming movie. They began shooting in Australia again. It looks like it's going to be Space Godzilla
I'm in here.
uh with I'm really thinking it's Gigan as his partner,
That's what
but
I'm hearing.
they showed the leak is basically from the set, and it showed a modernized. It's more like a modernized logo for G Force. So they're finally bringing G Force into the picture, and I guess that since they did have something to do with Destroyer, it's the Easter egg to set up the final film.
One more thing. G-Force was in your favorite movie, Godzilla King of the Monsters. Remember all those people?
That was Monarch.
Yeah, and G-Force, yeah.
See, that's it. Well, now that's what we've now finally put together because right now in the timeline, according to the Apple show,
Yeah.
Monarch has lost all their funding, and I swear I want to say, well, don't Monarch become G Force because basically they're the only agency that was researching kaiju's, but the Lord was like, well, they were, but G Force is a separate agency that decided they're gonna try to control the monsters. Am I right or wrong?
You're right.
Okay, that's
Monarch
that's
killed the
that
monsters.
backstory looks like it's about to start unfolding in the MonsterVerse.
That stupid broad with the machine. Remember that one, King of the Monsters? That stupid broad. He kept crying about her son being killed in Godzilla 2014. The guy who
I,
played Captain America, when he died, and all this dumb broad did was carry his picture around.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, you got what, boy, dude? Watch King of the Monsters again, and look at the background with him, with her and her daughter. Her daughter told her to get over it. Yeah,
Oh, well, no, he didn't die. I mean, she was
yeah,
just going through a divorce.
he did die. You know why he died, Ray? Because he want nothing to do with that series again.
No, they didn't
He
kill him
did.
off.
Yeah, he did die. Yeah.
He
You
didn't.
know
He
that?
was no, because he was in the last movie. Well, he wasn't into the shark. He was in the Kong versus. No, he's alive. They didn't kill off. The only one they killed off was the mom. But no, they
Oh,
and yeah, Miley.
no,
She's not. She's not even in it.
the son was Captain America. He played
Oh, you
Captain
talking about
America.
the?
Yeah, the son,
No.
not the husband, the son. He was Captain America. The reason why they killed him off was he didn't want anything to do with this Godzilla thing ever again. I think he should have stayed, Chris Evans. You think?
No, Chris Evans was never in the MonsterVerse. You got him mixed up with somebody else.
No, Chris Evans was in the first movie. I'm telling you, 2014. He was in that
That wasn't
movie.
Chris Evans. That was a different actor.
I'm
That was
telling you
totally
that.
you talking about Elizabeth from the MCU, Wanda, and you're talking about that other guy. No, that wasn't Chris Evans. No, you got him mixed up with somebody else. Like Chris Evans, he was never in that. But
I'm
it was
telling
actually one of the most famous actors, which we were hoping for return, was Charles Dance because he was pretty much setting up a nice monsterverse, but they killed his character off screen, which we're thinking that he may actually pop up in this other movie. But yeah, he was the one that was kind of vocal about he never wanted to touch it again because they didn't write him in right. So he hasn't came back. Yeah, Charles Durst from the
you. Yeah,
Dracula.
yeah, keep talking. Give me a second.
Yeah, he was from Universal's, which I was definitely behind their dark cinematic universe because I do like the classic monsters. I was digging what they were doing with it. I've even started watching some of those old movies, like with Tom Cruise and The Mummy, hoping once Universal moves into North Texas that they'll get back to going with their long term plan of the dark cinematic universe. But you're talking about Charles Dance. Evans was definitely Captain America by the time 2014 came around. But now Evans is pretty much coming back as Captain America, but it's Chris Hemsworth that just recently tweeted thanking the fans for supporting him. He's basically, coming into the final roles of him playing as Thor, and he's like, he's gonna be in Doomsday.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He just did that. I want to say just the other day, just yesterday, he thanked the fans for supporting him, and he's like, this is the last run for him playing the character, and he's on the set of Doomsday right now because they've already started shooting Doomsday. Oh, it's already leaked. I've already seen the X-Men mansion, how this stuff is already getting ready to start off, and I'm kind of excited for it. But that's long term. But Zilla, on the other hand, Kong is gonna be in it,
Now
and
stick.
this is going, but this will be more of a centric Godzilla story since we're dealing with Space Godzilla. Now, I tried to sit back and watch the original Toho. For some odd reason, I couldn't find the English version, so I only found the subtitles. And I'm like, as I watched it, I was like, they got to do better than this. And I hope this film is going to really do better than how they how Toho did Space Godzilla. But, you know, it is what it is. We'll be seeing how it goes. It'll be out in 27.
That's what I heard. March of 27.
Yes, the 27th. So, other than that, we've been kind of going in on WWE. I'm mad. Ooh, I'm mad. I'm mad. I literally blew my top with WWE over the past week and a half because I did not like that Saturday night's main event. But I'm more furious over the fact that they changed the plans for WrestleMania New Orleans because I had those tickets. My aunt was like, "Oh, you can have those." I'm like, "Yeah, I'll go to New Orleans." I literally was in the process of planning my trip next year, and then they changed plans, and they're going back to Vegas. And I know she not giving me those tickets because that's where she made the most money. And I was like, "Oh, so y'all just about money now?" And she's like, "It's money to be made, and it is what it is." She's like, "You don't want to go to Vegas?" I'm like, "No, I don't want to go to Vegas for no WrestleMania. You can hang that up. That's just too much money."
They're going back to Vegas.
They canceled. Well, it's TKO that really did it. They gave New Orleans a better package deal, but sadly, they're not going to host WrestleMania. Instead, they are going to host a pay per view. I forgot what they're going to end up getting, but they're going to get multiple shows, and they're going to also start filling it with UFC stuff, right? So
Yeah.
they canceled WrestleMania in New Orleans for next year, and they're going right back to Vegas. And from insiders, this because it's money. My aunt made 131,000 on WrestleMania weekend, dog, just off her seats.
Really?
All right, yeah, yeah, it's money. 130 just off her seats alone, 131,000. That's how much she made. And she was laughing. I was like, I know I'm not getting them seats. She was like, oh, that's money for me. She's like, I was gonna give you. I know you wanted to go to New Orleans. I was like, yeah, I can do New Orleans, but Vegas, nah, you can hang that up. And She's like, what's even worse, they made so much money off of it.
Yeah.
Damn you, Vegas. Vegas may end up being the permanent spot for WrestleMania, dog.
Really?
Really, really.
Wow.
And due to this change, because this change was a ripple effect. Because also we're all noticing the ticket prices. Oh, they ticket prices went up, dog. They ticket prices gone up. And I'm like, just last year, Paul was up there saying that you were making ticket prices affordable, which back then I was looking at the ticket prices and I'm like, they were affordable. They priced me out of my platinum seats that I normally, if I'm paying, I get platinum seats. They priced me out.
Really?
At the most, I will fork over $700 for a front row seat. That's now 1,400,
Yeah, yeah,
14 to
yeah.
1,700.
Let me tell you something, Raven. The celebrities, they get the $10,000 seats for free.
Yeah, they get all. Oh yeah, they get that for free. Oh, they're
Yeah.
invited. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, they get that for free. Oh yeah. But the city has to pay them to make a for them to plan an event. It's actually the city revenue actually pays them to come to town. Since TKO has gone up in pricing, all city municipalities have to redo their budgets. And a lot of cities are not going to be able, well, some are, some not. But I mean, this has caused kind of a ricochet effect because I thought it was odd considering how much money we got in this city that y'all only come up here. Only came to us one time. I knew, oh, something really bad got to be happening because all of a sudden we lose out to Atlanta, and it's like they not coming back to Atlanta for a minute, and I'm like, what the hell are y'all doing? And so yeah, they everybody's been upset. The shows like Monday Night Raw for the
Yeah.
past 2 weeks. First Monday Night Raws, I watched 7 minutes of it and changed the channel. That's how bad it's got. Now we're going into Money in the Bank next week, and that's one of my most favorite pay-per-views. And SmackDown has gotten a little bit mid, as they hype up the pay-per-view. But it's just been a change. It's like a rift going on between The Rock and Triple H with the way they're doing creative. It's it's sad. I'm really disappointed. I lost out on my WrestleMania New Orleans. I I really am. I really am mad about that.
Are you looking forward to it?
I was looking forward to it. I really was. I really was. I was gonna make my peace with New Orleans on that one. I really was. But I'm like, damn it. And I feel for everybody in New Orleans too, because they were upset about that. Yeah. And I'm like, they were rightfully so to be upset about it. But what they're gonna get, I mean, due to that change, yeah, I mean, New Orleans is gonna get some events, but sadly they not gonna be able to host the big dance. And that's fucked up for the city. But they're
Yeah,
getting like They're
even
getting
CSI.
like UFC. They're getting like a package deal. They're gonna get UFC events in turn. Um, they're gonna get a Raw. They're gonna get a SmackDown. They're gonna get a pay per view. They're just not gonna get WrestleMania.
That's a damn shame.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, we're still going in about it because again, WrestleMania Vegas was one of the most expensive WrestleManias since Los Angeles, I gotta say, because I remember Los Angeles was expensive. Yeah, Vegas blew that out the water. And they made so much. I mean, hey, they thinking about it. That's the scary part. They thinking about it and think about Vegas being the permanent spot for WrestleManias.
Wow, really?
Hmm.
Vegas
Like the
covering
Raiders,
him?
like the Raiders. I mean, you got so much marketability, right? Dealing with Vegas right now. The Raiders, Vegas. I understand Vegas is gonna get a basketball team.
Yeah,
Uh, I mean, yeah, and pretty much Vegas is the capital for TKO. So that's why TKO is like, hey, we might just go ahead and make Vegas like the capital for WrestleMania.
well, Vegas, how you feel about that?
I don't like it one bit. I mean, cause it's too expensive. I go to Vegas for other events, but WrestleMania, nope, nope, not at all. I'm not gonna, I mean, my aunt will force me to pay $10,000 if I want those seats, at least. You know what I'm saying? And I'm
Yeah,
like, I'm not gonna spend 10 freaking grand because I got to take my niece with me. I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. No, no, no. I watch it on TV. No.
I agree with you.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No. No, no, no. I nope. I'm like, y'all price me out. I'm like, And the belts are going up in cost. Everything is going up. But I'm just like, nah, when you include all that for 4 nights, bruh, nah.
And didn't you hear about the belts going up in price about over a year ago?
But there was suspicion that it was. But I
I
mean,
knew it was. I
again,
told all you guys that.
yeah, 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 yeah. But again, we weren't expecting the sticker shock on exactly, the price range of things going up. Yeah, they gone up. They priced me out of my platinum seating. I've been hot about that all week long. I've literally been hot about it. I'm like, I can't believe y'all do us like this. Then y'all want to talk about y'all trying to make the events more affordable to families and shit like that. But you gonna price me out of my normal seating? Fuck that. I'm not gonna do it.
I don't blame you.
I'll be happy to pay my $9.99 on Peacock to watch it. Thank you very much. You know, And then what's even worse, our scheduling. Yeah, and I do think it's also just due to the hype of the city itself. We got to have something popping here, to draw a little bit of ratings, right? And our teams aren't doing too well. You know, it kind of shows. I'm like, what a shit. They only visit us. Oddly enough, they only visit us one time the entire year. And I'm like, yeah, that's because Cowboys sucking, the Rangers not winning, the Stars not winning, the Mavs. Oh God, yeah. You know, it's
Raven, you
been
want to make
kind
some
of
money?
hmm,
You want to make some money? Bet
doing what?
over. Bet over when it comes out later this summer. Bet over on the Mavericks. I'm telling you right now, they can win the championship next year.
Oh, because right now, number one draft, that little rig draft there. No,
That
no,
boy can
I'm
play,
done with the
Raven.
sport.
Raven,
It's
that boy
rigged.
can play. I'm telling you, that boy can play, man.
My
Like,
boss is trying to get me in a good mood about him too. No, I don't care. It is
Cooper
rigged.
Flag is the goods, man. Cooper Flag is for real, bro. You got a front line of Lively, AD, and Cooper Flag. That's the best front line in the NBA. The kid hasn't even played a game yet. I'm telling you that right
Mm,
now.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I can't disagree with you, but I'm still like, whatever. The sport is rigged.
Oh well, I've been saying that for years.
I'm sorry. I should be happy about what they did, but I'm like, oh hell no, 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 no. I may not follow basketball close, but I know no, 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 no. That don't work out. That don't usually work in our favor like that. That's rigged.
I'm gonna tell
That's
you what
rigged.
happened.
That's rigged. That's rigged. And so I'm
I'm gonna
thinking,
tell you
even
what
though,
happened.
even though we got him, probably 7 years from now, he'll be end up playing for LA anyway.
Hey Raven, let me tell you right now. When the Mavericks said they wanted to trade Luca, NBC stepped in They said, no way, you're sending him to the Lakers. It has backfired on the Lakers, and I'm telling you right now, it's going to be a long year for the Lakers next year. Matter of fact, let me say it now. You'll have a better record than the Lakers next year, and
Oh, really?
I'm not kidding about that.
Well, yeah, if the Pacers win it, I want the Knicks to win it. But if the Pacers win it for the first time, I'm gonna go for them Oklahoma Thunders.
Really?
So I sure am. I don't like no Indiana. I didn't like Indiana ever since Reggie Miller. You ain't gonna get me to like no Pacers. It's a flashback, bro. No, no, I'll go for OKC instead of the Pacers for real.
Yeah.
It's the class of teams that I got beef with still to this day. San Antonio, Boston Celtics, and them Indiana Pacers.
You
Everybody
hate,
else pretty much I don't got beef with, but yeah.
you hate those Pacers, don't
Yeah,
you?
yeah, yeah.
I
I
kind of
don't
like
like them Pacers.
I kind of like Indiana. Always did since I was a little kid. I'm not a Pacers fan, but I like them because they were the first dynasty I saw in my life as a little boy in the ABA. They won 3 titles.
Oh yeah, they were dying. Hey, when that alien eared Reggie Miller played for him, I was done. I was done. I was just like, can he please miss? Like I mean, he was really like my Larry Bird. I couldn't stand Larry Bird. I could not stand Larry Bird. I'm like, can you please just miss? Retire. Get out. But
Wait, you
yeah.
put Larry Bird, really?
Nah, I like Larry Bird. I do not like Larry Bird one bit. Because it was and that's like basically like Tom Brady because he was just that damn good, you know.
Yeah, I
That's why
feel
I
you.
didn't like him. Mm-mm, mm-mm, nope. I mean, I vaguely, as a kid, remember watching a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar game. I like Magic. I did like Magic because reason why I like Magic because Magic, believe it or not, Magic had the nicest smile on the Lakers. He was the one that seemed like the nice guy on the team, you know. And when it came to the Knicks had the most ugliest dude I ever saw in my life play basketball. And that made me think that the Knicks really did go out and hire people that went to Rikers Mine. They hired inmates. And Patrick Ewing, he scared the hell out of me. I think I would never play basketball against that ugly dude. It was like he wanted to eat you while you play the game or something. How you used to mean mug people.
Yep,
I
I
like
remember.
Patrick Ewing. Yeah. Patrick Ewing intimidated the hell out of me, dude.
No, I never took Ewing seriously, bro. Living here in New York, he couldn't win the big one.
Yeah. I think overall I still think he was a great player, but
Yeah, he was
yeah.
good.
But yeah, he didn't get his big due. He didn't get his big due.
You're right about that one. He didn't get his due. I would agree with
Hmm.
that.
Yeah,
I
so I'm
so you
sitting back
caught up.
letting it hurry up, let this all in so we go and get the football season started.
Um, when you wasn't around, I jumped on the Cowboys at 7.5. I took the over. Now that 7.5 is 9.5.
9.5 what? 9.5 chance that they'll win?
9.5 wins. Yeah, that means that Las Vegas thinks that the Caps are going. I mean, the Cowboys going to win over 9 games, like I do. I think Cowboys are 11, 12 win team. I'm dead serious about
I don't even know what to expect, bro. I really don't. I
that. The
really,
problem
really
with the
don't. I know.
Cowboys, the problem with the Cowboys It's a young man named Jaden Daniels.
And I
And
know this upcoming season, I'm gonna be watching a lot of other teams besides them.
week two, I'll be up here. Jaden Daniels versus Jordan Love in Lambeau. I'll be looking forward to that up here. You know that, right?
Yo, what tripped me out? I don't like how the media just dissed us. When they start talking about what a season opener, hey, look who's going to step up to the Philadelphia Eagles. Yo, it's those Dallas Cowboys. And then they got little snark remarks about us. I'm like, man, what do we do to everybody? We just trying to win a game.
What are
All
you
this
saying
hate got to
to
stop.
everybody, Vegas? You let everybody down.
Oh,
You
yeah.
guys, you guys are America's team. You haven't been to an NFC Championship game. This is the 30th anniversary.
It's 30 years. But I don't like these little old slick comments making us the butt end of the joke. I don't like that, bro.
You know, week
I was
four.
literally offended by that.
You know, week four is a guaranteed loss at home against Green Bay. You know, it's Lambeau South.
Oh, no. No.
You haven't
We
beaten
gonna
Green Bay. You haven't beaten the Packers in 29 years. Make it
lose that
30
game. I'm done.
because the AFC because they beat Green Bay in the NFC title game. So you haven't beaten the Packers in 30. Week four, Sunday night football, folks. I'll be doing that game up here.
Because if they got, I'm not gonna look at them anymore.
What a disaster. God damn, 30 years. Shit. I'm going to say it again, folks. The Cowboys' biggest detriment, and Raven doesn't want to believe it, is that stadium is their biggest detriment. You know damn well Green Bay gets off to a 2-1, 3-0 start. They're going to be 70,000 Green Bay fans in Dallas.
Oh yeah, dang near the whole town gonna show up down here.
By the way, Raven, it looks more and more because the draft was a hit in Green Bay. It looks more and more they're going to get the Super Bowl.
Oh, was it? I wanted to ask you how did they do in the draft?
It did very well.
Yeah.
And I'm not even following the Packers. I'm like you. I'm just going to do the best games. I'm not going to care about, Love does well and they get there, I'll broadcast it. If not, so what?
Yeah, I
Week,
mean this upcoming season, there's a lot of teams that I'm gonna watch.
my mother is counting the days, bro.
I know
Week
that's right.
two, week two,
Me too.
week two, Philly and Arrowhead against the Chiefs.
I mean,
Week
honestly,
two.
I was so behind Kansas City. That Super Bowl traumatized me, dog. I mean, it really did. I'm like, I ain't never thought I would see the Chiefs choke like that.
Boy, Mahomes is waiting for it too. He is looking forward to week two. I'm gonna tell you right now, as good as Philly is, I think Mahomes got a little surprise for everybody this year. And that surprise is gonna be throwing 70-yard bombs on the rope again, like he did 4 or 5 years ago. I think he's gonna have a monster year, Patrick Mahomes. I do.
Yeah, I think he's gonna come back too.
That Philadelphia game is everything to Kansas City. They beat the Eagles, they're gonna make a run. Even though I'm not picking them in the AFC, they beat the Eagles at home. I think they will. On my mother's counting days. And on my mother's gonna make everything at her house that day. Shit. Every time my mother sees Jalen Hurts, she just says, "How the f did he beat us?" So mom is pumped up for week two in Arrowhead, the home opener against the Eagles. That is gonna be a spectacle, folks. I'm gonna do Miami, New England that day, and I'm going to mom's house for the rest of the night. Oh yeah, man. What That will be the rematch, folks, in week 2 in Arrowhead. The rematch.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, it'll give me something to do. So,
Hey, you said you're done with. You know what, Raven? I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think they'll win this year, but I believe Dallas will be good. I think the problem with the Cowboys, two things. Number one, they believe their press clippings. Number two, Washington is a juggernaut.
oh, Washington gonna be the juggernaut. Washington is,
Washington,
believe it or not, why? But I can't believe I'm actually going to watch my
Jaden Daniels,
rival team. I started cheering for them last year.
Jaden Daniels, he is a problem, folks.
It was fun watching the kid. I gotta admit, the kid is fun to watch. He
I
got the
love his
it
mother.
factor.
I love his mother because his mother don't like no women near her son.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Good for her.
I mean, I gotta give it to them. They were fun to watch.
Yeah, I told everybody that Jaden Daniels, when he was coming out of college, I said he's a mama's boy, and he's the type of young man that his mother still makes him take out the garbage. And everybody thought I was joking. No, I told you
No,
guys that. And
no,
Dad is
he's
around
really
too.
good.
Dad could be a wrestler. That's how big he is.
Hmm.
Yeah. His dad is built like Ron Simmons 30 years ago when he was in the Nation of Domination. I'm not kidding. Yeah. He got his parents in the house. That's very important. And people thought it was a
Hmm.
joke, and it's no joke. That's why mom, and you better believe that Juju Watkins was feeling them. But once mom got up and sat in the middle between them, that was it. Daniels is a problem.
Yeah, I think he's gonna be a problem. He gonna be a problem.
That's why I
Yeah.
tell people all the time, you don't know what you don't know. You have to look, see, and observe. And that's a damn good young quarterback.
Hmm.
Never thought I would say
Sure
it,
is.
but if Jordan Love want to claim his name again, he got to go through Jaden Daniels. That's how great he is.
Hmm.
I'll tell you something else. Mr. Miami is a big Seahawk fan now
He moved over to the Seahawks now.
because he's in love with the Alabama quarterback who has a chance to win the job. And me and 305 be talking about it. He pulled a me up here a couple of weeks ago, Raven. He was going, look at the arm talent. Look at the arm strength. I was like, 305, what's going on? But he really likes his Jaden with Milrow.
305 better be getting ready. Here we are, hurricane season.
Yep, starts at 1 o'clock in the morning tonight.
Starts at 1 o'clock. The first storm I believe we had was Alice, and she's currently weakening in the Pacific. So I'm like, get ready, Atlantic. Here we go.
Manzano, you want to come up? You can come up.
Hey, Mazzano.
There you go, Tony. Yo, Raven, did you have any interesting Gator experiences recently? That's what Ramos asked you.
No, I haven't been down there. Only time I'm gonna come down there is if y'all get hit and they require me to come in uh to collect for accounting or such, or if shit hits the fan. So We're bracing for it. I mean, the weather report looks like it's going to, we're going to get up to 9 big storms this year. And it won't be South Florida that needs to be the concern. It looks like it's going to be northeastern Florida
The
that we're kind of
Panhandle.
concerned about.
The
Yeah, the
Panhandle.
yeah, you call it the Panhandle?
Yep. Yeah, near
Yeah,
Bama, where it meets like Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. It's called the Panhandle.
yeah, yeah. The general consensus. The areas that we kind of worry about. Sadly, a lot of people have not, recovered from Milton. I mean, there's been we've had to totally call some properties and well, not communities, but some properties a total wipe. Um, so I was
Yeah,
like, I just
if
hope.
any of these hurricanes hit Tampa, I feel bad for
Oh
them.
yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. Tampa's one of mine. Oh yeah. That's what I mean. Yeah, it's some that got hit so hard that like one owner, he owned this, I guess, just a vacation spot. I mean, it was right there on the beach. And so as storm surge came, the pool we had to dig out. And he was like, at the moment, he was just figuring out if he was going to rebuild or he was going to just, try to afford the repairs. Of course, what the current term of the economy is, the building materials went up big time. And so
Yeah,
that ended that.
we rely so much on Canada for our building material.
Yep,
Like
sure do.
and Mexico.
And Mexico, yep, the building materials went up so much. I felt bad for that guy. I'm like, because he had nice property. Oh, those kids was renting the hell out of that for the summer, and
Yeah.
he would have.
I think I know where I saw that. He was on the news when the
Sure
hurricane hit.
was.
He lives in he was on the local news. They were interviewing him. He lives in what is it called? Clearwater.
Clearwater. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the worst hit area because it's right on the coast.
Sure is.
Hey,
That's
Mace,
one of
you
ours.
saw I'm not sure if you're old enough, Raven, but does Clyde have the same issue as Patrick Ewing? Clyde Drexler have the same issue as Patrick Ewing, that people don't give him enough. He's a good player, but he doesn't get enough respect because he never won anything.
Oh, Clyde gets respect.
Yes,
Even though
does.
he didn't win a championship.
Even though he didn't win a championship, no, Clyde gets a lot of respect.
He won a championship, Manzana.
He did.
Didn't he get one?
Yeah, with the Rockets.
Was that at the end of his career or early on?
In the middle.
Yeah, I want to say about mid.
I thought
he won with the Rockets. He won with Hakeem Olajuwon. The Blazers made a blockbuster trade to send him to Houston.
Wait, did Reggie win a championship?
No.
No.
Because of the Malice and Palace. They were the best team that year. That was his best chance to ever win. And the Malice and the Palace happened. All the players of Artest got suspended for a year.
That was a ridiculous thing. I saw the highlights. How did that start?
What happened? Oh, Detroit and Indiana hated each other. I'm talking about hate. And Detroit was the defending champions. And they knew Indiana was there. And what happened was somebody threw a drink at Ron Artest in his face. And Ron Artest went to the stands. And that's when Evan held focus. It was the pace of players fighting the fans in the stands.
Was this before or after he changed his name to M.I.T.A?
Before.
Way before.
And what happened was, which shocked a lot of people, didn't shock me. A lot of the fans were not afraid of how tall these basketball players were. They were swinging at them, bro. They didn't care.
Well, you got them Giants coming. Shoot, I'm a hit. I'm a throw a punch.
If something like that happened with football, I don't think they would do that.
Give those white boys credit. They stood in there and was fighting these guys, man.
For you guys, who is the most underrated trash talker that you guys seen in the NBA?
Oh, I don't know.
Well,
It's the best.
the only big trash talker that I remember in my day is Charles Barkley. That's it.
I would say maybe they said Reggie was a big trash talker.
He was, but didn't I mean I want to say he was more. That was between him and Isaiah. They
No, he
had
didn't have
the
a war
rivalry.
with Isaiah. It wasn't him. He didn't have a war with Isaiah.
Didn't he
His
have a
war,
war with Ryan?
no,
Go
his
ahead.
war with the Knicks. John Starks.
Just Starks. Oh, I can now. Starks was one I couldn't stand.
I
Starks was a
couldn't
little
stand him.
arrogant prick.
Today,
I couldn't
Reggie Miller
stand
Starks.
John Sally.
Young who?
John Sally?
No, he was a comedian, man. He wasn't
No,
no trash
I thought he
talker.
was a basketball player before he became
He
a.
was. He was. He played for. He got two. He got two rings with Detroit and three with the Bulls, and one with the Lakers.
Geez, that's crazy.
All he was a bag carrier. I'm not joking. In Detroit, he was good in his younger days, but when he got to the Bulls and then the Lakers, he was over.
Oh, Raven, I was asking you in the chat. Do you think your Cowboys have a way to get out of that Prescott contract, or are you screwed?
We're screwed.
I
But I've been counting down the days that we get rid of Dak. Okay, Dak is on the cutting board, bro. So whenever that day come, I'll be smiling.
Okay,
And I said this too, Mace. The other detriment to the Cowboys is Jerry's arrogant. He doesn't allow people to like. He wants to control everything, and he doesn't allow the football people to do the
they
like
draft
drafts.
well.
I
That's
gotta say
one
he's
thing
lightening
Dallas
up.
does.
Hmm.
No,
They
is he
draft very
loosening
well.
up on the reins?
Yeah, he's loosening up because he's getting old.
Yeah,
He's
no,
loosening up. It's
Steven's
more
taking all
Steve
the,
now.
yeah, Steven's doing all the stuff.
Yeah, it's Steven is calling all the shots now. Jerry pretty much is just the face now, bro.
Yeah, he's just the figurehead.
The figurehead of the
Is
Hey man,
Cowboys.
Steven
He
as like like is Steven like his father? Is he out in public as his dad, or is he more?
Steven is more organizational. The only time you're gonna see Steven is when it's on business. That's it. He don't do a lot of publicity. I gotta give it. Steven's a good guy. I mean, Jerry is a good guy off camera, but Steve is really a good guy. I mean, he knows what he is about to inherit, and that's what he's doing.
I tell you a
Now
true
he will
story.
be the central figurehead when the baton officially passes, which is soon.
I'll tell you a true story. This was back in 2007. That was the year the Cowboys lost to the Giants, and my boy went to the game because he's a diehard Cowboy fan. So he was at Meadowlands, and he was in the elevator. And who comes in the elevator? Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones. So he's wearing his Michael Irvin jersey with the two stars. So he got all the Cowboy jerseys, including Drew Pearson, I might add. Anyway,
Mhm.
to make a story short, he told them that he bought tickets to Jerry's World because a lot of New Yorkers who are Cowboy fans they buy season tickets down there. And Jerry Jones thought he was lying, and he showed them the what you call that the invoice, and they said, you know what? We'll upgrade your tickets. How about that? You're gonna buy tickets from us and fly to Dallas, and he goes to at least 6 games a year in Dallas.
The owner I was able to meet, like I I didn't talk to him, but I was in the same elevator. The original owner for the 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 Chargers. He was in New York for an event or something like that. I can't remember The guy who owned the Chargers before the current owner?
His son, his father.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
Was the
who.
father a better owner? Do you feel the owner for the the father was better
No, the
for
son
the
is better.
huh? For the
The son
Chargers?
is better.
Yeah, I think Steven is better. Is actually Steven gonna when the baton is Steven gonna be a whole different beast compared to Jerry. He got thick skin. He you go ahead and complain as much as you want to. He's still gonna sit there and make up his mind. It don't matter.
I agree.
Mace, when
Because,
you lived in the Pacific
I'm not your
Northwest,
owner. I'm not your owner about 3 times, Bill. Manzana.
huh?
I met Stephen Ross at least 3 times.
Oh, when you were living on the Pacific Northwest, were you able to meet? Did you ever have a chance to meet in person the owner for the Seahawks?
Paul Allen, who
Yeah.
owned the Trailblazers. Yeah, I met him. He's a cool guy.
Wait,
Should
he
have
owns the
played football.
Trailblazers, the Seahawks, and the Sounders.
Yeah.
So the Allen family basically owns the majority of the teams in the Pacific Northwest.
Yes.
Wait, they own the Mariners
Seahawks,
too,
Sounders, and the Trailblazers. Yes.
and the Mariners too.
No. Nintendo owns the Mariners, bro.
Uh,
That's why they have tight pockets because they won't let Nintendo spend because they'll outspend everybody.
Nintendo would outspend the Dodgers. You think?
Hell yes! You know how much money? Raven, tell them how much money Nintendo got, bro. You got never time. You got.
Nintendo don't got a lot of money. Nintendo, due to the tariffs, that Switch 2, that Switch 2 is gonna make or break them, and it added price to them. I mean, the Switch is like $450 and it's going up.
Yep.
Nintendo don't have a lot of money. And Sony is looking at buying Nintendo.
Wait, Sony? Really?
Absolutely.
They ain't going
Ever
to
since
sell.
their head guy died, they don't have a lot of money like they used to. I mean, they
Yeah,
still
they
make
bought.
money, but they're not that big of a conglomerate anymore.
So
There
you
you go.
think
I'm not in
Sony
the
buys
video
that
games no
and
more.
makes the Switch their portable system?
Well, Sony has the Vita 2. Let's call it the Vita 2. I mean, I don't know the official name of it yet, but when the Switch 2 was about to debut, Sony was going to go ahead and debut the Vita 2 right after until this tariff stuff stopped because that raised the price. So now, like the Vita 2, that's the working name I'm calling it. The Vita 2 is going to be looking like it's going to be the first handheld. It's going to be about maybe $800. That's why they held it back.
I put in a pre-order for the college football game. Ace. Have you done it already?
I don't think Ravens plays college football, man.
No, I'm saying,
Nah,
have you
you.
have you put in the pre-order for the college football 26 already?
I'm asking you, Raven.
Mm-mm.
No, you don't
The
play
only thing I
college.
really looked at, because I was looking at, I was like, what's the big deal about this Switch 2? So I looked into it, and I'm like, I looked at the memory card, and I'm like, oh, now I see where the value at because the cards itself was like $80 to $100 or such, and I'm like, why is something this small, this expensive? Now you could buy the whole series. So if you want to buy Street Fighter 2, you now get Street Fighter 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way up to 8 on one stick now.
Yeah,
And
it's
I
like
didn't
a
know
1 TB
Nintendo was
memory card
doing
or
that.
whatever.
Yeah, on their memory thing for it. Yeah, I'm like, I had no idea that Nintendo started doing that. I'm like, whoa, okay, now I see the value in that.
They're gonna do it for Mortal Kombat.
They sure are. I was just about to say that the Mortal Kombat one got all of them in. I'm like, oh, okay, you doing that? Okay, Nintendo. Yeah, Sony can't mess with you on that. But the Vita 2 is essentially a PS5 Pro that's portable. It's not the PS5 portable. It look almost exactly like the Switch 2, only except I mean it does have a touch screen. and it's essentially just a mobile PS5. That's the best way I can describe it.
I'm surprised Microsoft hasn't announced a portable version of for the Xbox.
Microsoft got their asses kicked when they tried to come out with the Windows Phone. Ever since then, they scared to go mobile.
They're staying
And
platform or PC.
they, yeah, and primarily they're going to stay PC. Now they're working on a next gen system because Sony's PS6 is going to be out in 27, and I mean, right now, when it comes to gaming and PC is always going to be the master race. What we're spending on graphics card, it's 3 times as much of a console, and they're like almost 10 times as powerful as a console now. So it's like everybody. By the time GTA 6 come out, ideally we want to play GTA 6 on a PC because we can render it and we could blow away what the power of the PS5 do. The system that I'm designing was far more powerful than the PS5. I mean,
Yeah.
they got a they got a performance upgrade. So it's all about hardware now. And consoles, they can only keep it at a certain price point. But then that's why they're scary about, really pushing the next gen because I mean these consoles got short shelf life now. That's because Nvidia and AMD, the graphics cards are becoming so powerful, and they actually are having a more power draw now that you're just like, you really want to put this in a console or you want to put this in a computer?
Let me ask you this real quick. Same topic. Um, how come PC don't have a lot of good sports games anymore?
Oh, it's coming. That's because it was all licensing, and it's all Microsoft. That's Microsoft and EA.
Yeah.
And EA, they want to milk things to the bed. But I mean, that's what they're going to do through the Game Pass. Essentially, you are never going to own a game. Everything is going to be a license, basically. And
Damn.
that's the monopoly that Microsoft is setting up again. They're in court. Sony is fighting them. They're in court to try to avoid this, but that's the way gaming is going. Everything is going to be a license, and you essentially won't ever be able to resell your games.
Yeah, didn't Microsoft and Sony recently buy like big like like
Studios,
oh like developers
yeah.
big didn't Sony buy Blizzard or was that Microsoft that bought Blizzard?
Uh, no, I never read anything about that, and that would be huge. But no, but I mean, Microsoft bought Bethesda.
Oh, Bethesda who makes Halo and stuff like that.
Well, they
Basically.
make Skyrim and such.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
that's where
they got a new game that's coming out. I mean, I remember Bethesda is a dang good. They a dang good open world RPG studio. They gonna have a hit because they take their time making quality games. But Sony got far more powerhouses under their portfolio.
yeah, no, that's what honestly that's what PC dominates in the open world stuff because those games have way too much what's it called memory because I try to play Halo on my system. Destiny on my PS5, and I struggle to because the amount of rendering it has.
The amount of rendering, yeah. I mean, pretty much like on a PS5, they're just now getting to like 120 frames per second. Meanwhile, here we are on PC, we're at 220. I think the 5090 so far is capped at 240 frames per second. That's a huge difference.
I'm reading
That's how
somewhere where
far
they're
PC is
making
now ahead of them. Yeah.
yeah, no, I was reading also they're
This is for
thinking
you,
of doing
Tony.
a 1 terabyte one terabyte thing where 1 terabyte frames per second or something. Is that even possible to go that?
Oh, that's going into 8K and 12K gaming. Yeah, that's the future.
That's like a decade from now, maybe even 5 years from now.
But
Okay,
yeah,
Tony,
more
here
like
you
5 years. Yeah, yeah. It's no longer like 10 years. It's more like 5 years from now.
go. Yeah, that's
Even
why I
two
said we're
years.
maybe
No,
even
they
two.
don't.
Because yeah, I mean we're immediately jumping from 4K to 8K.
Yes, think about 8K TVs for the last 2 years. All right,
Yeah.
Manzano, here you go. Bases loaded, 4-0 Dodgers, and Otani's up.
Yep. Mace, do you think this series plays out the same way with Edmonton and Florida
Yes, but I think Florida will win in six.
instead of going seven?
Yeah,
With how Bob is playing the last few games.
I just think Florida knows how to get it done, and Florida added guys like Marchand to that team who knows how to get it done.
It's more
They didn't,
depth. Is it? And I've been saying this, and Edmonton fans don't want to hear it. They're not as deep as they think.
no, Everton's deep, but them losing their boy, or Moss's boy, or what's his name, Zach Hyman, that's gonna kill him. All
That's
right,
the
they
only
still have
physical player on their
Otani.
team.
So yeah, that's why I said. Remember I said that about my man on the Lions. It's gonna catch up to Detroit. In this series, losing Zach Hyman will catch up.
Yeah, and Florida. Honestly, I was reading somewhere that Florida, if they lose Bennett, they might go after that young Marco Rossi.
From Minnesota. Yeah,
Yeah. Oh no,
Chris
no, not him.
Stanley. Yeah,
They're
Rossi's
trying
Minnesota.
now. They're looking at a young physical winger. I forgot his name. He's from like Calgary. Uh,
No,
one
none of
of
my guys.
Calgary's.
None of my guys suck. So I don't know who they would want from the Flames.
Oh, unless it's Vancouver, I'm thinking of maybe like a Cal Connor or something like that.
Nah, that's Winnipeg. No, I don't think they're gonna trade. I don't think Winnipeg's gonna trade Kyle Connor. Plus, let's be honest. I keep telling you this. Florida really don't have nothing set. Their team is who they are. They're gonna do it the champions way. They're gonna bring in players who they want to play for them.
Well, it, the mentality that you said that the players don't choose Florida. Florida chooses the players. Was that how
Yeah.
like Dallas in the '90s and a team like Detroit was, where free agents
No,
they
no,
didn't.
no, no. The teams like that, are like the San Antonio Spurs, they're like that. You don't choose them. They choose you.
No, was there another? That's why I'm asking. Was there another team in hockey like that where a free agent didn't choose that team? The team chose the free agent. What was that the Islanders?
Nah, no. You talking about in this era? What team was like that but won a championship?
Chicago
Nah, Chicago. They take their hands on anybody.
or Tampa?
Yeah, Tampa's like that, but not
Not
like
like the
the
not as an extreme.
not like the Panthers.
Oh no, I'm talking about the '90s.
The '90s. I don't think
Was there a
anybody
team
was
like that?
like that. I
Huh?
don't think anybody was like that.
Yeah, I don't use. Yeah, I don't think so either.
I thought Dallas was like that. They were very selective on who they brought in,
No,
but
Dallas went out and got Brett Hull. You kidding me?
Brett Hull. Wait, Brett Hull with the pretty boy,
Yeah,
Madonna. Really?
yeah. I'm trying to think. Oh, I got the team. Yeah, I'm falling asleep here. Devils are like that. Oh,
Oh,
they used to.
New Jersey.
Yeah, they pick you. You don't pick them.
Oh, like the old the guy. I like the young forward that's a restricted free agent from the Devils. I forgot his name.
Oh, Jesper Bratt.
Oh no. I th- I think me and you were talking about this. I think most likely you think they re-sign Bennett over what's his name?
Marchand.
No, in terms of the two young guys, you think they choose Ekblad over Bennett, or they choose Bennett? In your opinion,
They'll choose Bennett. Yeah, Ekblad, they're gonna walk and gets hurt too much.
that I think they go after the one of these young defensemen like a Dobson or a Hughes.
I don't see Florida doing that.
Getting a young guy like that?
No, Florida just do things they do, and when you get to the level they are, they can switch up like they have and be this way.
And Florida, honestly, in the last decade or so, I think Florida's the only team that wasn't one. I think maybe Pittsburgh was like that too, where they can play either way. When they had Sidney Crosby at his height, or were they more an offensive team?
Pittsburgh, they dug in deep. I give them that.
No, were they like the Panthers, where they can
Yeah,
switch up depending on the opponent?
yeah, a little bit, but they had dynamic players. Panthers don't have dynamic players. It's a big
Maybe
difference.
Kachuk.
Nah, he's not that dynamic. He's more meat and potatoes. That's why you win because of that. I'd rather have meat and potatoes than dynamic.
Oh, maybe Chicago
Chicago is dynamic,
with
but
Patrick Kane.
Chicago didn't do that though. Chicago, they built their team from the bottom up. That's why I said to you a couple of weeks ago, teams like Calgary and Montreal and Anaheim, they're in great shape because they got young players that it's gonna play for like 4 or 5 years, and when they become their first contracts come up, they can afford to pay their players. You'd rather be in that position. If you didn't hear the latest, man, Zano, they are crying like hell, man. These big market teams, they are. And my man made it was a great video my man did yesterday, black guy, and he said, "How come 6, 7 years ago nobody was crying about the Sun Belt teams with the advantage?"
Yeah,
That
I was watching hot. Do you ever watch Hockey Guy? The Hockey Guy.
yeah, he's good. Yeah, he's good.
Shannon was talking about. He was breaking down the Panthers roster on how they built it, and he said fans. He said the Panthers really didn't use the Sun Belt advantage, like the tax breaks and stuff, like people
None of
would.
them did. It's going to happen now. Now it's going to happen. He's right. No one did that before. Nobody wanted to go to Florida before except to retire. Tampa Bay had issues back in the day, the way they treated players. Nobody wanted to go there. Now it's a different
And Dallas
situation.
too. Did Dallas have issues after Brett Hull and Mike McDaniel left?
A little bit in the 2010s, but they came back strong in 2020.
With Jamie Benn.
Yeah, those guys. Yeah, Dallas a little different. They don't like American or Canadian players really. They like Finnish players. Half their team is Finnish, European.
Yeah, I joked around with a friend of mine. Florida's Finland South, basically. Like if
More Dallas.
huh?
Dallas. They go every player on that team except for 4 or 5 is Finland from Finland.
I think I know you know what it is. I think the two guys who are the GMs for Dallas and Florida learned under the guy who just became the general manager from uh the guy who just became the Buffalo Sabres GM, Kekalainen.
Yeah.
That's why they have this connection with Finnish players, because Kekalainen is from Finland.
Finland, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like I think that's a I think Cal and I noticed that with certain teams. The Florida's Florida and Dallas are obsessed with the Finnish players. Detroit is obsessed with
no,
Swedish
Detroit's Russian.
players. Huh?
Detroit's the Russian players. Right on.
Who's Sweden? Oh my God, who's? Am I thinking of Chicago that was like that, or
Nah. Who likes the Swede players?
was it
Oh,
Minnesota?
probably, yeah, Minnesota. Flames. But the Flames like
No,
Swede.
American teams. I think is Buffalo. Buffalo always drafted a ton of Swedes.
Yeah, Buffalo.
Oh no, New York. My mistake. The Islanders.
maybe.
Restalainen and all of them.
Devils gonna have a lot of changes. Excuse me, Devils and Islanders and Rangers are gonna have a lot of changes. Rangers are like Toronto; they want to get tougher, but in my opinion,
There's not really a ton of like the older guys who are the guys who are tough are the older guys. There's not a lot of young guys that play that physical style coming in free agency.
well, guess who the Toronto Maple Leafs want?
Sam Bennett.
Sam Bennett, Brad Marchand, and I forgot the third, and Ekblad.
I think honestly, Florida, I think Florida is going to try to bring back Marchand.
I think Florida is going to bring Marchand and Bennett back. They're going to let Ekblad go.
Because I think you agree with me? Do you think it's easier to find a defenseman than a forward?
What type of defenseman?
Like a two-way defenseman, like an Ekblad.
It's harder to find that than a winger. You can always get a winger.
Not a two-way winger like Bennett.
You can always get a winger, Tony.
No, not. But I understand what you're saying. The offensive winger.
I don't look at Bennett. Remember, I had Bennett for 7 years. I don't look at Bennett the way everybody else does. It's like what they say up in Canada. For a guy who only has 51 points, what makes him so special?
His physicality.
Well, then he'll take a hometown discount to stay with Panthers. I think the Panthers would re-sign both of them.
I think what happens if the Panthers, I think they lose their depth if they re-sign both Bennett and Ekblad at a discount and stuff like that. They're probably going to lose their depth. Like Jesper Bolquist is a free agent this year. So is Marchand, and I think two of our fourth line guys are AJ Greaser, free agent, I think. So is
Tony, you're talking about guys who could be replaced.
Bennett and we might lose to Ryan too.
He can be replaced.
You think so?
The only guys on that team who cannot be replaced are Rahigi,
Reinhardt.
Yes. Marchand. What's his face?
Kachuk.
Yes, those players cannot be replaced.
The whole top six can't be replaced. You think? Evan Rodriguez can be replaced, I think.
Yeah, but he's a winning player.
Yeah.
You don't give up winning players.
Yeah. And like you said, it's hard for a team like Florida. They're very selective on who they bring in.
Yes,
so
you gotta buy in. It's hard, but a lot of Tony, let me tell you right now. The reason why Toronto's falling to pieces now is because a lot of their superstars don't buy in. You get what I'm saying?
To that physical play.
See, if my boy Shanahan, he should have never gotten rid of Lou Lamoriello. Because what Lou Lamoriello was going to do was teach these guys how to win, like he had with the Devils.
Mm-hmm.
But he fired him because he didn't like the fact that Lou was always over his head. That was the biggest mistake Brendan Shanahan ever made.
Is Tree living in that same mold as Lamoriello?
No, he's ready to make changes. Shit. I know Brad.
No, that's why I'm asking. Like in terms of his mentality, is he the same as Lamoriello, where he
wants to nowhere near Lamoriello.
In terms of how he wants players to play.
No, Brad Tree Living is about winning right now and getting star players. Lou doesn't like star players. Ask Scott Niedermayer.
He hated Scott Niedermayer.
No, Scott Niedermayer hated him. And you know what? Scott Niedermayer said one quote, I'll never forget it. He said, I'm better than Leach. I'm better than, who's my man, Detroit?
Lindstrom.
Yeah. And
Wow, he said that. He's better than Nick Lindstrom. Really? Wow.
and it's mighty funny. He said one more thing, and he's right. I have just as many rings as Nick Lindstrom. He's right about
Like, does Lou have that same personality as like a Vinny Tortorella?
No, Lou Lamoriello's mafia, man. He's the dude that
Isn't isn't Vinny Tortorella like that too? Mafia?
no. John Tortorella don't got that type of power. Lou Lamoriello, I remember one year, and they went on to win the Stanley Cup. They were 40 games over 500, and the third to last game he fired Robbie Fatorik, the coach. And they asked him, "Why did you fire him?" And he said, "I just didn't feel he could get us over the hump."
Wow.
Yeah, Lou does crazy shit like that. And I mean, he fired somebody else and said, "Yo, I'll coach the rest of the year."
Wait, I have a question. Does Lou have the reputation in terms of ownership, like as a GM? You know how we make fun of a guy like Jimmy Haslamore? He fires coaches after like a year and a half or 2 years. Does Lou have that same reputation?
Yes, they laughed at him here, but you know what? He had the last laugh on the Rangers. One Stanley Cup in 85 years is the New York Rangers. That's why New York doesn't really care about them.
I think Lou needs to. That's the type of GM they need in
Toronto,
New
they
York.
had him, they let him walk away. Or they fired him.
When you look at uh the same line of thinking as Lamorello, you would say a guy like maybe the guy in Florida is like that.
Zito, you know who's like Lou Lamoriello? But no one likes him because he's in Winnipeg, the Winnipeg GM. Kevin Chevrolet. He's good friends with Moss because he's from Moss's hometown.
Oh, Cheval Day off.
Yeah, they don't like him because he's a guy that tells people "f you." I pick who I pick to play here because nobody wants to play in Winnipeg, Tony, which is sad.
It, is Winnipeg? You think Winnipeg loses their team again?
What do I think so? It was up to Gary Bettman, yes. Gary Bettman hates Winnipeg.
Was he
No,
forced to put a team in Winnipeg?
yeah, he would like to see them disappear.
He would move them back to Atlanta
Yeah, if he had his choice, yeah.
or Arizona.
Yeah, he would do that. He would.
You know the
I
G.
like
I
to,
don't like Jim Nill for some reason.
I know he's in Dallas. I think he's done a good job. I think the problem is, if you want me to tell you the truth, I think the problem they got too many Finnish players on that team. I'm, I'm dead serious about that.
You think that hurts them?
Of course, because European players are soft.
Don't say that to Barkov or Lundell.
Those guys know Europeans are soft.
They're the
They
only
don't
two.
have to be soft, but those two guys don't have to be soft. I know Barkov ain't soft. I saw that play he did the other night, bro.
Like Ma says, he's basically uh uh Patrice Bergeron light, basically.
Yeah, I can see that. I
And
know you love Barkov. I know that. That's your favorite guy.
yeah, him. My two favorite players of all time are him and my God, Ed Jovanovski.
Yeah, I like Robo. I like Jovo Cop.
You like Jovo?
Yeah.
Do you think he's underrated?
Yes. I think he's very underrated.
Do you think it hurt him that he was on, like, when
He
he was
didn't win.
playing? Huh?
That he didn't win. Yeah, I heard him.
Oh no, not the winning part. Do you think? I see when we blame these players for not winning, you can't judge them based on the team that was built. When he was in Florida, they weren't really building the team correctly.
I don't know. They had a good team back then, but remember, when you're an expansion team like they were, expansion teams don't like to get exciting players, which I think is stupid. I think the only team that did it was Vegas, and they went on to win. It took them 6 years, but they won the cup.
And player that I liked on the Panthers a lot. Remember Stephen Weiss?
Yeah,
Were you a big fan of Stephen?
yeah, he was all right. He's a good player.
When you look at Connor and the Russian Rocket, who do you think is faster?
I'm gonna go Burray, but again, Burray is one of these guys, right? Doesn't get his due.
Is he bigger than like? Is he actually bigger than people actually, or is he a small guy, like physically? Pavel.
Um,
You know how I always say that I feel Madonna is actually. I've always said I've always until you told me recently that he's like 6'2" or 6'3". Uh, I've always assumed Madonna was like 5'11", like in the high
no, I never
five
told
feet,
you Madonna was 6'3". Madonna is a small guy.
or or he looks bigger because he plays bigger than he actually is.
Yeah, you could say that.
Is Brett Hall bigger, a big guy,
Brett Hall.
or is he a
Uh,
small guy like a Madonna?
Nah,
he's
he's
like
tall.
Madonna. Oh, Brett Hall's tall. Okay, this guy can tell you.
Madonna, Madonna is actually kind. I mean, he kind of tall, but he normal tall. Ho's definitely. Ho's more like a Logan Paul tall compared to Madonna.
He's a Brett Hall's the same height as like Connor McDavid and stuff like that. 6 foot
Yeah,
2.
yeah.
There you go. There goes your answer.
Is Madonna faster than people give him credit for, Miss?
You see what?
Is he faster than people give him credit for?
Yeah, I think what hurts McDonald, why he doesn't get the love, is because he played in Dallas. Dallas is not the Dallas of now. It's a lot different. Dallas back then, they were still the North Stars to a lot of people. I liked the Stars when they won the championship. That was a hell of a team. But McDonald don't get the credit because he was a pretty boy. And you know how hockey used to be back in the day. Hockey back in the day is tough guys.
Him and Fedorov. The only difference with him and Fedorov was chasing women around.
So the women were chasing him around. Right, right, Raven. So
When you look at a Madonna, if he was a young guy today, would he be on a team like his playing style? Would he fit on a team like the Oilers?
ooh, the Edmonton.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could play in Edmonton. He could play anywhere.
Imagine him with a guy, a guy like that paired up with Barkov or a Kachuk on the same line,
That would be good.
because you
I
had the
don't even
tough
get the
guy,
love he deserves.
huh?
He doesn't get the respect he deserves.
Madonna,
Yeah, he
Mike.
doesn't get the respect he deserves.
Another guy that doesn't get, because he didn't win a lot. Another guy, Shane Doan.
Shane Doan, yeah, because he never won anything.
But can you blame him when that ownership in Arizona didn't really know? Like, they were very incompetent in Arizona when he was there.
That's
You
true.
agree?
Yep, I would agree. That's going to change now they're in Salt Lake City.
I like
That's
Mark Stone too. That was another guy I liked.
Stone for the Vegas.
I liked him when he was in Ottawa, actually.
Yeah, he was good.
Were you a big fan of Danny Heatley, Mace?
Yes, Danny doesn't get the love because Danny had a bad attitude.
Did you like him or Hossa better?
Him or Hossa?
Yeah.
Oh, Hossa, no doubt. The Panthers don't get the respect they deserve, bro. Let's be honest. We win a cup and no one cares. Yeah, because South Florida is divided. You guys down there are crazy, man. I
No,
mean, I give you credit for a lot of people down there. Like Mr. Miami, he gave Panthers the middle finger. I ain't jumping on that bandwagon.
no. And the other reason why we're not a traditional hockey market, and the traditional hockey markets can't stand that Florida or Tampa won a championship.
Why do you think they're complaining about the Sunbelt teams right now? They're going to lose, by the way, because as long as Bettman's around, the Sunbelt teams are going to get preferential treatment.
You think that changes with the new, like, they try to make the big market teams win more once the new uh
I
commissioner?
think I think in the future more teams are going to go Montreal and Calgary route where they're going to build their own and they can pay their own.
So
And
You think Montreal, Toronto, the Canadian teams and the teams up north and California are going to have to build through the draft,
yeah, in
basically.
the future, yeah. Like I could tell you a team right now, if they lose this series, Connor McDavid ain't going to sign an extension come July.
Draisaitl leaves, I think, too.
He
Demands a
just
trade.
signed, he just signed an 8-year deal.
No, I think he demands a trade. Is what I'm saying.
Mm, Draisaitl, yeah, I can see that. He'll probably want to be traded to the Blackhawks.
And this is what I can't stand about the media, actually, Mace, too. And like, specifically, I watched Dangle. If you know who that is, Steve Dangle.
Yeah, yeah, I know what that nut is.
I can't stand, like, he has he's still not giving Florida the respect they deserve, even though he has Edmonton sweeping Florida for some reason. I don't know what it is.
Hey, they treated the Islanders the same way. They didn't respect the Islanders because everything was about the Rangers in this town.
Oh, New York Islanders had the same issue as the Panthers do now.
Yeah, you know why that is? If you don't have dynamic players, that turns people off.
Florida Florida's team is dynamic, but they don't have a dynamic.
No, Florida's not dynamic. They'll punch you in the face. Edmonton is dynamic because of those two guys right there. They're dynamic. Toronto's dynamic. Montreal is dynamic. Those are dynamic teams. Tampa, Kings are boring.
No, I meant to say Florida's a team orient. Like they they play within a structure, but let's
Yes.
not forget Florida's one of these teams that can adjust to their opponent. If their opponent is a physical team, they can play with skill. But if the team has skill, they beat them up. You agree?
Yeah. All right, man. Old boy just hit a 3-run homer, 440 feet. Dodgers up 10-0 on the Yankees.
Jesus Christ. Who's that evil empire in hockey? Like the Yankees are.
Vegas.
Florida's becoming that, you think?
No, Vegas.
It's still going to be Vegas?
Always going to be Vegas.
You think hardcore hockey fans respect what the Florida Panthers do?
No,
How they won, basically, their championship?
nope. You know that how hockey fans are waiting for the win? Those two guys right there.
Which is not going to happen with Florida.
If they win, Tony, you're never going to hear the end of it. And I'll tell you what fan base is going to really be hurt if Edmonton wins. It's going to be Toronto.
And
Because those two
Montreal.
guys right there can. No, Toronto. Because those two guys right there cannot stand the fact that the Maple Leafs get all the coverage. And I'm telling you, when McDavid runs into Ron McLean this summer, he's going to tell him, bro, now you're going to give us prime time instead of 10 o'clock?
Yeah, no, and let's be honest. When you look at how Edmonton plays, or in general, like once the, when they play a physical team like Florida, it seems like they struggle.
Well, Edmonton's gotten physical now.
They don't have depth in scoring outside of. I don't trust their depth. Do you agree?
Well, this is going to shock you, but McDavid and Draisaitl has hardly done anything in these playoffs, and they're in the Stanley Cup Finals.
Oh, they really?
Yep.
That's kind of odd because McDavid has the most points in the playoffs.
No, it's different, man. I mean, this is why people are so excited about the Stanley Cup Finals, Manzano,
You
because
think this is going to be a high rated Stanley Cup final?
no, unfortunately.
It had in order for it to be highly rated, it had to be like an Edmonton and a Toronto or something like that.
In the United States, that doesn't get any ratings. What will do it in the States, like where the ratings will be high, if you get the Bruins versus the Blackhawks,
Or a Detroit.
Rangers versus Kings,
Detroit versus the Rangers, Detroit
Detroit.
versus
Yep,
Chicago.
yeah, that will bring the fans in.
Honestly, I think it seems like the older generation of fans can't stand Florida, but it seems my generation respects what they did.
I think the younger fan, your age, I think they just root for who they root for.
Yeah, no, and I think, uh, I'm not sure if you agree with this. It seems like sports fans in general, for my generation, are a transactional fan.
Yeah, I agree with that.
They're not loyal to a team or a logo. They're
They-
more loyal to a player.
Yes, and that's what's destroying the NBA right now as we speak.
The NFL, I think NFL. Do you think that's what hurts? Is hurting baseball too, kind of?
Yeah, like what makes this what you call it win uh NFL, you could put Jacksonville against uh Jacksonville versus New Orleans in the Super Bowl, people are going to watch
Why do you say that?
because it's been proven.
Hockey's still growing in fans, you think?
Is hockey still growing in fans? Yeah, but hockey's like baseball, it's regional. Like when teams get eliminated, their fans leave. They don't watch no more.
There's not a lot of casual fans in hockey, is what you're saying.
Exactly. Hockey's for the
I think
die.
you told me this once that hockey fans hate hate the
Yes.
casuals.
Yes.
Are they
Exactly.
very elitist like baseball fans?
Yeah, they would vote it the smartest fans. Hockey fans were the smartest, followed by European soccer fans.
I think I can't remember. I think they said the NBA are the most ignorant fans,
Yep,
basically.
and everybody knows it now.
No, the Philadelphia Eagle fans are the most ignorant fans.
I don't know about that. I think Philly's the best sports city in the world. That's just my opinion.
I'm
Rank
just
your top.
bitter. I'm bitter.
Rank your top 3 sports cities, Mace.
Boston, Philly, Boston, Philly, Boston, Chicago.
Underrated. That's the caveat. Underrated.
Underrated.
Yep.
Phoenix and Denver is underrated.
Would you
Those are
say
great
Seattle's
sports.
underrated?
Now Seattle, they're Seattle's more of a like a regional team fan base. If it's not one of their teams, they don't watch.
How about Utah?
Oh, Utah only had the Jazz all these years, but it's a good sports city. It's not
Uh,
Phoenix
Green Bay.
there's nothing in Green Bay, Tony, but the Packers.
Milwaukee.
No.
I was gonna say any of the.
Detroit and Cleveland are underrated. They're those 2 year
How
cities.
about Cincinnati?
I think now that Cincinnati has so many things to do now. They really built up the downtown. So I don't think Cincinnati, unless it's one of their teams.
Would you say
Yeah, I
Houston
can't
is
even compare
underrated?
new. Yeah, I can't even compare new Cincinnati to old Cincinnati. It's like it's a complete change. They have updated. They
Because
updated for the better too.
uh, because of it having only one team. That's what I mean by underrated. I think Utah and and San Antonio are underrated because of the fact they only have one team dominating uh in in those cities and stuff like that.
No, no. San Antonio got rodeos, bro. Uh,
No, I'm talking about primetime sports that you see on I'm talking about contact sport. I'm not talking about the rodeo. I'm
He's
talking about
talking about mainstream. That's what he's
mainstream
talking about.
sports.
mainstream. Our
Well,
rodeos are
you know what
mainstream
fan
now.
base is at the bottom of that is South Florida's fans. Chris Russo started that many years ago.
I can't stand Russo, to be honest. He's funny, but he gets annoying sometimes. He grades on you.
Yeah, I haven't
Is
listened to
that
the
why
goal.
people actually gravitated to Francesca more? Mace?
Cesar's hard to deal with, man. I'm telling you, I get along with Mike well. I used to call him every day. I get along with Mike well, but there's a lot of people that don't.
They say Mike can be grading, but he's not as annoying as
You know what
Chris.
Mike's problem is? He's too Italian loyal.
Chris Russo's like that, can be like that too.
No, not really. Not really. But Mike is cool though. You just gotta know him.
The guy I can't stand sometimes. I couldn't stand Bobby Valentine when he did his things.
I'll tell you, I'll say it again. One of the best sports bars I've ever been to. He's a cool dude if you know what you're talking about.
Mister, I invented baseball.
Yes, that's who he is. That's the man. He invented the game of baseball. Yes. Speaking of that, I gotta talk about this. Pete DeBoer throwing Ottinger out of the off. This throwing Ottinger under
Under
the
the
bus.
bus. That
It's
was
hard.
sickening when I saw that. You just signed the kid to a massive contract and you're already turning on him?
Yeah, crazy,
I
right?
I think Neil's gonna fire DeBoer after that.
I think so too.
So you think the GM of the year is between Jim Neal, Cheveldayoff, and Bill Zito, Miss?
Yeah,
Do you think it goes to who do you think it goes to in your opinion?
no, but I do like
I think
all three.
Cheveldayoff gets it.
No, I think Neil's gonna get it. Maybe Zito gets it because of the late acquisitions he made. They're all three great GMs, by the way. I mean, my GM is good now. Who we have now, he's pretty good. He's young, but Conrad is good.
And you're on a who in hockey is the equivalent to Wally Bono?
As a coach,
No, as an owner.
no, Bono was a coach. As a coach, who's like Wally. Oh man, maybe Tortorella.
But I thought Bono was like
He was the
he
coach.
liked to hear himself talk.
No, Wally was a Wally. How can I say? No, this man won two championships. Bono was similar to Tortorella a lot.
In terms of like that outgoing personality, he reminded like I've seen some of his interviews. He says some ridiculous stuff. Wally,
And it's the Doug
was he
Flutie.
the one that released Garcia?
No, he played Garcia. That was the controversy. He didn't like Doug Flutie.
No, that's what I mean. Wasn't he the one that released Flutie to play Garcia?
No, he refused to play Flutie. He played Garcia. Stampede is going to be interesting this year. No, me and Moss going to be doing some CFL. We're also Saskatchewan Roughriders. Zito should mentor gear on how to build a team. Boy, Miami, it's going to be a long year for you guys down there.
I'm gonna drink like Moss watches hockey.
Yeah, Moss loves the CFL.
This is what I kind of hope eventually, Mace. If Ross decides to sell the rest of the team,
Well, have you seen what for that Formula One race a couple of weeks ago? Did you see this guy's wife involved?
who
Joe Joe what's my man's last name again?
Joe Shad?
Yeah. So his wife a couple of weeks ago. She gave the trophy and the rings to the Liberty. He owns the Liberty now too.
Joe Shad owns the Liberty? Really?
Yeah, yeah.
The Miami and the wait. The guy who writes for the Miami Herald, Joe Shad?
Yeah. No, not him. What's my man who used to be who owns the Joe Tsai? There you go, Joe Tsai. Joe Tsai.
Joe Tsai.
Yeah, he owns the Liberty. Oh, his wife owns it.
This is what I'm saying. He said he's selling a portion of the team to what is it called? To Joe Tsai.
Yeah,
What I hope happens is he sells the rest of the team to, because his family doesn't want anything to do with the team and stuff like that. His daughter doesn't want anything to do with
Yeah,
football.
Joe Tsai is gonna end up getting the Dolphins. Yeah, he will.
No, but this is what I want. I want to see if Bill's Vinny Viola tries to get a portion of the Dolphins.
That ain't happening.
Why?
Because Ross and Tsai are close friends. If Tsai owns the racetrack, the tennis court, and Hard Rock Stadium, he's already making so many changes to the stadium already. I mean, you sitting in the 300 seats, you're going to get a nice restaurant up there. No other team does that in sports to the nosebleeds. He's going to treat you pay money to go to the games. He's going to treat you well. The people he don't like is like the Dolphin community, who he says you guys talk so much shit about the team. How come you're not there? How come you ain't buying season tickets? And I'll tell you something about Joe Tsai. If you sit in the lower bowl, the 100 section, they're already $5,200 a ticket for one ticket. That's going to go up to at least seven if he owns the team.
I've noticed this in general with sports. They're trying to get what's it called? Filter out the everyday fan.
What do you mean?
You agree, Mace?
No, say that again.
When it comes to pricing for tickets, I've noticed even nosebleeds are getting expensive. It's like $900 to $1,000.
Yep.
They're pricing out the everyday fan.
Yeah, that's what they want to do, especially in the NBA. I saw a story yesterday about how in most NBA state arenas now they have a place for rich people to get together and just hang out.
Yep.
I think that's gonna hurt sports overall by doing that.
Yeah, because you're taking away from the people who are your lifeblood and you're giving it to people who really don't want to be there. They look at sporting events like it's a happening, and it's not really a happening. Now you see why I push the smaller sports like soccer and rugby. Okay, Steve, I feel you. I wouldn't
Yeah,
go.
because for Miami tickets, actually, for the lower bowl, when their new stadium opens, they're not going to be super expensive. The lower bowl seats are going to be maybe $900.
For which Miami team?
Inter Miami.
Oh, I don't follow that. I'm just talking about, like you just said to this guy. What's up, Steve? By the way, I think.
No, like when you look at the cheapest sports in terms of tickets, soccer is very cheap for a whole season. I think you only pay $1,200.
I just know that. Well, Messi kind of skews the equation. Good.
And Mister what's his name can't stand him.
Who? Oh, Big O.
Big O can't stand him. It's so funny. He tore into him again.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just crazy. It's just sports is
Oh,
changing.
Steve is asking if you can jump in, Mace.
So I just say again that the NBA sucks ass. I've been saying that.
Do you think that's what hurts hockey in terms of viewership, Mace? Because hardcore hardcore fans don't like casuals, like new fans coming in.
Of course.
And I think you told me this once that hockey fans in general, like the fan base, the ticket owners are generational fans,
Yeah,
basically.
for most NHL teams, especially the original six. Boston, Montreal, Detroit, Toronto, Rangers, and Chicago. Yeah, they're
Vamos, I
generational.
never said I was a full time Chargers fan. I'm just
No, are you full-time Charger fan?
I never. I think when people heard me say that, they misunderstood me. I I'm to enjoy the Dolphins and take the emotion out. I'm gonna watch Harbaugh and Herbert so I can actually enjoy the games.
Exactly. The fucking Dolphins are boring as shit on the ground from a dog. Bro. And now that teams know you can put that deep cover two on Tua. Oh, speaking of Dolphins, let's get to this real quick.
Hold
Yeah.
on, before you do, I just want to make a snide remark about Vamos' comment. Wait, the Chargers
Okay.
have fans?
Chargers,
That's
yeah,
funny.
Chargers do have fans. They've been loyal since the team's been since. I'm surprised they even have fans still.
They shouldn't.
Yeah, you can say that. But let me get to
Chargers
Going
John.
that
fan
way.
came back when they got a new stadium. That's when they started showing up again.
Disagree with you. Ever since they've been in SoFi, I would say a good 75% of the fans that go there are the other team's fans.
I don't think LA's gonna allow them to build a stadium.
Where do you put it?
I get the feeling in the future they'll move back to San Diego.
They
I
should have
don't
never
know.
moved, but
Yeah.
the city commissioner there was very. They didn't want to allow them to build a new stadium or rebuild Qualcomm.
I think they realize how big Padre games are out there, how people just
Well,
go every night to chill. And I could see them moving back to San Diego. You agree with that, Steve?
I don't know. I think that ship has sailed. I mean, I'd love to be proved otherwise, but if I'm a San Diego resident and former Chargers fan, I'm not taking them back. Not with the current ownership.
There you
Like
go.
screw you.
That's a good point by Steve, by the way. Excellent
Like,
point. Let me get to Ronald Smith. John Smith. You did not hear the news. Uh, Adam Schefter broke this yesterday. He will be traded to the Steelers this week.
For how much?
Oh, I don't know, but uh, everybody in Big O's chat yesterday was talking about it. But Miami's going to move off him. I know why they're going to do that.
They're
So
they're gonna go into rebuild. That's why
exactly. Try to
they're
tell you
probably
guys.
gonna trade. They're gonna wait till after June 1st to trade. What's his name?
Ramsey.
Ramsey, and I think they might trade Tua.
Now, my problem with the Dolphins is this: they're going to do it again. Oh, let me get that. You keep talking, fellas. Go ahead.
by the way, we're early in the second quarter in the game 6 between the Knicks and the Pacers. Pacers have a 1-point lead at the moment, 28-27.
Boo!
In what could be the last NBA game to be seen on TNT. Don't worry though, the NBA on TNT crew is moving over to ESPN
Oh
for next season.
no!
The same producers are still going to be like Turner Sports Productions or whatever they're under. It's like the Pat McAfee show. It got on ESPN, but it's the same damn thing. Mostly.
God.
When they're on terrestrial TV, they I say they cut out the cussing, but they actually don't. They just drop curses on live television because none of the kids are home, or at least they shouldn't be.
Oh, I have to say, I absolutely love Pat McAfee's official F-bomb on Monday Night Raw that was heard around the world on Netflix. I was like, oh, he lost it. Yeah, they were when they were building up for his Gunther match about Michael Cole. He told Gunther to go fuck himself. He went. I mean, he went so off. Michael Cole was putting his head down. He was just like, okay, Pat, just hold back. Pat dropped that F-bomb.
Not the first time. Not the first time McAfee's done that to Michael Cole. He's a brick shithouse. That's what he is. There's no getting around it. There are other ways to describe it, but I get what you mean. To be fair, though, since Vince McMahon has left WWE for good, hopefully for good, and actually, it's looking, I don't know if you want to tread into news about that whole lawsuit situation with the recent, I guess, semi-bombshell. I don't know if you heard about this.
Oh, well, I mean, they're going to end up paying her off. That's all. So she's going to get
I think it's gone too far, especially with the news that John Laurinaitis, the former Johnny Ace.
Yeah, he's the asshole.
John Laurinaitis, and I sound like I have bronchitis all the time.
He's really the asshole.
Well, yeah. Well, being enabled by Vince McMahon, who's like, I don't even want to get into what's in the accusations. Like, it's not good. But apparently, Laurinaitis will now testify against McMahon in exchange for not being sent to jail.
Wow.
Okay, that's a heel. Yeah. That's a wait. Is it a face turn, or is he never going to be face?
Well, I mean, at the end result, I mean, there won't be any criminal charges, and if so, he can get pardoned. He just started a new company, 14 and I haven't read what it's about, but he's gonna be back on WWE.
No, but Pat McAfee he is the ultimate hype man.
He sure is.
You watch him on College Game Day. He's the Lee Corso replacement, basically.
As a matter of fact, he actually got me watching College Game Day because he makes it fun.
What's the best Pat McAfee moment on College Game Day? Is it the Georgia chant, but then turns to "Give me Alabama"? No, you need to watch.
I've seen that one a few times, Steve.
All the way to completion, and then sits back in his chair for a moment, and then goes, "Give me Alabama." Oh,
give me Alabama.
Oh, Boomer, soda, Boomer, soda, Tennessee sucks. Not today.
I wonder how college football is going to do the opening day schedule. Did you see those 6 blockbuster matchups that got opening day?
I have not.
Steve, you should go take a look.
No, hold on, move. All right, hold on a moment.
College football opening day is going to be the shit, man.
So, am I on? Okay, on the conference schedules here. Okay. Okay. So, by the way, I assume we're talking about the last weekend of August, not the week 0, the 4-week 0 games, right?
No, it's going to be the first week, I believe. Yeah.
Well, do you mean the 23rd or the 30th?
I think it's the 30th. I could take a look.
Okay, yeah. Because just so you know, there are 4 games on the 23rd, which is generally, I think it's nicknamed Week 0, which includes Iowa State at Kansas State in Ireland. Iowa State and Kansas State? What? Why? Why them? Like, there's nothing Irish about either of those teams. Like, what the fuck? Nothing notable about them. Like, why? Anyway, Fresno State at Kansas, Sam Houston at Western Kentucky, Stanford at Hawaii. Yeah, there's nothing worth watching that week. What we got? Games on the 28th. Do we even have rankings yet? It looks like we don't even have rankings yet.
Well, according to what I saw, Notre Dame is number 7, and Miami, who they go down to Miami to play the Hurricanes. Hurricanes got Florida, they got Notre Dame. Mr. Vamos will know.
Let's see here. Oh, these are.
They got 3 tough games in a row. Hurricanes.
And they don't have Cam Ward at quarterback anymore. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many games you need to hit them individually.
I know college football's going crazy over it.
Yeah, Notre Dame. Okay, yeah, that's on Sunday, Sunday, August 31st. So you got Notre Dame at Miami.
It can't be
okay.
The first.
Oh God, Moss is going to be just ugh. What else? Who else is playing it? Utah at UCLA. Why? These teams aren't in the same conference anymore.
Yeah, no.
Still looking around. Yeah, I don't. There's too many games going on. What? My Holy Cross Crusaders are playing FBS team week 1 at Northern Illinois. Wait, hold on. Northern Illinois beat Notre Dame. If we beat Northern Illinois, that mean we're better than Notre Dame? No. Yeah, I mean, there's just too many games. I can't really tell. We got Jesus Christ. We got this game on the first week. Texas at Ohio State. Really?
Yeah, you got Texas at Ohio State.
That's going to be the game. That's going to be Lee Corso's send off.
One at Baylor.
Has ESPN confirmed that game day is going to be at Ohio State for that game on the 30th?
Oh, they haven't said a word yet. I don't know.
Come on. It's Lee Corso's last game day, and you're telling me they're not going to be at Ohio State? Really?
I think he would prefer to be in Tallahassee, but you know what's going on down there.
Tallahassee? What?
He'll be in Tallahassee. You know why?
Why?
Alabama at Florida State.
Oh. You got to be kidding me. Oh, my God.
I got the schedule in front of me. I told you there's a lot of big games opening day.
Yeah, but Lee's got more history with the Buckeyes than with Florida State. Oh, I guess he's got a lot of history with Bama, too. I don't know.
He went to Florida State. That's why. He played for Florida State. Lee Corso. This is one of the night games. LSU at Clemson.
Is Clemson going to be any good, though? I mean, I know...
Clemson's ranked number 2 in the country, man.
And I'm sure LSU had like one of the top 5 recruiting classes for last year.
Of course.
I'm sure. They always do. Somehow.
Notre Dame at Miami. That's the Sunday game.
See, Notre Dame should be playing in that game in Ireland the week before.
I know that. I'm with you.
Notre Dame and Boston College. Those are like the 2 most Irish colleges you could find.
You ain't learned about that. I like that match. I used to love BC where they had Coughlin. They used to always win against Notre Dame.
That actually is an official rivalry game. I think they play for. It's not the jeweled shillelagh. It's a different shillelagh.
I agree with that.
Because the jeweled shillelagh is Notre Dame and USC,
Yes.
which actually only exists because I don't know which Notre Dame coach it was at the time, but his wife wanted a vacation in Los Angeles, so they decided to schedule a football game for it.
Yes, Era, by the way. Era
It was Ara Parsegan for that one? Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Let's see. We also got some Thursday and Friday games.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Thursday schedule right now.
Let's see. I mean, we got Boise State, who were just in the playoff. Although this year they won't have a seed.
They've been hyping up, Steve. Nebraska, Cincinnati.
I mean, I'm kind of disappointed they're getting rid of the seeds for the top 4 conference champions, but I understand why.
I do too. I'm with you.
I mean, I appreciate that they're having like the top 5 conference champions automatically qualify. I just think it should be like in basketball. All the conference champions should get in. If you have to expand to 16 teams, fine. I'd actually prefer 14.
Who is number 1 right now in college football? Because they got
I don't have a clue.
They got Texas at 3 and they got Ohio State at 5.
I mean, Ohio State just won the national title, but they probably lost like all their starters.
Indiana 17, Louisville's 22.
At least Indiana's starting out ranked this time.
I found out who's number 1. Are you effing serious? Penn State?
Penn State?
I'm looking at
really?
Yeah, Penn State.
How? Maybe they didn't lose a lot of their starters?
NIU, like you said. They're in Northern Illinois.
I mean, Northern Illinois usually has a decent team.
Penn State's number 1, really? Really?
I mean, maybe they didn't lose a lot of guys to the draft. I mean, they were a top-tier team.
They never win big games.
You say never, but I mean, they have plenty of they have several national titles.
This coach here with Franklin.
Hey, remember all the baggage that Penn State has had to drag themselves out from under.
That to people that Notre Dame, that Penn State is still scarred over that scandal.
I mean, and I had a soft spot for Joe Paterno. It's just, God.
I could tell you an upset right now, and I would bet this upset. Texas.
I don't understand why you do that. A&M. Let's see here. Rutgers, Bowling, Thursday, Wyoming at the worst team in college football, Akron.
Your first night game, folks, of college football season's LSU at Clemson. Number 6 versus number 2.
Oh boy. Sheesh. They're coming out swinging this season.
Yeah.
Oh, and for those of you who love drama, Georgia Tech at Colorado on Friday night.
Oh, that's the Dion game. Yeah, they said,
Georgia Tech, I should say.
They're already talking that game. They said that's the biggest game in a long time in Colorado, this game right here, because one thing about Georgia Tech.
I mean, they had plenty of big games last season. They just missed out on the playoff.
That Georgia Tech game is big because Georgia Tech is pretty damn good, too.
Georgia Tech's always tricky. It always seems they're tricky. Like I told Moz last year when Miami lost to Georgia Tech, it's like Georgia Tech is just a landmine waiting for you to step on them with no notice whatsoever.
Exactly. You're right about that.
Like I remember they had the era with the triple option. I'm sure that's gone, but the triple option itself is a nightmare to face down, especially when you got capable athletes to do it.
I heard Dion got a good team this year too. Yeah, good team.
Then
I would take Georgia Tech to win that game. By the way.
You think Colorado takes a step back?
Yeah, I do.
Is that due to Dion losing a bit of motivation due to his son not being there anymore, or just the team's not as good right now?
I think they got more talent now. from what I hear, but it's going to take time for that new quarterback to get his act together. It ain't going to happen overnight.
Plus, Dion does love to pull from the transfer portal.
Oh, yeah.
Like he's full on transfer portaling, and one of the downsides I would think is that it does take some time. I would think for teams to gel together, especially if they're coming from all over. I mean, I don't mind the transfer portal being like this because let's be real. A lot of these athletes, they're not going to a school because of the school's name. They're going there for the coach.
They're going there only for that. Who can get them to the NFL?
Well, yeah, if you're in it. Well, not so much anymore, I feel. There's enough, look at all the broadcasters here, like for these games. We've got ESPN, ABC, Fox, the Big Ten Network, ESPNU, the ACC Network, CBS Sports Network. Yeah, I see the Central Connecticut UConn doesn't have a TV provider, but who the fuck cares about them? I mean, these are basketball schools, not football schools. Give me a break.
That's why I say all the time.
UConn playing in a stadium way too big because they were trying to get the Patriots to go there in the 90s.
Yeah, college football fans, college basketball fans laugh at me. I say, you guys suck. I mean, you had the best recruit, and he choked down the stretch against Florida. I don't want to hear about college basketball. College football is where it is.
I mean, yeah, for better or for worse. And, with all the realignment recently, it really has been I think you just need to disentangle football entirely from all the rest of college sports in some way, so that you can have
I can see that. I can see that.
Like you can have your traditional regional conferences for the basketball. Like you can have your Pac-12 basketball, your Big East basketball, your ACC basketball, and it's all within that region. It's all, the traditional regions. But for football, you can have your completely different things. Now, of course, the SEC would carry over regardless because, at least they're regional somewhat.
By the way, Bill Belichick gets the Monday night prime time game against TCU.
I think that's the only game on Monday night anyway. But
it is, yeah. He gets the prime time.
I mean,
Belichick.
TCU, that might be tricky. I don't know how good TCU are now, but they're usually pretty good. I just don't see Bill Belichick as a good college coach. I just don't think he ticks those boxes.
Well, the plan is to let you know, Steve, he's only going to do 1 year.
Only 1 year.
Open pros. And if he does go back to NFL, his son takes over the entire program. That was part of the contract and the deal.
Wow, nepotism much? I'm kidding. Steve Belichick is a perfectly capable coach in his own right, I'm sure.
You think college is better for him?
I have no idea.
I will say this about your Patriot team. I like them a lot, man. I told you that.
You keep saying that, but I keep thinking 4-13. 4-13. Yes, we did get that. We did get the offensive lineman we needed to with our first round.
I know
pick.
He was happy with that.
Absolutely. I was thrilled. I don't care. Is he big? Is he mean? Can he play tackle? Yes. Good. Get him here.
Patriots got
because we got Drake May. And Drake May may not be Tom Brady, but he's good enough.
Well, I watched him a couple of weeks ago, man. I was thinking about you, man. He has such a rifle quick release, bro. I'm going to say it now. And I've been saying it. New England's better than what Jet fans think, what Dolphin fans think. And we'll see. I'm going to do the game up here week 2. You're welcome to join me, New England at the Dolphins. I'm going to start putting up thumbnails on some of the game. I am intrigued by the Patriots. They got the best coach in the division by far.
It's interesting because, like I said, they were so bad. Well, I don't think they were really as bad as their record indicated. They lost a lot of close games.
Yeah, they were learning how to win.
Like
now, this man who you have now, he's going to basically touch it up a little bit, and then you guys are going to move forward because you got the quarterback.
It's just, you're saying the Patriots will have a winning record, and I'm like, we only won 4 games last
No,
year.
I didn't say they have a winning record.
Realistically,
I
are
said
we
they
going to
would be
improve
very
that much?
good. I said that I could see them going 9-8. I could see them going 8-9. I could see them going 7-10. They ain't going 6-11, bro. They're not.
I think 6-11 is the floor, or should be the floor.
Okay, you the
What the
Patriots fan,
ceiling
bro.
is, I don't know.
Yeah, I can understand that. I think the Patriots have had the best off season. I think they've done a hell of a job. I've been saying it up here. And that week 2 game against the Dolphins is going to be very interesting down in Miami. It's going to say a lot about the direction both of those teams are going.
Speaking of football, hold on a moment. Speaking of football, we do have, professional football technically going on right now. UFL actually is in the final week of their regular season this weekend.
UFL up here, bro.
Just briefly, St. Louis and Houston have both won their games so far this weekend, with 2 left to go. What are the standings looking like?
Oklahoma State. Week 2.
So hold on a moment. So from what I'm seeing here, it looks. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Got to remember how they do the playoffs in the UFL. Well, the 4 teams going to the playoffs for the UFL are the 8-2 Seattle Battlehawks. St. Louis Battlehawks. And then I believe a bunch of teams that are probably going to. Well, Birmingham Stallions might get 7-3, but they could also fall to 6-4. And then you have 2 teams already on 6-4: DC Defenders and Michigan Panthers. So I think it's going to be St. Louis versus DC and Birmingham versus Michigan in the semifinals. I think that's
I wish Moss was around. I'll tell him something that he'll be fluid. That I'm more looking towards the CFL this year.
I was about to get to the CFL season. They had their last preseason games earlier today, I believe. Let me see here. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, no, they're not all. Wait. Oh, no, they were. Wait. What? Hold on. Wait a minute.
While Steve is talking
Oh, wait.
about.
Oh, are they live? Oh, wait. Oh, wait, they got games live right now. Preseason games, if you want. Toronto currently leading Hamilton 24-17. Montreal are 17-7 up on Ottawa. And then you got your Western Conference games later tonight.
I'm only interested in the Stampeders.
The Calgary Stampede. Unfortunately, it seems like all the preseason futures are saying Calgary is going to be dog shit this year.
What?
That's apparently what they're saying. Like, let me just pull this up.
Yeah, college football sucks.
This website has the Calgary Stampeders odds to win the Grey Cup at plus 2,500. Worst in the league.
I don't see the Stampeders winning the Grey Cup.
Well, by the way, the best team on those odds, Toronto Argonauts plus 280, and they are the reigning champions.
And nobody in Toronto cares about them. They like the NFL.
Future home of the Toronto Bills. Yeah, right.
You see that new stadium the Bills are going to have next season? Oh my God, they finished it already. Jesus.
Bills Mafia.
Yeah, Bills Mafia, right?
Yeah.
Speaking of Georgia Tech, week 3, the home opener, Clemson comes in.
I mean, how good are Clemson going to be? I mean, I remember back when I was keeping track of college football religiously, they were, one of the national powers, but they've fallen back from that.
A coach that doesn't believe in the transfer portal.
Well, I mean, I understand why, he doesn't like it. I mean, there are a lot of old school coaches who don't like the idea, but it's like I look at it from the point of view of the players. The player goes to a school, really to be there for a coach. And then when that coach leaves, after 2 seasons, and they're left with a coach that has a completely different, vision for the team, and that vision really does not benefit, said player, why shouldn't they be allowed to leave?
I agree.
So I feel like, the whole 1 year ineligible thing for a transferring player that used to happen. I feel like the best way to resolve all this would have been if a coach changes jobs, if a coach leaves a program, the players should be given an exemption to be able to transfer and play immediately.
I agree.
Because even if they don't really care so much with the coach, there's also the system that they accepted under that coach, and if that's going to change, then they might be left out to dry, which is not fair. And it's not fair to force them to wait a year to play somewhere where their talents are better used.
I agree with you.
But then, of course, now with this system, you get the whole Nico, I'm going to leave you situation. I know that's not his last name, but it's close enough.
I know what you're saying.
I actually feel sorry for Nico. Apparently, he took some advice from people who just completely misread the situation in Tennessee, possibly including his father. And it's like, this is why you don't get that involved with your son's athletic career. It's not yours.
Interesting that you say that.
Well, that's just what I've heard. It's just a mess of a situation. And it does seem like most of the coaches in college football about the situation were like, yeah, screw this dude.
Yeah, because these guys, well, like I said before, they want to get to the pros, man.
Well, he wanted more money.
Yeah.
And Tennessee was like, nah.
Yeah, I agree with you. Everything you're saying right now, Steve, I totally agree.
Now, does Nico deserve some money for, what he's doing? Yeah, absolutely. Name, image, likeness, and all that stuff. But I mean, there's got to be contracts around this.
Ramos says Kinhs will
There's got to be regulation in all this, so everyone understands the rules we're playing under. Even if they're bad rules, at least we got rules. At least we know what's coming or what can happen and what cannot happen.
Carson Beck, the 2-time Natty winner. No, hey, bro, back up. Carson Beck was on the bench when Georgia won those 2 titles. Who was the quarterback of Georgia a couple years ago? They won the title. He got drafted by the Rams.
I honestly don't remember.
Yeah, that's the kid that won the 2 national titles. Yeah. Yeah, college football, college sports is all effed up right now, Steve, because of the money.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah. But you know what? At the end of the day, as much as I hate it, to say this, they are the lifeblood of the NFL.
Well, I mean, yeah, the NFL doesn't have an official, minor league system. That's what college football is.
That's why the draft, and I'll never forget this. Back in 2011, I had an argument with Chris Mad Dog Russo about the draft. And I said, man, the draft is bigger than what the hell are you talking about? Oh, nobody cares. The next week, Chris Russo to me, you was right.
Hey, Mace.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, I'm about to run. I'm gonna go get something to eat. I'll be right back.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Cool.
me and having good conversation right now.
All right. Peace, guys.
Peace,
Later.
brother. That's
By
his
the way-
name. Stetson Bennett won those 2 national championships with them.
Right. Anyway, Pacers up by 5. We're down to the last 3 minutes of the second quarter here. Still either team's game.
Really going in. He really likes his King. He loves the Kings, bro. He got them beating Notre Dame.
By the way, it looks like we got some final scores from the CFL here. Looks like Toronto Argonauts have beaten the Hamilton Tiger Cats 30-23. And what happened between Montreal and Ottawa? Hold on a moment. The Montreal Alouettes have beaten the Ottawa Redblacks 24-16, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Winnipeg versus Saskatchewan should be might have just started.
That's what Moss says. He's at the game. He hates Winnipeg.
Huh?
Moss, he hates Winnipeg Blue Bombers. He's a pretty
He's a Saskatchewan fan. He's got to deal with Winnipeg every year.
and he hates. He told me this year they're going to go
Them-
to Winnipeg and beat them in Winnipeg and then go win the Grey Cup.
Them Eastern do-gooders.
Dodgers up 11-1, and I keep saying it about the Yankees. They don't have pitching, especially with Garrett Cole out for the year. They just don't got it, fellas. Keep saying that. The Yankees are living off their past too much.
Don't they always?
Their fans upset that they don't make big moves. Well, I'll tell you one thing. That little picture they got from the Braves is pitched very damn well until last night for them.
I mean, you got one of the biggest payrolls in baseball. I don't know if it's the biggest thing. I think the Dodgers may have surpassed them. But
way ahead in the Mets, right behind.
by the way, CFL Week 1 begins this upcoming Thursday, June 5th, with the Ottawa Redblacks at the Saskatchewan Roughriders. On Friday night, we'll have the Toronto Argos at the Montreal Alouettes, a rematch of last season's East Division final. Then on Saturday night, we got 2 games. We got the Hamilton Ticats at the Calgary Stampeders. And then the late game are the Edmonton Elks at the BC Lions.
BC really think they have a great team this year, boy.
It feels like BC always is more like they never have a bad team. It feels like they're always there.
But they're not good enough to beat Winnipeg or Saskatchewan in the West. Yeah. Moss was very upset last year. Blue Bombers talk so much crap. I know that. Them talking about we're a dynasty.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Are all the games over already? When did this happen? What?
Baseball?
No, the CFL preseason game. Oh, that's because they were yesterday. What the hell am I? Why the hell is it saying pregame? What the? I'm so confused. Why the hell is there a website like that? I don't know. I'm so confused right now.
Let's see what the CFL got to offer. This is their broadcast schedule.
Speaking of other sports, the UEFA Champions League final was today, and it was not close. Paris Saint-Germain destroyed Inter Milan 5-0. Yeek.
I know Moss did that game.
Mr. PSG basically are the Mr. Moneybags of European soccer at the moment. They're just throwing money around at everybody. Ooh.
So CBS Sportsnet's going to show the CFL this year. Okay.
Halftime Halftime between the Knicks and Pacers, it's Pacers 58, Knicks 54. It's a 4-point game at halftime. This is far from over.
I know that.
Question is, can the Knicks force Game 7 in the Garden? In
I
MSG.
think if I'm Indiana right now, I'm very worried because the Knicks are keeping it close.
Yeah, but well, I mean, we'll see what happens. We're at halftime
Yeah,
now.
the game in the United States, the Stampeder game is on CFL Plus.
Yeah. Which is basically it's just a free way to it's free on the CFL website.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I can watch
Yeah,
the game.
don't be confused by the Plus. It's not a subscription service you have to pay for. See if a game's on CFL Plus, it means you just go to the CFL website, you go to the CFL link under where to watch, and you just watch the game. It's almost like watching a YouTube live cast, basically.
Thank you, Steve. I'm serious. Thank
That's
you.
all
Now
it
I can
is.
watch Stampeders.
Unfortunately, our Canadian friends do not have the same luxury. They have to watch the games on their networks. Of course, you would expect that. Oh, and not all the games. Well, if you live outside the U.S. or Canada, all games are available on CFL Plus. In the United States, some games will be on CBS Sports Network rather than CFL Plus. The broadcast station.
One of my favorite all-time announcers is the voice of the CFL, Gord Miller. I'm a big Gord Miller fan. I think he's one of the great play-by-play guys.
Yeah, so here's the CFL Week 1 broadcasting schedule for the U.S. The opening game between Ottawa and Saskatchewan is going to be on CBS Sports Network on Thursday night, 9 p.m. Eastern. As will the late Saturday night game between Edmonton and BC at 10 p.m. Eastern on Saturday. The Friday night game and the Saturday evening game, that's Toronto at Montreal and Hamilton at Calgary, will both be on CFL Plus in the U.S. In Canada, all four of those games will be on TSN, with the Thursday and Friday games also being available on one of the RDS networks, which I believe is basically the like a French language station or something.
I'll skip it.
Pour consulter le calendrier de diffusion des matchs de la LCF sur RDS et RDS2 à venir. I butchered. My French is not good.
We can both laugh about it.
Yeah. French just has so many dropped letters in pronunciation. It's just ridiculous.
I'm looking at my Stampeders right now. You know what I did the other day? Steve?
What did you do?
For the first time in my life, I caught the Manchester United game Sunday.
Oh, I assume this was on
It was
basically.
It was on CNBC. Here.
Yeah, it's probably the match day 38. Basically, the final match day of the season. They have all the games take place at the same time, and NBC. But basically, the main home of the Premier League in the U.S. is the USA TV network. But you can also catch matches occasionally on the other NBC networks, including NBC itself, CNBC. CNBC, basically, when the Olympics roll around, is just all the sports you never knew existed.
You're right about
Water
that.
polo, cool. Target shooting, cool. Yeah. No, but basically, yeah, if I remember correctly, there were matches on NBC at the same time. NBC, USA, CNBC, Sci-Fi. I want to say there was at least one more, but I can't remember now. And of course, NBC also has broadcast the majority of Premier League in the U.S. on their Peacock streaming service, of course.
I feel you, man.
Interesting stat from the NBA so far. Points off turnover so far in this game tonight. The Knicks have 2. The Pacers have 16. The Knicks have got to be a bit better managing the possessions here. Got to tidy that up a bit.
Let me check out something. So Steve got me into it. Yeah, I think, I'm not one of these guys that run away when my teams are bad, unless you're pathetic. So I'm going to start getting more into Man U in the beginning next year, later this year, because they have hit rock bottom. They really hit rock bottom. Yep, folks. You'll never guess what I'm doing right now, Steve.
Uh-oh. Do I want to know?
Yeah, you wouldn't care, but it's something I've
I
never
have
done
no
before in
idea
my
what
life.
you're doing.
I am looking at the Stampeders roster.
Oh. We need to see their depth chart for more
Yes, I'm
information
looking at it
about
right
it.
now. I couldn't tell you these players who the hell they are. You put them in a lineup.
There are some NFL dropouts in the CFL. That's one of the places where they go to try to get back to the league. Of course, they're usually not the big name guys from the NFL.
Of course not.
Unless you're Doug Flutie or something like that.
Who's their quarterback? Brandon Adams.
I want to say I recognize the name Trevor Harris. I don't know. Wait, it's the same name as the ESPN sports anchor.
Yeah.
Yes, it's not that.
They got Logan Bonner at quarterback, Josh Love, and Brandon Adams. So be interesting. At least I don't jump on the bandwagon.
I mean, the guys you often see in this, a lot of the guys you see, between the NFL and the CFL, a lot of them are practice squad guys or preseason squad guys, guys who can get a look in the NFL, but ultimately usually aren't able to break into the full roster, usually. Not that being on an NFL practice squad is nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
I know that's the case for the quarterback for BC last season. Can't remember his full name. I think it was Adams.
Yeah.
I know he switched teams, so I'm not sure where he
Yeah,
is now.
Adams is with the Stampeders now. He's their starting quarterback.
Really? Then why
Yeah.
is she really?
Yep, he is. He's been at a lot of
Vernon Adams Jr. This guy has been, sort of in and out of NFL practice squads, over the last 5 to 10 years.
Yep.
I think. At least I thought he was. Maybe not.
I think he has been too.
I mean, right out of college, he was invited to see a Seahawks minicamp for a tryout. Went unsigned. Then went to Washington minicamp. I guess he's been in Canada ever since. But you see the kind of players that usually go undrafted in the NFL draft, and then or they can be drafted, but then they sort of bust out.
Yeah. Yeah, I know who you're talking about.
And then, of course, you have your Doug Flutys, basically the guys who just don't fit in the NFL despite their talent. Flutie being probably the most prominent of those. Basically, he had a cannon of an arm, but since he's only like 5, since he's only 6 foot tall, no one wanted him.
Yeah, you're right like that, Steve. I can't argue with that.
So basically, he won like 1 million Grey Cups in the CFL.
I agree. I agree, bro. The CFL. Who would have thunk it? Me watching my Stampeders. Boy, I'm changing a lot, folks. I'm sacrificing summer baseball for the CFL.
I've given up on the Red Sox. Even if they're decent, more than decent, it's like, can you not hold the lead? Can you not finish a game? Like, God, I want to tear my eyeballs out.
Yeah, you're right about that.
Ugh. Toronto Argonauts are going to be led at quarterback, of course, by Chad Kelly, nephew of NFL Hall of Famer
Jim Kelly.
Jim Kelly. Yeah, I was trying to remember the first name. What? Huh? The heck we have that?
One great quarterbacks. The reason why the Miami Hurricanes are where they are is because of Jim Kelly.
Actually, Chad Kelly himself is kind of one of those examples of a guy who started in the NFL but has ended up in the CFL. And if he keeps playing well, he may end up back in the NFL at some point. Who knows?
I could see that. I could see that. Yeah, no. It is a slow night, folks. Isn't it, Steve?
Yeah, we're still waiting for the NBA game to resume from halftime. Meanwhile, in the NHL, we have our Stanley Cup final matchup. It will be the Florida Panthers looking to retain the Stanley Cup against the Edmonton Oilers, which may be Canada's best shot at winning back the Stanley Cup in decades. The Oilers have just sliced through everyone in their way without mercy.
I call the Oilers the Doomsday Machine.
The Doomsday Machine.
Oh, they look that good, man. They look that dominant.
That said, the Panthers looked every bit as dominant on the eastern side. Carolina couldn't even get a word in edgewise against them, for goodness sake. Toronto put up a better fight than freaking Carolina. Heck, I think at the end of it, Carolina's coach, Rod Brindamore, is looking to get fired. Like,
I can agree with that.
Like, in a game facing elimination, I get that your goalie's given up 2 goals on 2 shots to start the game, but you pull him at that point? Really?
The boy's
That's a
gonna
little
get fired.
quick.
The boy's gonna lose his job.
I mean, at the very least, he's lost the locker room, I think, at this point.
He has.
Now, going into the offseason, that may not be reason enough to get rid of him, but yeek.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I mean, and it's not like Carolina didn't try to fight. They did. It's just Florida just dissected them so badly, especially in the third periods. It's like, Jesus.
Hey, you're right. It was bad for them, man. It really was. It was embarrassing for them. Forget bad, it was embarrassing. It was real bad for them, though. It wasn't a good look.
It's just, outside of baseball, there's just not a lot going on sports-wise tonight. We do have some MLS action. Oh, New England Revs are 3-0 up on Montreal. Looks like the game's about to be over. MLS. Oh, wow. Dodgers up 14-1 on the Yankees.
Yeah, man. Fucking Otani hit a moonshot.
Jesus. It's a little bit nuts.
I mean, absolute blast.
Keep forgetting the WNBA is underway. I'm used to them only starting once the NBA season is done.
Yeah, you like that?
I like giving people. I like putting up all the options, all of them. Plus, the WNBA's like exploded in popularity like the last couple years.
Yeah, because of Caitlin Clark.
Is it Caitlin? Is it all Caitlin Clark, or was it also she just sort of triggered a tipping point that was a long time coming, or a long time in the making? I don't know.
I think she triggered a tipping point.
I mean, certainly, she's very the most dominant college basketball player, among the women that most people have ever seen.
That means people wasn't watching Cheryl Miller. They wasn't watching.
Well, yeah.
They wasn't watching Lisa Leslie.
Things were different back then in women's college basketball, though. Let's be frank about that.
What about
plus, didn't all of those girls go to UConn anyway, where they're surrounded by the best talent anyway?
Well, Lisa Leslie went to USC.
Fair enough.
Cheryl Swoops went to Texas Tech. Sue Bird is from my backyard. She went to Connecticut. She's from my backyard. That's why I'm a big Sue Bird fan.
Oh boy, there's up 10 early in the third quarter here. New York's gotta stop this train. That's traveling, surely.
I'm not watching the NBA game. Who's winning now?
64-54 Pacers at the moment.
Okay. Pacers win tonight. I'll have the NBA Finals up here on Thursday.
I still can't believe that shot in Game 1. Dong.
Moss will have the the Stanley Cup Finals Wednesday night. I'll be up there just to chill while him and Steve do the play-by-play.
Man, I feel like Florida and Edmonton, they're just two teams that when they collide, there's going to be mass destruction somehow.
Hey, I call both of them Doomsday machines, man.
So what happens when two Doomsday machines run into each other?
You want to know how much damage these two teams have caused? Let me do Edmonton first.
Oh no!
When they beat Calgary, they had to rebuild. When they beat Dallas, they're so demoralized by even the head coach threw the goalie under the bus. Said he lost 7 straight to Edmonton. Vegas now is seriously thinking of starting over again with Jack Eichel as the face of the franchise. And the LA Kings are so effed up right now out in LA. I watch them every night, man. They don't even want Ken Holland as their GM. That's how bad it is in LA. They want the coach gone.
So basically, Edmonton are so dominant out west that everyone feels like they need to retool or rebuild just to have a shot, or they don't have a shot right now, so why not rebuild for when Edmonton fall off eventually?
Except for 2 teams, Winnipeg and Colorado. They're not even thinking of Edmonton.
What? Oklahoma softball lost today? You gotta be kidding me. I had money on that game. Man. No, I didn't. No, but Oklahoma softball losing, that's you don't see that a lot. It's really the only good thing happening for Oklahoma sports right now.
Do anyone count Oklahoma
softball? Oklahoma softball. They're like back-to-back national champions or something.
I mean, I'm not being funny about that.
It's their only good program right now.
Wow.
Oh yeah, we still got. I believe we got the French Open and tennis still going on.
Yeah, they're taking the week off. I'm getting ready for the Canadian Open next weekend, and then the U.S. Open the weekend after that.
Oh, is that? Oh, you're talking golf now.
Yes, tennis. I watched the majors. I'll be watching it this
well,
week.
That's what's going on right now, I believe. The French Open.
They're finished the first week. They'll be off on Sunday.
Right.
They're off tomorrow. Then we're right back at it Monday morning. I am a huge Novak Djokovic fan.
Yeah, well, he's not the number one player in the world right now. That goes to
that young man, yeah.
Mr. Sinner from Italy, who actually won in straight sets earlier today. Zverev also won, as did Draper. Djokovic also winning today as well on the men's side. Coco Gauff winning on the women's side today as well. Yay!
My little Coco.
Coco Gauff. Coco Gauff.
I'm a big Coco fan. I look at her as like a granddaughter. Let me see where's week 2 at.
Oh, and apparently we had women's international soccer today. Both Canada and USA picking up wins today over Haiti and China, respectively. Some things just do not change, ever.
Calgary, Toronto's on CBS Sportsnet. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I'll watch that game in a couple of weeks. Or I may be watching the U.S. Open, so I may miss that game. I'll take a peek at it.
Apparently, Juan Soto snapped a 17-game home run drought today with the Mets' 8-2 win over the Rockies.
Can't stand his teammates.
Can't stand his teammates.
Especially Pete Alonso.
That said, it's the Rockies. You better be beating them.
Hell yeah, you bet against the Rockies every night, folks. Easy money.
Like, what is their record? 9-49. Oh my God.
They're worse than last year's White Sox. No joke.
How is that even possible? Like what? How?
You know what it is? They draft the wrong players for that ballpark.
I mean, I uh,
Damn. Hey, except
I
for
just
week one, Steve,
huh?
Calgary is on CBS Sportsnet every week.
Huh. Let's see.
Well, let me ask you an honest question because you're the soccer guy, not me.
Sorta.
Will Man United turn it around, or they'll be the joke of
Well, let's be clear about one thing. No matter how much Moss and I may want it, Man U are not getting relegated. They're not dropping from the league. Let's be clear about that. They have too much talent for that. That said, with their recent results, it seems like it's going to take a lot of effort to turn that team around and into something.
they say even their junior program sucks ass now.
Uh, They need. You have to remember, Man U, for so long, for more than 20 years, I want to say, was under the visage of one guy, Alex Ferguson, who led them to title after title after title, and one of the best soccer managers ever.
Yeah, I
Since
was
his
watching that game.
retirement, they've just been through one manager after another after another. They started with can't remember his name, David Moyes, I think. And then they dropped him after a season, realizing that wasn't going to work. They've had Jose Mourinho for I think a couple seasons. That didn't quite work out. He of course could be back at any moment. Who knows? Um, it's just you have so many different minds with so many different philosophies coming through a revolving door every 2 years, and it's like you can't build like that. There needs to be a unified image for the team. I think I don't know if I want to project this far. I think because the Glazer family, who own what team, NFL
Buccaneers,
team do they own?
Buccaneers, they effed everything up with United because they care more about branding, selling merchandise, than winning and making money. And I was watching the story the other night. They made their money.
Oh yeah, they still
But
do.
yeah, but the problem is they need a new stadium, and more importantly, they are falling off the face of the earth. I had tears in my eyes watching that on YouTube the other night about the fall of Man United.
I mean, it's just my the way I look at it, they just have a revolving door of managers who can't live up to the impossible levels of success that Alex Ferguson had for the better part of for I think over 2 decades. And oh Jesus,
He's been
that's
gone for 12 years now.
ooh. Anyway, you keep having this revolving door, and especially in once Manchester City started just dumping oodles of money into the league, and all the other teams have to play catch up, and they have to just grind themselves into like these hardened blades just to try to compete for Champions League spots. With Man U not having this a unified vision, it's just not working. Oh God, don't! Oh, Pacers up by 15 now. They breaking away. Timeout Knicks. Oh my God.
How much time left in the third?
6:42 in the third. It's Pacers 78, Knicks 63.
Speak of
With
the devil. Guess who just emailed me, Steve?
what?
Guess who just emailed me? Yes,
No
now.
idea.
Manchester United.
Oh Jesus Christ.
And the slogan says it's all about you. They want me to download so I can get everything United.
Oh,
The ultimate fan
no,
experience.
no, no,
I'm not
no,
gonna do it.
no, no,
I'm
no,
not
no,
gonna do
no,
it.
no, 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 no,
But they're
no, no.
always But I've been watching Man U since 1977, bro, because they was on TV every Sunday morning
I
on
mean, in
public.
fairness, Manchester United are kind of the New York Yankees of European soccer.
Yes,
Them and Real Madrid, I would say.
and Montreal Canadiens too. They were.
Well, that's a different sport, but
Yeah, no, you know what's crazy to me sound to you? I put the Canadians as the greatest franchise on the planet.
well, I mean, it's in the
And
blood.
and I know that ball was the hell out of Moss. He went off one day, man. Me
Moss
and
is a
Mr.
Bruins
Stanley were
fan.
talking
He
about
will never, ever, ever give the Canadians any respect
it. Yeah,
whatsoever.
he hates them, bro. Hey, they beat my team in the finals, and I still have a lot of respect for them. Let me see
Yeah,
if I test is ready. Okay.
anyway,
Yeah, I still have a lot of
sh-
respect for them. You know.
um,
Yeah, boy, Manchester United, man. I just
oh,
finished
and actually,
talking with you, and bang, they hit my email. Someone must be listening. Yeah, man. Me and Steve chilling up here, talking
hmm,
all sports. Steve
yeah,
said the
well,
Patriots.
trying to. It's just, unfortunately, we are approaching what I call the sports summer doldrums.
You ain't lying.
Basically that 2 month period where the only thing going on in terms of major sports is baseball.
Yeah, folks, it's so bad. I'm watching Canadian football this year. I'm gonna support my Stampeders.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with watching the CFL. Nothing.
It's been a long time for me, man. I
It,
gotta get used to it.
plus, it's a different game from the NFL. Just in and of itself, it's different.
Oh, I
Very
used to.
different.
Hey, let me tell you something. Back in the '90s, I was all in on the CFL, man, with the Stampeders. I was all in. Let me see if iTest is on now with us. What's up, Tess?
Bro.
iTest is with us when he gets his mic straight. But yeah, it's so bad for me, Steve. I'm watching the CFL, man. I just ordered me a Adams jersey, Stampeders. It's that bad for me, man.
Hmm.
What did I tell you, Steve? When I'm buying Stampeder gear. I test trying to get his audio ready. Hey, let me ask
Um,
you a question. It tells you how
Yo,
much.
you. Oh, my bad.
No, go ahead, Tess.
What's up, motherfucker? You hear me now, bro?
Yeah, I hear you perfectly now. What's up, bro? You ready for
oh,
you ready for some CFL football, or you just gonna chill into 49er training camp?
Chilling, man. I ain't doing nothing right now. I'm trying to make some bread.
Oh,
Like
I feel
every off season, I kind of get away from sports. But
good for you, man. Is your
oh,
baby 1 year old yet?
I don't know what's up with my phone. Okay, now I hear you.
I said, is your baby 1 year old yet?
Oh yeah, she was one in February.
Yeah, yeah. I've been dying to ask you that. So congratulations to your baby girl
I
turning 1 year
appreciate it.
old. No
Yeah,
problem.
she won in what, a few months now. Let me see, February, March, April. Yeah, she a month and I mean she a year and 3 months. So she tearing up the house now. She real yeah, she know, oh shit, arms, legs, these things work. She's realizing how to use them, dog. So now it's on, dog.
So you out of the NFL right now. Your mind is not there yet.
I mean, I keep up with the news and shit as much as I can. Like I try to see who, what the storylines is, and you already know it's gonna be cowgirls and bunch of Green Bay bullshit. They calling this man J-Lo now. That's some bullshit.
Who they call J-Lo?
You know who they call it. You know who they
That's
call it J-Lo.
I don't know
no,
who.
he's not J-Lo. I'm sorry. No, that don't
I'm
work.
telling you, that's what they
Don't work for
calling
me,
him.
brother.
I heard him on ESPN. They calling the man J-Lo.
Who
No,
is J-Lo?
no,
Think
that's
about it.
not okay.
Okay, who do you okay, you're saying it's not okay. Who you
Nope.
saying it is?
Who, J-Lo?
Yeah,
Jennifer
who are
Lopez.
they? Yeah, but they're calling a player in the NFL like
I'm
they're
sorry, that
giving him.
nickname is already taken. I'm sorry.
That's
No.
I know. I believe I'm with you. Trust me, I'm totally with it. To me, it's a stupid ass nickname, but they're calling this player J Lo
The only
as a
person I
nickname.
can think of is Jaden Daniels.
Bruh, think about it. Think about it just a little bit harder. It'll make sense. J Lo. Think
Like
of the
his name is
initials.
sufficiently short. It's 3 syllables.
No, but
Like,
think about what player they're trying to give a nickname to, and they gave him that nickname. I heard it today, and I was like, "What? That's what they're
if it
calling him?"
wasn't already taken, I would understand, but no. No.
No, I'm with you, bro. It's a iconic nickname that you're giving to a male football player. Like
Exactly. It just
that
doesn't work.
that makes no sense to me. But they're calling this guy J Lo. Who do you think I'm talking about?
I hear J-Lo, I think Jennifer Lopez, and I don't think of anybody else.
You feel me? Well, go ahead, Mace. Think about it. It's your
It's as simple as
Let me
that.
not say that. Let me not say. Think about the
Oh,
initials.
God, you're kidding me. Now it just hit me. Are you serious?
Jennifer
I'm dead serious. If you say who
Jordan
I
Love,
think you say,
J-Lo,
How
there
are
you
you
J-Lo.
go.
saying? They calling
Yeah.
Jordan Love J-Lo?
J Lo, fool. I said, yo, they're that desperate to get this man a nickname. They call him J Lo. Matter of fact, I could pull the clip up for you. You're gonna be like, what?
If you don't know what we're talking about right now, everybody knows that I
You
think
know,
Jordan Love
I would accept the I would accept the Love Machine over J-Lo for Jordan Love.
But that's what they're calling. What was it? I was watching. It
gotta be
was
ESPN because they love
yeah,
him.
it was a yeah, there was a ESPN thing about talking about how the off-season storylines, and one of the storylines was how Trey Hendrickson ain't getting paid in Cincinnati, and then the top 10 quarterbacks, and they started getting about Purdy, how Purdy got paid and how Purdy's done more than certain quarterbacks. So they started going down a list of quarterbacks. They're like, yeah, you got Daniels, you got Rodgers, then you got J Lo. You know what I'm saying? I was like, who the fuck is J Lo? And I started thinking, I was like, I hope they're not talking about Jordan Love. And then later on, he said it. He doubled down and said it again. And I was like, oh my gosh, they call this bad.
Yeah.
God,
No.
this shit is
If you
crazy.
don't know my background,
Someone needs to smack that person.
I've been
Mm-hmm.
a
Absolutely
Jordan
not.
Love groupie since 2018, and I took a
Nah,
lot of shit from a lot of people up there when he
the
was
leader
sick.
of the fan club.
And I think Jordan Love this year, this is the year he got proved that he's elite because that schedule is brutal.
Bro,
Especially a certain game, week two, that this gentleman I'm talking to right now will bet the house that his boy Jaden Daniels will go to Lambeau and rip Love's ass, right?
man, listen
I
to
mean, I
me.
think Jordan
What?
Love's done a fine job in his career so far. I mean, the thing is, he's taking over for a legend who took over for a legend. So, you know, he's got shoes to fill. And I think he's doing a fine job at it. I wouldn't call him a Hall of Famer, at least not yet, but he's plenty good.
Well,
All
I'm
More
not
right.
than
shocked as
passable.
a Jordan Love fan. I think he has a lot to prove this year, and I'm glad that the Packers got this monster schedule to prove to everybody, including especially me, that he is a top flight quarterback. I was very down on him last year.
All right. Let me
Yeah, good. Put him in
answer.
two cents.
I'm gonna answer yeah points, right?
Mm-hmm.
You saying Jordan Love has a lot to prove. Okay, I agree with you there. Then he's saying that Jordan Love has done
Fine
I
job.
guess a fine job up to this point. And now I
Mhm.
start thinking, and you saying he replacing a legend who replaced a legend. When I think of Brett Favre, right, and how Aaron Rodgers just seamlessly stepped in, that is not what Jordan Love did. When he finally was anointed the job, his first season, bro, Mace is here. His first, what, 7, 8 games, man, was bullshit, bro. They were ready to pull the
He
plug. And
learned.
then he went on a late run. One of them was beating the Cowgirls after he won that game. And then he won that one playoff game. The man got paid off of, 6 weeks.
Let me tell you something, and I mean
But
this.
then, hold on, let me finish, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
So he got paid off those last 6 weeks, right? The last 5 games of that regular season and the playoff game. Then he lost to the 49ers. Last year, this is after he got paid. Bruh, the man looked like shit. Now you telling me this year he's just gonna take off? Watch. I don't even think he make it through the
I think
season,
it's a
bro.
lot of truth. I think it's a lot of
Bruh,
truth.
I don't think he make it through the season, bro.
Let me add this. That money he got, he did not deserve. He deserved a contract like my man in Seattle. He deserved the Sam Donald Baker Mayfield contract, and that's why I say he should get. But the
Yeah,
word is out there is if he doesn't bring a Super Bowl this season, next season, he will be replaced by the class of 27. I mean, yeah, the class of 27, one of those quarterbacks. It's
I
him, it's Tua, and it's Trevor Lawrence. But if they don't produce in the next these 2 seasons, they will be bought out.
it's just it's going to be if that happens, it's going to be weird for Packer fans because they've had so many years of just uber stability at the quarterback position to start possibly going through the quarterback roulette game is I don't know if that's something the fans even want to consider.
Well, a
all right,
lot of
all right,
fans in Green Bay, Steve, they think the way I do. He has to prove himself now. And this
bro.
schedule, Green Bay got a monster schedule. They're playing contenders every effing week. This is the
Mace,
year to shut people up, including making me proud. Or I will eat shit up here because I've been his biggest supporter. Even when he was riding bench for 3 years, I test can tell you he was up here.
Mace,
Yeah,
watch this. Yo, I heard everything you said, right?
yeah,
And yes, you've been his biggest supporter. To a fault in my eyes, right?
you're right.
No, I'm not right yet. You're giving him this season to prove me right. Me, I wrote him off when you drafted him because I was like, if he was that good, because remember, he, everybody keep all right. He keeps bringing up the stability of the Green Bay quarterback over the past couple of years, and it makes me think of the stability of the Pittsburgh Steelers and their head coach. Um,
Well, that's a
not
product of the
oh,
or
you
no,
you
not the
gotta
marathon.
let me you gotta let me finish talking.
Sorry.
So what I'm saying, when I think of Rodgers and that stability that Green Bay has had with quarterbacks, I think of the same stability that Pittsburgh has had with head coaches. All right. You already hearing that they're after, even though this man has made the playoffs every fucking year, they want Mike Tomlin out of here after this year for whatever reason. They've been wanting him out of here. You know that, Mason, right?
Yeah,
And when you look at the transition from Favre to Rodgers and the transition from Rodgers to this guy, is not the same, fool. Rodgers hit the ground running. This guy is stumbling out the blocks, bro. You can't just rely on history. I know history is a good indicator of what you got in the future, right? But not in this case because it doesn't look the same. When Rodgers came out by his second year, didn't they win the Super Bowl his second year?
third year.
Come on, fool. And he was already like one of the top quarterbacks by his second year. This guy is not top shit, fool. Everybody know. in the big games, he gonna fold. He gonna do some dumb shit. He gonna throw an interception. Now you heaping all that pressure on him. Now, like he should have been got that pressure, bro. Like how you didn't? Because remember when Rodgers got drafted, he was the reason why they got rid of Favre. Favre didn't. Rodgers left. You get what I'm saying? It's a difference. Rodgers held Green Bay hostage. They got rid of Favre. They said, "Get out of here. We got Aaron Rodgers."
They did the same to Rodgers.
And in
No, they didn't.
fairness,
No, think about it. Rodgers left and went to the Jets after he got a new contract. Remember, that's why Devontae left because
Yeah, he
Rodgers
didn't
took
want
all
to
the
play.
money.
He didn't want
Think
to play.
about it. Because Rodgers got renewed on his contract, he took all the money, and Adams was like, "What the fuck?" And he went to the Raiders. Favre didn't even get that chance. They said, "Get the fuck out of here, man. We're not renewing your contract."
Well, I would say this with Green Bay. Home for Detroit, home for the Redskins.
You see,
I
you
doubt.
ignoring my point for like
No, I
you
know your
just
point. You're right. I know your point. What you're saying is for this guy to get this job, and he really didn't earn it. So far, in your opinion, he's mediocre at best.
it's not in my opinion. I just told you the history of the Green Bay quarterbacks. The
Yeah.
history was Brett Favre got ousted. They got rid of him. They said, "We're not renewing your contract because we got Aaron Rodgers." Aaron Rodgers held Green Bay hostage until he was ready to go. And then this guy who sat on the bench for he didn't put no pressure on Aaron Rodgers to the point that Green Bay was like, "All right, we fuck you, man. We'll roll with Jordan Love."
Well,
They
I know
ain't
what
do that.
I know what
You
you're
know what I'm
saying.
saying? He
Yeah,
sat
I
there.
know what you're
He
saying now.
sat there until Aaron Rodgers said, "All right, I'm out." Then finally he was like, "Okay, I'm the guy." Fuck out of here, bro. You didn't run this man out of town. He left.
Well, let me ask you this.
Rodgers ran Favre out of town, bro.
Let me ask you this. If they're in the championship game this year, which I doubt, but if they are with the schedule they're playing this year, would you finally give him his due?
Fuck no.
There you go. I knew you was gonna say that.
I gotta be real. I don't think, bro. You telling me unicorns and rainbows, bro? That shit is a fantasy.
No,
That
I
shit
just
is not gonna happen. No,
I
I
just
get it, but in my head, that shit is never gonna happen. So I don't have to retract my statement about him. He's
oh,
not getting y'all to no championship game.
asked you, and I said I don't see them in the championship game, but if he made it there, would you give him his due? That's all I said.
And yeah, I feel you, but in my head, that shit ain't happening. So fuck no. I ain't giving him no due.
What about
And
you,
if he
Steve? You like
is,
George?
I mean, the whole Tomlin thing, you have to remember the Steelers are a franchise that really do not like getting rid of head coaches, like,
No, they
period.
like
They
stability.
kept Bill Coughlin forever. They've kept Mike Tomlin forever. Who was the guy before? Or was it? No, not Coughlin. I'm
It was
sorry, wrong
Chuck
guy.
Noll, Bill
Cower.
Cowher,
They
and
kept
then
Cower forever. They've kept Tomlin forever. They kept who was the guy before Cower?
it was
Chuck
Chuck Noll.
no.
Chuck.
That's
No,
it,
they kept
fool.
Noel forever.
That's what I'm saying. You got three head coaches, three quarterbacks. The only thing that's missing in this picture is J Lo. He doesn't match the pedigree of none of those men you're talking about. Not Favre, not Chuck Noll, not Rogers, not Cower, not fucking Tomlin. If you put those six men in a Brady Bunch picture, you'll be like, who the fuck doesn't belong here? This motherfucker.
In
Fuck out of here.
fairness, there aren't many people who would fit in that picture.
Okay, so that's my point. Why is they putting him in that fucking picture?
It's just,
You making my point for me. He is not
Who?
no great,
ESPN?
bro.
Who? ESPN?
No, anyone who thinks Jordan Love is of that ilk, anyone who's going to put Jordan Love, because think about it, we just went through it. Three head coaches in Pittsburgh, three quarterbacks. If we put them side by side and we said, okay, that makes sense. Chuck Noll, Cower, Tomlin, Favre, Rogers, J-Lo? Hell no, get this motherfucker out of here, dog.
If he wins the Super Bowl with this schedule, would you
You
finally give him
keep
the
telling me if, bro. You telling me
because
all
I
this
know they're not
Well, if
gonna
we
rainbow
get
can't
shit.
there.
say when,
I'm
we
gonna ask
don't
you a simple
know.
question.
That's my point. But based off his history, you can kind of get a trajectory of what a person is capable of. And do you think that? Hell no.
I haven't been paying enough attention. All I know is he hasn't completely shit himself entirely.
I would
Are you
agree with
crazy?
that.
Did you see the 49er playoff game? Y'all were up. He gave us the game.
No, I did not watch the game.
That's my point, fool. You got to know what you're talking about before you start making
That
these outlandish statements that
bad,
Jordan Love
bad.
is a capable quarterback. Fuck out
Last
of here.
last
You
year is
think he's
basically
not
a year
capable,
in its
bro? He's
entirety.
very
I'd rather
capable. The
erase
problem is
from
he
the
No,
never
memory.
he's not, bro. Think about it. You got a bunch of number two receivers on any other person's hands. They'll be doing damage with those receivers, bro. They just missing one number one, but they got a nucleus of young, fast, different receivers, and he can't do shit with that. And when it's crunch time, I'm not talking about week 7 when you're 5-2 and it's against the fucking Buccaneers. And you know what I'm saying? Not that shit. I'm talking about playoff game, divisional round, fucking fourth quarter, 3 minutes left. You're down 3. He's gonna throw a pick, Lord. Man, fuck out of here. Dog. Look, I don't base quarterbacks like everybody's falling in love with fucking Josh Allen. Josh Allen is a fuck up, man. I don't know how
What?
y'all niggas year after
Whoa,
year he
hold up.
proves it. Okay, how many Super Bowls has Josh Allen won with all his
Dude,
fucking
only two
ability? Yeah.
teams can go out of 3 can
Okay,
be
so
good
that's
there
my
every year.
fucking point. He hasn't broken through yet.
Yeah, look who's on
Even
the other
Joe,
side of the field every
yeah,
fucking
but Joe
time.
Burrow, Joe Burrow's
Not
sorry
Joe
ass broke through.
Burrow. Give me a break.
That's my point. That's my point. At least Joe Burrow broke through. Was giving
Once.
this motherfucking pause. He hasn't broke through any time. Not one
Yeah, but
time.
he's
Give me
going up
one.
against literally the best quarterback we may have ever seen.
Yeah,
Ever.
and he won the MVP last year and still lost to that guy. And that guy just got his ass whooped by Jalen Hurts. Fuck out of here,
He
bro.
did.
Don't tell me about no Josh Allen, bro. Josh Allen is bullshit. He's the great white hope. And y'all motherfuckers keep propping him up so they can knock him down in the playoffs. But meanwhile, Joe Burrow went through fucking Pat Mahomes and went to a Super Bowl. Jalen Hurts whooped his ass twice in the Super Bowl, dog. And if Brock Purdy would have made a fucking play, he would have lost that Super Bowl. The only Super Bowl I'm really giving this motherfucker is against Jimmy G. And the only reason was because this motherfucker can't complete a fucking man. I ain't even gonna talk about Jimmy G. But if I look at Pat Mahomes, dog, he lost to Brady in a championship. He lost to Brady in a Super Bowl. He beat Jimmy G. He beat Brock Purdy. Not really, but whatever. And then he got outplayed by Jalen Hurts twice in the Super Bowl. This is y'all God. Fuck out of here with Pat Mahomes. And we'll see what's up with Pat Mahomes when fucking Travis Kelce retires. That's
That's
when
a
you tell me what's up.
very. I just have to say that might be the hottest take I've ever heard in my life.
I understand, fool. But when it comes to fruition, just like I told motherfuckers before Jalen Hurts was drafted, I said, yo, why don't you draft Jalen Hurts? The motherfucker took Alabama to championship games his entire time there. Then, okay, but let me just finish. And then he went to Oklahoma, wherever the fuck he went after that, and took them to the Final Four, or whatever the fuck it was. So I was like, this motherfucker, at least he's a winner and he won't cost you a first round pick. They said, nah, let me go get Tua. I said, what? You could have got Jalen Hurts, bro. Like, the motherfucker is an actual dual threat quarterback and he's not consistently hurt and he didn't fucking break his hip in college. Tua just broke his hip. I told him, don't touch that motherfucker. Now you stuck with a contract that you might have to get rid of in 2 years. And everybody, they keep evaluating these quarterbacks and telling me that Pat Mahomes is great, right? When he lost Tariq Hill, bro, the defense went up a notch. They've been winning off of that defense. Chris Jones and all that shit is really the motherfuckers carrying that motherfucker. And when the offensive line couldn't do what they do, which is hold all fucking year, they got their ass. What kind of Super Bowl motherfucker get their ass whooped like that? You ever seen a 2-time defending championship get their ass whooped in the third championship game? For real, yeah, you probably been watching football longer than me. You ever seen a team that's supposed to be as great as Pat Mahomes and the Chiefs are get obliterated in a Super Bowl like that? It wasn't even a fucking game. But you telling me this man is great? You might have just witnessed the last fucking hurrah for them motherfuckers.
We'll see
You
about
living,
that. I don't.
you living off of storylines that they give you. But if you actually watch the games like I watch the games, bro, the only quarterback that's a fucking problem is Lamar Jackson. You feel me? And he's even a fuck up because because he keep getting the yips, and his team for whatever reason at the inopportune times they get the yips. But skill for skill, that's the most dangerous motherfucker in the NFL, bro. To run like that and to throw like that, man, come on, dog. You can't tell me Pat Mahomes could do that. And a prime Deshaun Watson was 10 times better than Pat Mahomes. If you were watching the NFL at that time, Deshaun Watson, if he would have got drafted for real by the 49ers or traded for by the 49ers before all that rape allegation, nigga, Deshaun Watson had like 4 Super Bowls by now with that team that the 49ers had before they got rid of all these motherfuckers. Get out of here. At that time, that was supposed to be the thing. They were supposed to trade for Deshaun Watson in the midst of all that fucking rape allegation. Then all of a sudden it fell through. Motherfucker drafted Trey Lance, and we all know what happened after that. But, bruh, the quarterback position for it's easy to read. And if you look at motherfuckers like Joe Burrow, he's been shit. Only time he's good is if Jamar Chase is lined up next to him. From college to the pros. College, he got ran out of Ohio State. Get to LSU, guess who's there? Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Clyde Edwards-Helaire, a fucking stacked defense. He wins the fucking championship game. He gets to Cincinnati, breaks his leg, but he was having a shit year with T. Higgins. Guess who they draft the very next year? Jamar Chase. And his shit took off ever since. You motherfuckers are a pair, but you take Jamar Chase away from Joe Burrow, he's not all that, bro. Then you got fucking Josh Allen, who year after year after year after year, they keep propping him up. But before Stephon Diggs, I remember Josh Allen was on his way to be a bust. That whole draft class was bullshit. It was Baker Mayfield, Josh Allen, Josh Rosen. Lamar Jackson was drafted the last out of that whole entire crop. He's the most dominant one out of all of them. 2 of what? Josh Rosen ain't in the league no more. Who's the other motherfucker? Baker Mayfield's the journeyman. Right, you feel me? Lamar Jackson, you got Josh Allen. This shit crazy, man. For me, bro, I just don't buy in the storyline. I see what I see, and it don't make sense to what they telling me. I'm like, what are you selling? You know what I'm saying? Like, who paid you to tell me this?
By the way, in the NBA, I think the Knicks are currently, the Pacers are up by 13, but it looks like number 5 on the Pacers may have gotten hurt bad on a play there. Who's number 5? Is that Siakam? Not sure.
But you a hockey fan. You know what's crazy? I'm going to the in game 2 and game 3, I think. I don't even like hockey. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be watching for. Man, fuck
Most
hockey.
exciting game in the world.
Man, we'll see, dog. That shit. I just don't get it, dog. Like the icing, all that bullshit.
Well,
then all of a sudden people start fighting, and it's all good. But if NFL
Technically,
players start
fighting is
fighting,
against the rules.
oh, I didn't know that. But they get to come back in the game, right?
Well, they're sent off the ice for 5 minutes.
That's what I mean. NFL players, you get ejected in a game check and you get fined. Like you
There's a
cannot
whole
continue the
culture in
game.
ice hockey about defending your teammates because
Okay,
it's
so what's
weird
wrong with
because
NFL players defending their teammates? Because that's usually what's going on. But I know what it
it's
is. It's
different.
because
I don't
it's a
know.
bunch of black guys on the grass, opposed to a bunch of white guys who are
No,
skating with sticks with razor blade skis. Dog, this shit is crazy.
I
Like if
think
somebody really wanted to get dirty, they could take their skate off and start slashing motherfuckers. That
Mace.
shit is bang.
Mace, I think we'd have to bring on Moss to get a full answer for that. But I think a large part of the difference is that there's a much bigger difference in ice hockey between, the finesse part of scoring goals and, playing well versus just being able to physically get in someone's way. To play football,
Okay.
you've got to be tough because you're getting
All right.
tackled every play, you're getting hit. Ice hockey players can avoid a lot of shit on ice skates.
Okay, bro, you're telling me about a running back who's elusive. You're telling me about a wide receiver who's
Well, he's
running
going to get
routes.
tackled
That
regardless. He's going to get
I
hurt.
get it. Just like a hockey player is gonna get hit if you got the puck, right? There ain't no fucking difference, bro. Like you talk about the finesse part of the hockey, but there's a finesse part of the game. That's the passing game. That's the over the top, the route running, the breaking someone down and leaving them like launching for your cleats. That's the finesse part of the game, avoiding the big hit. That's what Barry Sanders was known for. That was finesse. That was art, my nigga. So tell me what's the difference between that and someone on the hockey. You get what I'm saying? They're both wearing pads. Why? Because they're gonna be colliding in one another. They both wear helmets. But the difference is you guys have a stick. We don't have a stick.
I honestly can't answer that. You'd have to get someone who's more versed in hockey culture. In that, I would say that there's a bit less of that aspect of ice hockey now than there was, say, a generation ago, where you had dedicated enforcers on teams who basically, if a guy on the opposing team looks at the playmaker on your team funny, is basically going to get his clock cleaned.
Exactly.
The next time they're on the ice by this guy.
That's what I'm saying. For NFL players, we got something called linebackers. You act up on our quarterback, we gonna act up on your quarterback. Like, you feel me? Like, that's what we do. That shit is real.
I'm just
listen.
I don't know how to describe it. We need to get Mace. We need to get Moss in here to explain this.
Nah, it's just a thought experiment. Even the purest novice could understand this. Like, you take both sports and you strip them down to the studs, and you say, okay, one person has helmets. These guys have helmets. These guys collide with each other. These guys collide with. You know what I'm saying? Ain't too many differences. It's just one's trying to get into a goal with a puck. One's trying to get into a goal with a football. What the fuck is the difference, bro? But the predominantly black culture is frowned upon for you to get into physical altercations, be penalized for 5 minutes, and re-enter into the game. But in the white culture, it's okay. Let them cool down for 5 minutes. Let them come back in. That shit is weird.
Then why are so many boxers black?
There are a lot of white Hispanic boxers too. That's what I'm saying. Fighting is a universal thing, but there are so many people that could skate and do something like hockey professionally, just like there are but so many humans that could play football. These are two professions that not a lot of people could physically and choreographically do. You get what I'm saying? Not a lot of people could do them skills.
Yeah. I would compare hockey more to soccer.
Yeah. But where's the collision, bro? Where's the helmets? Where's the padding?
I don't compare.
You get what I'm saying?
Soccer, there isn't any, but that's because you don't expect, a guy who completely body check you from the side like that
Okay,
in
bro.
soccer. That doesn't
Football
happen.
and hockey, you're expecting that. That's why they wear padding.
Well,
Boxing, you
I know
wear
what you're
some
hockey
type
saying.
is
of.
so much faster.
You get what I'm saying? And
I
they,
know what you're
and
saying.
then
They wear pads,
basketball, they're not wearing padding like that. Like only two sports you wear padding like that, and they expect collisions.
I mean,
let me guess.
the only thing I would say is probably, and I don't know if this is a certainty, but I suspect it is. Ice hockey sort of developed with this culture of, there is fighting in this sport. If certain things happen, there is going to be a fight. It may be against the rules, but it's going to happen. And that's
Yeah, it's
just
gonna go
carried
down.
forward from generation to generation, unlike in football where no, that's not a thing. In terms of the whole white versus black thing, I think that might be just a follow on from the fact of the matter being ice hockey is just a much more expensive sport to get into and play than football is. Let's be real. Ice
I
hockey,
agree.
you need ice.
You need
Ice is
ice. You
expensive.
need time on the ice. And believe it or not, I test most hockey youngins who want to play the game and girls. They have to be there at the rink at 3 o'clock in the morning to get ice time, bro.
And
That's what
ice
I'm saying.
time is not cheap.
I don't know nothing about the sport. I'm just looking at the thing as a, just as a person looking at society. Like, why is this allowed and this is
I
doesn't make
mean,
sense to me.
that's my explanation. And certainly, I actually remember there was a tweet from like a Utah Hockey Club supporters group who
Hmm.
basically tweeted their disgust with the fights that their team was getting into. And I'm thinking, this is ice hockey. Learn what you're signing up for, buddy. There are fights
Exactly.
here. There are fights. Occasionally, you go to a hockey game and an MMA brawl, and then it's an MMA event comes off.
That is
It's
true.
just how it is. There's respect involved and the lack thereof. There's, hits on players that should not be hit in certain ways. I don't know. There's a whole culture behind it. An entire culture that's gone back decades and even a century plus.
You're not getting no argument from me, Steve.
So, I mean, I'm just not a historian of the game, so I can't give you specifics or anything like that. By the way, NBA update: the Pacers are up 16, 6:45 to go in the fourth quarter. It looks like the Eastern Conference Finals are ending tonight, unless
And the
something
Knicks
turns
cut that
around
lead to
here.
nine. The Knicks cut that lead to 9 too, just a minute ago. But back to what we were saying. To tell you the truth, when I look at football, that's a gladiator sport. When I look at hockey, that's a gladiator sport. The other sports, if you want to put European soccer in there, yeah, okay, because the fandom, the history of it. I'm sorry, NBA used to be a gladiator sport in the 80s and the 90s. It's gone now. They're all soft play.
Well, the NBA wanted to change its image. The NBA front offices wanted to change the image, and rightly so. The '80s was just it was ugly, 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 ugly stuff.
Yet you got your greatest, it's two of the four of the greatest stars of all time in that
I
decade.
mean, yeah, you had the Celtics and Lakers matchups in the mid '80s, but then at the end of the decade, things just got nasty. The
Yeah,
Pistons
Detroit.
were running over everyone. Bill Laimbeer had no business being on a basketball court. He was there to just punch someone in the face.
Yeah,
Let's be real.
yeah, that's the way the game was played, and it was a beautiful game.
It was not beautiful. It was ugly.
It-
Yes, there was a certain beauty in the ugliness, but it was ugly. Like there's a certain beauty in violence, yes, but it's still violent, which is ugly. It's
so
like that
what's the
scene from
thing?
Fight Club where the guy beats the other guy's face in, and then he gets asked, "Why'd you do that?" And the guy's just in a trance says, "I wanted to destroy something beautiful."
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, oh yeah, the Knicks are going home.
What's the score now?
108-92. That's a deep three, and that is short. Let's try it
How many?
again. That
How
bounces
many?
in out. back
How
in.
much time is left?
5:38 and counting. It's 14 points now.
Well, it's still time.
There's still time, but the momentum has got to change in this game for anything to happen.
Test is on mute. Man, this is some great discussion tonight with you guys, man.
I'm not sure if I'm on board with that Mahomes take. I really am.
What about Mahomes?
Mahomes is trash, man. Fuck out of here.
Oh yeah, you gotta understand why he hates Mahomes.
No, I don't hate Mahomes, but I'm telling you, like, even if, all right, Mace, you know, I'm a 49er fan, Dolphin fan, right?
Okay.
But I know this person probably doesn't know me, right? But I'm a purist. Like I'm a football purist. I'll tell you if someone's good and if someone's not. And I'll tell you their flaws and what I think. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I just like watching the game and I like analyzing and seeing who's really that good. I grew up on Bo Jackson, Jerry Rice, Jerry Sanders, Dan Marino, Joe Montana. So fool, I know what the fuck is good,
I
pure
know.
Deion Sanders quality. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So when I'm looking at these players now and the titles and the accolades they try to give them, okay, Myles Garrett, beast. Bosa, beast. Who else is a beast? TJ Watt, beast. But then they start telling me, and just because he's a cowgirl, it doesn't have anything to do with it. But they tell me Michael Parsons is a beast. And I'm looking at him and I'm like, he good, but he disappears in the big games
Yeah,
routinely, bro.
I hate to say it, but you're right. You know I'm a big
Come on.
fan.
And then when they tell me he's LT, bro, I was
He's
young. That's what I'm saying. When I was young, I didn't get a chance to appreciate LT. But from what I heard and the couple highlights bro, there's no fucking way. Michael Parsons is no way near LT. LT was a monster.
LT was fantasy football god.
Come on, fool. He was a monster, fool. And they telling me Michael Parsons is that. And I'm like, no. So when I start peeling the layers of who they like, and when I say they, I mean the consensus, the public, the media, who everyone says is that dude. And right now they tell me Pat Mahomes is Tom Brady. Now, I grew up hating Tom Brady. Again, I'm a Dolphin fan. But I could appreciate what Tom Brady brought because he would routinely rip my heart out in the last 2 minutes of every game. I wanted him to lose. And he would always find a way in those last 2 minutes or the last drive of the game to do some Tom Brady shit. So after a while, you got to say, man, you got to give it up to him. And then when he left and did it in Tampa Bay, you can't deny it. That's what I'm saying, fool. That's greatness. Not being propped up by the media and inheriting a stable situation, which Pat Mahomes did. He came to a team that was a playoff team. Kelsey was already there. Tyreek was already there. Reed was already there. You get what I'm saying? He sat for a year and watch Alex Smith. They didn't just throw him in there and say rookie win. No, sit for a year, watch how to be a pro, and then take over. All right. He has Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelsey and Andy Reid. They win one. They get rid of Tyreek. He still always, his entire career has had 2 security blankets. Andy Reid, no, 3. Chris Jones, Andy Reid, and fucking Travis Kelsey. You telling me he's great? Hold on. You telling me he's great? I watched Tom Brady routinely go through motherfuckers, running backs, receivers. Only thing he had that was with him for a long period was Gronk. That was it.
Yeah.
But running backs, receivers, they were all interchangeable, bro. Defense, it didn't matter. Tom Brady was gonna win.
He did have Edelman, of course, and
he made them motherfuckers because Edelman didn't he come to Miami? No, that was Amendola.
That was Amendola.
No, Amendola didn't play for us. He was thinking of Welker.
No, Amendola didn't play for us. You're thinking of Welker.
That was Amendola.
No, Amendola didn't play for us. You're thinking of Welker.
No, Amendola did come to Miami, fool.
Oh,
Yeah, he
really? I didn't
did.
know that.
Yeah, he came for like a year, then he left. But Amendola came to Miami. Walker was in Miami before he went to New England. So my point is, that's greatness to me when it doesn't matter what's around you. The only thing that made Jordan great to me, he had Pippen with him the entire run. People always like downplay that. But then when I look at Kobe, he went with 3 with Shaq. Then he won 2 with Paul Gasol, fool, and a bunch of nobodies.
I guess
Maybe Lamar Odom is somebody. But other than that, that's what Kobe won with. He won with Paul Gasol, back to back, mind you,
he should
in
have
a
been
tougher
here.
era.
One of my best shows I ever had ever up here was the night when they was talking about who was the GOAT. And the second I talked about Kobe Bryant, all of a sudden Lauro, all these dudes that you know that pulled up here, they were all on Kobe's corner, bro. And Third Ward and the LeBron fans were furious, man.
Kobe was a stone cold killer.
Damn right.
Just
Bro, Mace, you. I don't know if your memory bad. Everybody was talking about how Jordan was the GOAT. I was the one who said, yo, how y'all saying Jordan and Kobe did this, this, and this? And that's what made the whole fucking chat go crazy. Because
Yeah, you
everyone
was.
kept
I
saying
remember
Jordan.
that. It was you, yeah.
I was like, yo, ain't no fucking way. Because when I break down both of their careers, and this is my point about I don't buy into the narratives. I look at everything. I look at the entire picture. Don't tell me a little part of it and tell me this guy's great. No, tell me the whole thing. Look at Jordan. Jordan won 3 straight, right? And then retired after his old boy died. His dad died, right? He retired for how many years? 3?
One and
about
a half,
year.
essentially.
Yeah, a year and a half.
1.5. How did he retire 1.5 if the Rockets won 2 championships in that span?
Because he
Because the
came
second-
back.
Yeah, go ahead, Steve.
He came back. He left for a full. He was out for a full season when he was playing baseball. Then
1990.
the MLB strike hit, and
Oh,
that's
yeah,
when
yeah.
he came back to basketball mid-season for the Bulls, wearing the 4-5.
Okay, I
If you
remember
ever
that.
seen Jordan wearing 4-5 on the Bulls, that was the
Comeback
season he
season, but
came
it was like
back from
mini training
retirement.
camp for
They
Okay.
made the playoffs, but they didn't make the finals that
They
year,
lost to
and then the
Orlando.
Yeah,
second
I
one
remember.
Houston won.
Orlando, Anthony Hardaway. Okay, I know the history. I just was off by the years, but I know the history. Trust me, I know the history. So he retires. You know what I'm saying? He retires, whatever. He goes play baseball. Meanwhile, the Rockets are bullying the league. They kicking everybody ass, right? Olajuwon is the fucking man. So now Jordan returns. He wins his next 3. Now, when I look at Jordan entirety of his career, right, it's based off he was 6-0 in the championships, 11 odds, right?
Yeah.
And then when I look at his opponents, think about this, fool. You got to give me the whole story. When I look at his opponents, he beat an old Lakers team. They were on their way out. He was the new young gun, right? They were on their way out after he went through all that bullshit with the Pistons. They never bring up him getting his ass kicked by the Pistons.
And
right?
the Celtics.
You feel me? They never bring that shit up. They always start with when he started winning his championships. No, he was getting his ass whooped before
He
that.
got
right?
his ass whooped through the 80s.
So now you go and you beat an old Lakers team, right? That's your first one. Then you beat Clyde Drexler. Fuck out of here. Then you beat Charles Barkley.
Hey,
Okay, that's that.
I will
Hold
not have
on.
any Charles Barkley shade in this chat.
Okay, all right. I understand you will not have any shade, but think about it. If you're gonna go through the best, these are the top 3 motherfuckers you went through to be crowned the GOAT. I'm talking about the beginning.
Hold on.
Hold on, let me. I hate when I start doing this and people start
Right.
stopping me, fool. All right, so now these are the 3 he went through, right? to get his
Yeah.
first 3. Then he retires. So
Yeah.
I said all that to say this. Who was supposed to be who was picked before Jordan? Let's start with that.
Number
Hakeem.
one in
Akeem,
that draft
okay.
was,
Thank you. Akeem Olajuwon, right?
I was
Okay.
about to say
So
that.
now, okay. So now, when you're the best, right? You're supposed to go through the best. Why? You're at the top of your fucking game. Akeem and his team, he finally gets a team around him to compete with you. That's when you retire. Cause bro, if he would have went through Akeem, that's when I would have respected the whole fucking movement. But the fact that when Akeem was finally at the height of his powers and he had a team to back him up, that's when this motherfucker conveniently retired. People never bring that up. And for me, that shit is, bro, he never even talked about it in his documentary. Bro, you talking about The Last Dance, you're supposed to bring up everything. He never even brought up Akeem and them boys. Come on, fool. Like, when I look at shit like that, I'm like, damn. So then, look at his next 3. He got 2 against the Jazz. And who else? I forget who he got the 6 with. Who he beat? The Sonics.
Yeah.
The fuck is Sonics, bro?
The Jazz.
Bro, he beat the Jazz, and the Sonics. Those are his champ. He beat Sean Kemp and Gary Payton, and Karl Malone and fucking Stockton twice. Those are the claim to fame to this man. In the entire time, he had Phil Jackson and Pat and fucking Scottie Pippen, right? So now, when I talk about Kobe wasn't giving shit, nigga. They gave Shaq the team. Think about it. They gave Shaq the team. They traded for Shaq. They said, this is your team. Kobe was, God, he had to work his way up the ranks to get where he got. Then finally, when they broke through, right, those first 3 championships, everyone said those were Shaq championships.
They sure did.
Come on, bro. Am I lying?
You're not lying.
By the way, just to whoa, there's no what?
Lakers.
It's like the deepest 3 I've ever seen. It's 125 to 105. Pacers leading with less than a minute to go.
Yes, I was about to say that.
Oh my God.
It's going to be a great NBA final. I'll be on the Thursday. Go ahead, Tess. I'll talk about that later. Go ahead, Tess.
I just want to say, first of all, the brown mound of rebound was a hero to my people. Second of all, a lot of the names you named, they are among the best NBA players that have ever played. Karl Malone's up
I
there.
was about to say that. Put some respect on some of these guys' names, man.
Karl Malone, Peyton's up. Peyton's good.
Only man to hold Jordan under 30 in the NBA Finals.
John Stockton was a problem for years for a lot of teams.
You ain't lying, bro. I mean, I love Tess, but put some respect to Barkley's name, Drexler's name,
and let's
Karl
not
Malone
forget
and John Stockton, 2 of the very best ever to touch a basketball. Jeff Hornacek.
I was about to say, let's not forget the Eastern Conference Finals that those Bulls teams had to go through, having to go through the Knicks with Patrick Ewing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Indiana
like
with
that.
Reggie Miller and their prime. They're the only team to take the Bulls to 7 games.
I think Reggie was maybe a little before his prime at that point.
Hey,
maybe.
Let me tell you, Indiana was good, man. Indiana. There's a reason why, and I said this before this series started. This is one of the greatest rivalries in my lifetime. I'm not kidding. Knicks Pacers. I'm not joking about that.
Choke.
This is the 9th time these 2 teams met. 6 of the times to go to the finals. That's what I'm talking about. That's right.
I love. The thing I love about the whole, the whole thing with Reggie Miller and the Knicks choke expression is what came immediately after that. Choke, And then I think he basically gave Spike Lee the a symbol, a universal symbol of "suck on this," which the TV didn't show.
And like the Pacers are celebrating, they won the Eastern Conference. Didn't have. And let me say about the Pacers, folks. They haven't broken a sweat yet. That's the scary thing.
OKC is going to have a lot to deal with.
And
Then
you're
again,
not
it could
lying.
go the
You're
other way
on
too.
the same wavelength.
This Pacers team is a fucking problem. Then again, so is OKC.
I think it's a 7-gamer. And believe it or not, if you're OKC, you better play some defense because if you don't, Indiana will run them off the court. I saw them do it twice last year to OKC. I like both teams. I'm happy this is the finals. I'm looking forward to doing this finals up here.
Just sad that the Celtics didn't make it. God damn it.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the Celtics. You can't blow
Well,
20
we
points.
were up by so many points in the first 2 games and lost both of those. We fought back a bit, but then,
Tatum, he shouldn't have been in the game down 12 with less than 3 minutes to go. He should have took all his starters out. He didn't do it. Tess is back. Hi, Tess. Did you hear what I just said a minute ago?
Yeah, I've been listening to y'all. I just ain't want to interrupt.
Well, let me say this again for you. I understand your love for Akeem Olajuwon. I'm with you. I can't
Oh
stand
my
Jordan.
God, I don't like that. It's not my love. Where in what I was saying? Because I ain't even finished. But where in what I was saying was based on emotion, or are these not factual timeline events? There's nothing about feelings in this. Everything I'm telling you is what happened.
Facts, yeah. But
Okay, so what the fuck are you talking about
defended,
love? I'm telling you what happened and how it doesn't get looked at in the proper context, bro. That's all I'm doing. I'm
Tess,
telling you what the media refuses to
yeah,
tell you,
you're right.
motherfuckers.
Everything you said is right. But you have defended and had heated arguments with people in the past about Akeem Olajuwon.
No, okay. I didn't have heated arguments. People told me that, oh, Jordan didn't retire because of Akeem. And in my head, I'm looking at it like this.
You're
What
right.
keeps this guy what keeps this guy as the GOAT in everybody's opinion? His unblemished finals record. And the only threat I saw to that was Hakeem and them boys. And he could have went up head to head against them boys and seen what happened, because this guy was drafted ahead of you. Wouldn't you want to see if you were the best? Not tell me you're the best because you beat an old Magic Johnson and I get round mound and all that shit. But come on, bro. He is not Hakeem Olajuwon, bro. Hakeem
a
against
Magic
fucking Charles Barkley. Fuck out of here.
a Magic Johnson that's let's remember, even though, the way he had to leave the NBA was a tragedy, he was
Mhm.
probably a couple years from retirement anyway.
I get it.
So
You're making my point. My point is he wasn't a prime Magic Johnson that
no, and it
he
wasn't.
defeated.
And by the time
That's
the
my
'90s rolled
point.
around, it's not a prime Larry Bird anymore
It
either.
wasn't a prime anything. For the only prime opponent I seen
Maybe
was Olajuwon, and he ducked him. You don't get to be the GOAT by ducking the one person that could have looked you eye to eye and said, "You're at your top. I'm at my top. You got a team. I got a team. Let's see what's up."
let me
You
say
left, and guess what? They won back-to-back championships. Come
let me
on,
say
fool. That would
this.
have been the opponent to challenge this man, and this man left, and people just says, whatever. What?
I have heard things about why Jordan left the NBA when he did the first time. I've never heard it was because he was afraid of Olajuwon. There's
You
always the
never.
rumors that it was a secret deal with the NBA because of his gambling debts or
They
his gambling issues, that he would duck out of the league for a bit for the heat to die down. There's also been rumors that the mob was involved with his father's murder and that him leaving the league was
All
that for
facts,
that
by
to
the
cool
way,
down.
Steve.
I've
All
never heard
facts.
because he was ducking Elijah.
Okay, I don't know how old you are. I don't know if you believe in magic, but if those threats were there, what made them disappear a year and a half later?
People forget things.
How the fuck you forget that and you still remember it right now?
Who
If I'm a
knows? I
mob,
don't know.
man,
There've been,
bro, that's what I'm saying. You're
but you know
grasping
these
for
rumors
stars.
exist. You've heard
You're
them.
giving. I know they exist, but when I look at them as a factual, like when I look at them and in the realm of possibility, if they were that, if something made me retire at the height of my career when I have the world in the palm of my hand, because that's what, dog. The news, Tom wasn't because I watched the documentary. Wasn't Tom Brokaw, bro? Every fucking news media was at his retirement.
I can't
This man
explain
stopped.
it.
This man, listen, hold on. This man stopped the world. If something made you do that, what? How did that threat just dissipate a year and a half later and everything's all good? I can go back to playing basketball.
I don't.
No, fool. It okay. So in my head, it doesn't make sense. The only thing that makes sense to me is I saw an opponent on the horizon and I didn't want to deal with him and possibly blemish my undefeated record. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. Because if you are so distraught about your father dying and the mob has something to do with it, you retire, you stay retired. You don't come back a year and a half later when, because by that time the Rockets weren't the Rockets anymore. You feel me? He
I
came back right when they were on their little not hiatus, but when their little dynasty was dying down. But at the height of their dynasty, that's when he conveniently ducked out. Then he came back when they conveniently started going down, and Orlando was ripe for the pickings, bro.
I have
Man,
no
it'll never
concern
make sense
with
to
that either.
nobody, but fuck it, I don't care.
I don't know. I just want to remind you that these rumors have existed. They've existed
They
for years.
could,
Then again, it
I
feels
don't
like everything in the NBA is shady,
The
according to
league is fake. Cut it
someone.
out.
And
Don't try
every
monkey.
draft has been rigged. Every draft
listen, man.
lottery's been rigged.
I just know I don't care about the draft being rigged. I don't even watch the draft. All I know is that this man took a hiatus and then came back, beat up on another lesser tier opponents because Stockton and Malone weren't all that, and neither were Gary Payton and Sean Kemp. The only viable threat to me was Hakeem Olajuwon and all the motherfuckers that they had around him. That would have been a challenge to the Bulls.
And then he
And
comes
that
back and
it never happened, bruh. And then he comes back when they gone and beats up on these guys, and everybody's ha 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 laughing at his documentaries. And if you're not his friend, you're Isaiah. What I'm saying, Isaiah Thomas. Fuck you. You don't
oh,
get to come to the dream team. You get what I'm saying? Like Jordan ruled with an unspeakable to me fear, and if you're in the realm in his clique, you get to have a TNT show with Charles Barkley. You know what I'm saying? Like Charles Barkley is in the media because of Jordan. Fuck out of here. Who wants Charles Barkley slow ass talking on TV? Fool, get the fuck out of
apparently
here.
everyone loves
That's
him.
my point, fool, because he kept it
Cancel
real with
culture.
Jordan. But Isaiah Thomas, no, fool, he always has to defend himself against Jordan.
Oh,
If you
It's
go
only
against the
fair.
grain, if you go against the grain, if you're not kissing Jordan's feet, nigga, you're on the outskirts. You're on your own, motherfucker. You feel
Yeah.
me? And the media. Think about it, bro. Any top media motherfucker ever question Jordan? I'm talking about any motherfucker that's at the top of their game. They will never question Michael Jordan being the GOAT because that shit, it's like the cowgirls. That shit sells ratings. It makes ratings. It keeps the fucking lights on in the business. But the real motherfuckers, okay, back to my point. Now, when you look at Kobe's shit, the motherfucker won with 3 with Shaq, then won 2 back to back without Shaq. Shaq tried to piggyback off of Dwayne Wade and win one. This motherfucker went back to back with Lamar Odom and Paul Gasol against a stacked NBA. The NBA was more athletic in Kobe's time than it ever was in Jordan's time.
And
So when I'm looking,
let's not forget the Spurs teams that they had to face in the Western Conference at
come
that time
on,
too.
fool. He was going through the Western. He was going through Duncan. in Ginobili year after year, fool. So don't tell me about Michael Jordan and his claim to fame because this motherfucker had cakewalks. What, the Heat, the fucking Knicks. Every now and then the Knicks gave him a fight. And who the fuck? Only person. That's why I fuck with Reggie Miller. That was my favorite player growing up before Kobe.
All right.
Reggie fucking Miller. Because
All right.
Reggie Miller was the only player that never backed down to Jordan. The only one. And to
All to
me,
Ewing and the Knicks.
huh?
All to Ewing and the bully Knicks. He stood up to them
Yeah,
too.
bro. He was the fucking maniac fool. The motherfucker went through the Knicks. Then he almost went through the Bulls, bro. That team that took him to that game 7 fool, they should have won that shit. But hey, whatever. But to me, that was the only motherfucker I respected out of all them bitches. I'm talking about the Knicks, the Utah Jazz. In that era, that was the only fearless motherfucker to go toe to toe with Jordan and not back down. Everybody else, it'll be a certain point. You'll be watching the finals and you'll be like, oh, they broke. It's the Jordan effect, bro. Like he's gonna get all the calls. He's gonna get, you know what I'm saying? Like that shit was gay as fuck, man.
All right. I'm going to call it a night at this point, but Tess, you need to get a Twitter account and just start posting all these hot takes and defending them. You would get so many followers so quick, I reckon. All right,
This guy.
guys. Pacers
All right.
versus Thunder for the finals. We'll see what happens.
All right.
I'll be doing that finals, by the way, and I'm very honored to do it because finally we got a legit NBA finals.
Hey, what's crazy, man? Like
Mhm.
right before I got on here, right, I got an email. I'm gonna be at game 2 and game 3 for the hockey shit. You know how much I hate hockey,
Oh, so
but
you're gonna be in Miami for. I mean, you're gonna be in which
yeah,
this Miami calls
I
it Jupiter for games 3 and 4.
I gotta do the fucking audio and the camera work for that shit, man. They called me earlier, so that's crazy. My first hockey game is gonna be
Stanley Cup
the
Finals.
Stanley Cup Finals.
And you know your
So,
boy is gonna be there. Your boy Wayne Gretzky's gonna be there.
oh
Hey,
yeah.
hey, Steve, this man I'm talking to right now has met some of the biggest stars right now, and he don't even care. He interviewed Taylor Rooks for 10 minutes, bro. God, I
Nah,
wish I had that shit, bro.
and that's what I'm saying. For like, I don't just be talking. For like, a lot of people get on here, they talk. I actually got shit to back me up. And what's crazy? I A lot of people oh yeah, I've done this. I don't care for like I'm really trying to like build something, man. And you heard him. You feel me? He was like, yo, I could get a Twitter. Right, I got 4 YouTube channels, a TikTok, Twitter, but I'm not a personality for me to be on camera. See, Mace does this shit. Mace fuck with y'all. Mace love y'all niggas. I say fuck y'all niggas because you feel me? Like y'all niggas don't support like that, man. Mace be up here night after night giving y'all good shit, man. He don't even get that many views that he's supposed to get. So to me, I don't got the time, my nigga. Like I'm gonna give y'all jewels, y'all gonna run with it, and I ain't gonna get my views. That's gonna make me mad, dog. But I got channels, and I don't wanna I don't know. I don't want to make it a priority. For, I don't know why. Because one, I don't like the attention. Like Mace famous. I don't like being famous. Everywhere Mace go, they know where he at, dog. So I don't know. I don't like that.
What do you mean?
Nah, bro. Like when you go to different channels, they know you. You know what I'm
I
saying?
don't
I like.
believe it or not. I really don't. I go to Moss.
No, no. What I mean is, you have a name in these streets. You feel me? Like you got 1,000 subscribers, so you got a name. That means okay. Here's my point. If you do a video or say something, it's gonna mean more to more people because more people say, "All right, I fuck with this content. I subscribe to this guy. So I'm gonna take heed to what he say. So you have to be careful about what you say, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't give a fuck. I like that. I like not giving a fuck and saying what I want because I'm gonna say what's unpopular and what you probably feel in your soul or probably didn't even think to dig and find out was there. I do the digging for you, bro. Like when I do these Jordan topics, bro, I've I've scoured. You feel me? I've scoured the internet. I've scoured articles, and for me, if somebody cannot bring up these points, it's like you ever knew something happened and they just scrubbed it from history.
Yes.
It's like that's fucked up, man. Like people need to know about this, but why are you not saying? It makes you start thinking like it's something else. Like why is this man shoes so popular? Why do they consider this man the GOAT? Why is this man like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why certain things around this man, like his shoes from prisons? So when I look at people and certain things, it made me think about them and it made me think about the story around them. And for me, that always stuck out to me why he's considered a GOAT. And there's that little asterisk in his career. Like I could look through everybody's career. They didn't sit down when the big opponent was there. Mike Tyson got knocked out. You get what I'm saying? Like everybody falls. He didn't even try to beat the guy that probably would have took him down. He just said, "Nah, I'll take it. I'll take a year off." And again, like I asked this guy, like I was like, if that threat existed with the mob and all this bullshit, it still existed a year later, bro. It didn't just go away, my nigga. Like,
Yo, I'm gonna be real
yeah,
with you.
go ahead.
No, no,
I
no, no,
know it
no.
don't make sense.
You
It
know
don't
I
make
can't
sense to
stand
people.
Jordan. You know I can't stand Jordan. Okay, you should know that about me by now. I cannot stand that bald-headed son of a bitch. I've never, ever worn any of his apparel, his piece of shit shoes. Okay, I'm just gonna say this. I believe when it comes to that time, I said this 4 years ago, and I'm gonna keep saying it to the cows come home. Between 1991 to 1996, or 1992, let me give 92. The best player in the NBA was Akeem Olajuwon,
Hmm.
and I've always said that. He was robbed from the MVP in '93. They gave it to Barkley. It should have been him. He was robbed in '92. I believe they gave it to Jordan that year. It was him. So it's like I always say. You're right. You brought up a point a few minutes ago. You're absolutely right. Don't you think the mob will want him dead right now after what happened with his father? And they did take out his father, by the way. That is accurate. They did take him out. They paid two Indian guys from the reservation, true story, and they iced his father on the road. So the things you say, I take it seriously. I'm not one of these who's gonna say, man, shut the hell up. Jordan was this and that. Jordan was full of shit. That's me. So if that's what you believe, brother, then salute to you, man. I'm not gonna sit up here and argue with you. I knew Olajuwon was the best player in the NBA during that 4 years. Why all of a sudden, when Houston put a squad together, he wasn't around to get his ass put? I agree with
That's crazy to me, bro. Like people think I hate Jordan, bro. I'm a student of history, and I pattern watch. I watch patterns. It's just how my brain is wired. For I notice things that other people don't notice. And for me, when I watch his career, I watched the level of opponents that he beat. And I went through the list. I was like, okay, old Lakers, Charles Barkley, fucking Clyde Drexler. All right, they're good, but they're not great. You know what I'm saying? Like you know how in every, let's say, anything, bro, like you looking for the top motherfuckers to fight the top motherfuckers. That's how it's supposed to be, right? To be the king of the mountain. In every sport, you're gonna have a Tom Brady, and then eventually there's gonna be a Pat Mahomes who comes up. And I'm just using this as an example. Not that I think Pat Mahomes is great, but there's always a guy on the come up, just like in a movie reference. There's a Rocky, then you got a Clever Lane coming, a Mr. T. You get what I'm saying? That hungry motherfucker that's coming for your spot. And then eventually those two motherfuckers got to meet up and see who's really the king of the mountain. That's the world, fool. That's how sports is geared. That's why it's one Super Bowl champion, one NBA champion. You know what I'm saying? You have to beat all the motherfuckers to get at the top. And then when you're at the top to defend your championship, you got to beat up all the newcomers, all the motherfuckers trying to get up that mountain to come get you. So now, I always looked at the matchups. Jordan against Magic. Okay, Magic was old. All right, he got him. Jordan against Clyde Drexler. Clyde Drexler, he's good, but come on, bro. And then he didn't have a Scottie Pippen behind him. All right, got that one. Jordan against, yeah. Then you got Jordan against Clyde Drexler. I mean,
Barkley.
Charles Barkley. Well, you got Kevin Johnson, a couple other more, Dan Marley. Come on, man.
Richard Dumas.
Then you take a fucking hiatus when you see, come on, bro. You see Elijah Wan. You see the stats. You hear the fucking rumblings within the NBA walls. Elijah Wan coming for Jordan ass, bro. Come on, bro. Listen, this is real life. When you're in that realm, especially in sports, people talk, fool. Like when I was playing sports, we knew who the top motherfuckers was at every team.
Yeah.
See, you heard of them. You feel
Yeah.
me? Like you, even before you played them, like you would watch games or you would see their stats. Like when the papers came out, if you was a top player, you would read your stats, and then you would see if you were at the top. If you weren't at the top, you were looking at, now who the fuck is these motherfuckers? You know what I'm saying? Like you looking at the name, Tavares King. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, who the fuck is this nigga? Oh, you play for him? You know what I'm saying? So now it becomes a weekly thing. And bro, I'm telling you, this is how you are if you're a top athlete, my nigga. That's how I was. I read everything. I watched everything. You know what I'm saying? So don't fucking tell me Jordan didn't know Elijah Wan was on his heels
I never
after he
said that.
beat. No, I'm just saying
I know.
for the
I know
for
what
the
you're saying.
fan out there who's like, oh, he didn't know Elijah Wan was coming. Oh yeah, he fucking did it, and
And how
everyone did. When you know, trust me, everyone knows. Everyone's looking. Everyone's like, damn, Jordan balling, but
that's
nigga, Elijah Wan coming.
that's the problem, Tess. Even I have to admit this. It kills me to say this shit. What I'm about to tell you. The Bulls was the closest thing to the '60s Celtics, bro. They owned the '90s, and here's the thing with the Bulls, and I can't stand them. You know this, but I'm just telling you facts. You downplay it. Every motherfucker he beat, except for Peyton and Kemp, the other five championships. Now I agree with the first one. The Lakers were old. They was on their last leg. They beat Portland and Drexler and Percy and Buck Williams in their prime. They beat Phoenix, which if you look at Phoenix closely, the best collection of players other than the Rockets in that time period. Okay. Then they went through Stockton and Malone and Jeff Hornacek twice. that wasn't easy. It wasn't like he played scrubs. He played what the West had to offer. Plus, he beat the Knicks and he beat Reggie. And me and you are big Reggie Miller fans. Um, he beat some great players, man. But this is the thing that you don't understand. You know how many fucking obstacles they put through the Bulls, man? Especially when they played the fucking Knicks. They were giving every call went against the fucking Bulls, bro. When they played the Knicks, Pippen was a fucking pussy because he was scared of getting beat up. That's a fact. Oh, I got a migraine headache. Full of shit, bro. But the point is, you're right. When Houston came together, he nowhere around. I do agree with you with that. And Houston would have went to the finals in '93, but they lost to the Sonics, one of the greatest game sevens. You gotta look that up on YouTube. It's on YouTube. Watch it.
I'm gonna look it up, bro. Just because you said that, because I
Oh,
didn't know nothing.
yeah, that final, that Western Conference semifinals was one of the best I've ever seen in my life. Every time it pops up on YouTube, I watch the game, believe it or not. That's how great that game seven was.
I'm gonna watch it tonight. Hey, let me kind of tell you for remember, I'm a football fan.
Yeah, I
So
know.
I was as a kid, bro, I was all into football. Like I knew every team, every player. Like I used to watch after every game
Hmm.
on Sundays, I'll watch Chris Berman because that'll give you prime time. So I would watch it, all the highlights. So I was deep into football. I would only watch basketball when football season was over and the playoffs start. And I'm still like that to this day. But to this day was when Kobe died, I stopped watching basketball altogether. Bro. Like since that period, I've kind of, every now and then I'll glance at the finals, who's in the finals. Then I saw Anthony Edwards the other day and I was like, okay, buddy tight. I might start watching a little bit. But other than that, I say all that to say this. So I didn't know about the Rockets and the Sonics. You know what I'm saying? So at that time, when I was watching the finals or watching basketball, I would just see Jordan in the finals and who he was playing. Then when I saw it was the Sonics,
Jazz.
the Sun, the Suns. I'm just talking about my history of watching, like when I really start, because I missed the Lakers. I really kind of missed the Blazers, Portland Trail Blazers. I was too young for that. I really started watching the Suns. Then I saw the Sonics. Then I saw the two Jazz. Right,
Hmm.
and every time I'll be like, I just wasn't impressed with his opponent as far as being the top level opponent at that time. Now, mind you, I didn't know like all these players. The only ones I remembered were the ones who were doing damage. That's why I mentioned Dan Marley, Kevin Johnson, Charles Barkley, because at that time, a person that doesn't watch basketball like that don't know who these players were. These were the only players I remember to this day that, yeah, I remember this player making some type of play. Then when I watched the Sonics, I remember Gary Payton and Sean Kemp. I remember another Nick, I think Chris Perkins,
Sam Perkins.
Sam Perkins, yeah, him. You feel me? When you start naming me the other auxiliary players, I'm like, who the fuck is that nigga? I don't remember him. You get that's my point for people like me. We remember the impact plays. So now, when you remember, people who are in the games, they know all about it. When you first introduce a game or certain players to someone who doesn't know the game or whatever, all they're looking for is who looks different, who looks better than everyone else. And these are the players I remember. So when I'm looking at Jordan's opponents at that time, and I'm like, none of these players are like scary that he's going through. And then he retired. Then I saw Elijah, and I was like, yo, this motherfucker crazy. Like the Elijah the Dream Shake and all that bullshit they were doing with him. What's the ugly motherfucker? Um, Van Exel. That nigga was ugly. He looked like an alien, straight up. But
I know.
Van Exel. Who else? Robert Ory, Mario Ellie. I remember all these players. You know why? Because them motherfuckers was doing damage, bruh. They were doing damage, dog. And I was like, yo, where Jordan bitch ass at? I remember this even as a kid. I was like, yo, where Jordan at to come get this? He was nowhere to be found. And bro, right on cue, as soon as their dynasty took a hit, fool, the man came back when he saw, because remember, who was dominating the NBA at that time when Elijah and them boys kind of started taking a back seat?
Well, Orlando had it together a little bit.
Orlando, that's my point. And he saw the weakness. Even though he lost to them, he saw the vulnerability in that team. He saw the youth, you know what I'm saying? They
Yeah,
didn't know how to win championships, bro. They were basically him when he was trying to get over the hump with the Pistons. So he knew he could dismantle them, but he knew he couldn't dismantle a seasoned veteran like Elijah Wan. So he came at the right time, fool.
he sure did.
Man, that shit. Come on, man. That shit is calculated, fool. Cause bro, I'm not a psychologist, but I do study patterns, fool. And when I look at what, like, even his last dance, I was watching his last dance just for that point. I said, let me see if he really go in it. Cause bro, like I say, I scoured the internet. I've never seen someone go in depth about how Michael Jordan and Hakeem Olajuwon never met up in a championship. Like that should have been everyone's dream scenario, and no one really brings it up like that.
You know,
Why?
you know what they wanted, and it didn't happen. They wanted your boy, God bless his soul, against LeBron. That's what they really wanted. Didn't happen.
No, I get it, but that could have been done if fucking LeBron would have, because there was a year. Remember the year the Lakers went up against the Celtics? That was supposed to be the Lakers in Cleveland, because remember they did a commercial together, LeBron and Kobe.
Yeah, you right. But back
And
to
they were
what
even,
you're saying,
but go
Olajuwon
ahead.
versus Jordan, that would have been some shit, wouldn't it been?
Come on, fool. And people just brush it aside like nobody ever like thought about it. Like, why didn't that ever happen? Come on, as basketball purists, y'all gotta say, why didn't that matchup ever happen? Like that doesn't cross your mind.
It
And then
crossed
when
my,
you
I tell you that.
it you said it has or it never.
It has.
Okay,
Yeah.
and when you think about it, what are your reasonings for it not happening? Exactly, fool. You pause and you be like, damn, why didn't that ever happen? That
You're
would have
right.
been some shit.
I can't deny it.
Come
You're right.
on. That's calculated to me, fool. That's not just something that happened. That's fucking somebody who sat down and was like, man, I want to be the best. I'm telling you, bro, I want to be the best. I'm young. Let me sit down, get some. Cause remember, oh, okay, another point about what I be saying. Uh, when people be trying to tell me, nigga, why would he retire for a year and come back? Nigga, when you an athlete, and I don't know about who be watching you or whatever, but dog, I'm telling you, when you're an athlete and you're at the top of your game and you're not injured and you could take a year off and just let your body heal and rest, you feel me? But
Yep.
you're staying active by playing baseball on soft grass. You're not running up a hardwood floor with everyone else. Because that shit takes a toll on your knees, right?
Yep.
So when you take that year off, nigga, your body is rejuvenated, nigga. While Elijah one of them boys got another year on their body. He was expecting to come in fresh and take on Elijah Wan with another year on their body, but just so happened for him, them boys fell apart. I still don't know how Elijah Wan and them boys fell apart because, like I said, if you can give me the history, how did they dynasty end? Because I didn't watch it like that.
Who, Houston?
And yeah, and it'll make sense to me more why this man came back when he did.
I'm gonna tell
It
you
should
why.
make sense to you if you know the history.
I know
It
this.
should a light bulb should go off in your head right now.
Let me do Houston first.
Go ahead.
For 2 years they won the West, and they won the NBA
No,
title.
no, no. Tell me from when Jordan retired, what was going on in the NBA? Jordan wins, he retires, then what's going on in the NBA?
Uh,
This will make a lot of sense for
it
me
was
because I'm just going off of just looking at it from a broad sense. But you could tell me the details. Now it really makes sense for me.
Let me start with me first.
Go ahead.
September of '93, I picked the Indiana. I bet money on the Indiana Pacers to win the NBA title. Everybody laughed at me. Unfortunately, the NBA wanted the Knicks to win so bad. That's why I told you Jordan had to go for a lot of obstacles, man. They wanted the Knicks to win so bad back in the early '90s, bro, that um they was giving the championship to the Knicks once Jordan left. But your boy beat the shit out of Ewing. John Starks in Game 7, Mr. I'm the Great John Starks, went 2 for 19, that piece of shit. And Houston rose to the number one thing about Houston. Back to back years, the Suns had them down 3-1, and they came back to beat the Suns to win, and they went through Utah to win the West. Let me do Houston real quick. They could never beat Sean Kemp and Gary Payton. And those 2 years that they won championship, Gary Payton, Sean Kemp, that team was dysfunctional. They was the first team ever to lose to an eighth seed. They lost to Mutombo and the Nuggets. God bless Mutombo. So then the next year, my favorite Laker team of all time with Van Exel, Eddie Jones, Eldon Campbell, Divac, and Sabalos beat Seattle in 5 games, bro. And Seattle was knocked out early, and that's why. And this is me saying this. I'm telling you the truth. I'm not lying to you, man. Houston won the title in '96. Who dethroned them? Seattle. I feel so disappointed and embarrassed because you were so positive on the Knicks from the beginning of the season. Well, let me tell you this: this next year, Knicks need a bench. They don't need a superstar. They need some good role players, and you'll be right back here next year. I promise you, man. I promise you. You hear me, Big Cass? I promise you, brother. You're gonna be all right, man. Just take the summer off. You're here in New York with me, bro. Relax. It's gonna be okay. It's next season, my brother. It's all right. I lost a lot of money tonight. I didn't want to talk about that, but I did. And I appreciate you thanking me for believing in the Knicks. Yes, I did. I picked them last August, and I lost about $7,000. I wait till
Fuck.
I-Test comes back. We'll finish with the Rockets.
No, I'm here. Fuck the Knicks, man.
This guy loves his Knicks, bro. As a matter of fact, this guy's good people, bro. He loves the Giants, even though they're 3-14.
Reggie. Yeah.
Let me say this. Back to what we was talking about, but I'm gonna bring in the Knicks for a second. First, with Elijah won, they couldn't beat Seattle, bro. And then when they went back to back, who did they play to win the West? Seattle. Seattle blew them out. I think reason why they couldn't beat Seattle, Peyton. Peyton locked down whoever. He even guarded Elijah one. No joke. Peyton did. Glove, one of the greatest defensive players I've ever seen. Give Glove a lot of love, man. Yeah, bro. Relax, man. It's gonna be all right, Big Cass. The Knicks are young. It's okay, man. It's all right, bro. It's all right. It's next year, bro.
No, it's over, man. The Knicks suck, man. Reggie. What
Knicks
is
are
not
young.
going on with that little nigga, man? That little nigga, what's his name?
It's a hell of a
Yeah,
player, man.
I nigga trash, man.
I don't know. Brunson's a hell of a basketball. We all saw Brunson 3 years ago. I just beat Utah by himself with no Doncic, bro. Doncic was out in the first round of that year, and he carried that team, bro. He's a good little player, man. I love his father from college basketball days.
Yeah, but he ain't gonna win no championship, dog.
I think the Knicks are close, man. And I'm
They
not a Knicks.
close, but they never gonna win, dog.
They need a
Here
bench.
he here my, that's my point. People telling me him, oh, he needs help.
No, not him. The whole team. Oh, you're
No,
laughing
him.
at the Giants?
I'm talking about him, dog, because all right, every player need help, right? But they tell me he's the Peyton Manning of the shit, and I'm telling you, no, he's not. He's a good piece, but he's not the D Wade of that shit. D Wade was D Wade. I'm talking about basketball D Wade. And LeBron came and added to it. But D Wade was already a made man. Brunson will never be a made man. He can never win a championship as the centerpiece. Because remember, when Shaq came, Shaq added to D Wade. But D Wade won that championship. Brunson will never win the championship. He needs somebody else to be the main guy while he needs a LeBron to win it while he be um what's the motherfucker?
Giannis?
Nick. No, you remember when LeBron came back to Cleveland and the little nigga
Kyrie.
he ripped Kyrie, yeah. Kyrie good, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kyrie do some damage, but he'll never win a championship as the guy. He needs a LeBron to deflect while he's in the background really doing damage. Because without LeBron being there, because Kyrie to me really won that championship. But if
Of
the
course.
defense had to solely focus on him and LeBron wasn't in the picture, they would have never won. That's my point. That's the type of player Brunson is. He's skilled, but he needs another motherfucker to take that pressure off him so he could just be the Robin and really do the damage.
Carl
But,
Anthony Towns. He had a good series. Carl Anthony
but
Towns.
I don't know nothing about that shit, but I just know game, my nigga. And when I look at his game, I don't see a motherfucker that's gonna be the focal point of a championship. He needs to be the
A role player.
if not even a role player. If there's a 1A, he needs to be the 1B. Because that's how I kind of looked at Kyrie and LeBron. Like LeBron was 1A, Kyrie was 1B, nigga. But
Interesting.
he cannot be 1A. If he's 1A, he's never gonna win.
You know, I said this earlier in the week, and I hope Big Task is listening. The difference between Tyrese Halliburton and and Jalen Brunson is Indiana's bench is so deep that when they take him out of the game and put in McConnell, who had a hell of a series, they don't miss a beat because he's more of the playmaker giving the other players their shots. The Knicks don't have that. The Knicks are the type of team that everybody got to get theirs. And sometimes that don't work. And you saw it in the series. When you got a group of guys who are very good players, like Anunoby, Big Cat, my boy, what's his face, Mikal Bridges, they want their shots. So Knicks got to get some deeper bench players. And like I just said, they want to go the star route. They can go that route. So he could be 1B. So you make a great point, I test. We're both right, but your right is more people agree with you than me. Know what I'm saying? So Knicks lose tonight, folks, by 20. Their season is over. Indiana, and I'll begin the preview of the NBA Finals on Tuesday night. And the
Who
thumbnails
did
coming out.
who eliminated Miami? Because I was at a bunch of them games. I don't even know who they played. It was
Uh,
Indiana.
in Miami. Uh,
They whooped Miami ass, bro. I don't even
Cleveland.
know who they. Oh yeah, yeah. Who beat Cleveland?
Indiana.
They whooped their ass, huh?
Yep. Indiana hasn't broken a sweat. That's what scares me if I'm Oklahoma City.
All
Indiana
right. Now
beat
tell me, go ahead.
Milwaukee, beat Cleveland in five. They toyed with Cleveland. And they just beat the Knicks. And two games they really didn't need.
Duh. I watched Cleveland, bro. I was watching Taylor Wood the whole time. I'm watching them play with Miami, and you telling me that team got they ass whooped by this team? So,
Yeah.
all right. Again, I don't watch basketball, so I don't even know. Like you telling me right now. So you saying um, Indiana's in the finals and Oklahoma City?
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna tell you. I'm telling you. I don't know shit. Only thing I'm gonna tell you is I saw a defensive play breakdown of Oklahoma City,
Yeah.
and bro, I just saw a bunch of Kevin Durant's running around. Is that what their team really is, bro? I was like, damn, it's just a bunch of long motherfuckers snatching the ball out the air, playing defense.
Yeah.
Damn, who's Halliburton? I don't even know who that is.
Halliburton is one of the better players in the NBA. He'll get his love now.
Is he white, black? It sounds like a white
No,
boy.
he's a black guy.
Oh, Halliburton.
McConnell's the white boy. He's a good player.
Who's McConnell?
He's
Who
the
the fuck is
backup
that?
point guard, but he's good.
For Indiana?
Yeah. Indiana's loaded, man. It's gonna be a great finals.
That's my point. For I might watch this because that defensive play I saw. So I'm watching just these tall, lanky
You're talking about
guys.
Holmgren. That's Mike Holmgren's nephew, by the way.
Bro, it just no, but it's like two, three of them, dog. Like I'm watching one, he just snatching the ball on defense, throwing to the other guy. He's stepping back, shooting three. And he tall as fuck,
Yeah, that's
and I'm
Chinese.
like, damn. Oklahoma City got some ballers, bro. So you telling me they in the finals with some guy named Halliburton?
No, Indiana.
Halliburton.
Indiana. Halliburton.
So
He's on the basis. They
he,
have
all right.
SPA. He's the MVP of the NBA this year. He's the point guard for Oklahoma City. Won the MVP this year.
Yeah, that was one of the names I heard. So now let me ask you, because one of the players that made me almost want to watch basketball again was Anthony Edwards, right? I like how he plays, but I'm watching Oklahoma City whoop his ass.
Yeah.
Them boys got some ballers, bro.
Test got to get his mic working.
No, I said them boys really that good.
Yes.
I'm
They
watching
look,
them whoop Anthony Edwards ass, bro. I ain't never see Anthony Edwards look like that.
yeah. I mean, Oklahoma City's real. Indiana's real. And
All right, is Halliburton is because that's the only person I think that's he's on some Kobe shit. Anthony Edwards, defense and offense.
yeah.
Halliburton, he play like that.
No,
What is he? A point guard or a shooting guard?
point guard. What Halliburton does, he reminds me a lot of Isaiah Thomas. He gets
Um,
his teammates involved early in the game. They get their touches. That's something that Jalen Brunson doesn't do. That's what I said to you before. The Knicks got guys who could score 25 points a game all around them, but they don't get the shots because he gets the shots. You get what I'm saying?
got it.
Yeah.
So he plays like D Rose.
Yeah, exactly. Brunson does. While SGA plays like Derrick Rose too. but in the positive way, because he lets his teammates touch the ball. Halliburton lets his teammates touch the ball, and then he dominates the fourth quarter. He takes over the game in the fourth quarter. Halliburton.
Uh,
One of his best
that,
friends in the world is Brock Purdy because they went to Iowa State together. So is Caitlin Clark too. They're from Iowa.
man, fuck Brock Purdy. He from now on,
I'm gonna
he's
go with the
gonna.
Pacers in the finals. By the way,
I'm gonna go with Oklahoma City. I don't know. That little clip I saw,
hmm
boy, look like they for real, dog.
I will promise you this: fasten your seatbelts because they're gonna be a couple 144, 140 games, bro. I'm serious. And if
Oh,
that
really?
Indiana's gonna win those games because Indiana is a scoring machine, bro. It's
Oh,
the
no,
old
them
saying.
boys at Oklahoma City. For I'm telling you, I'm watching the play. The guy's coming down. They throw the ball. One guy snatches it. He goes behind his back. He passes it. The other guy alley oops it. The other guy dunks it. I'm like, what the fuck is this? This is like some Harlem Globetrotter shit. Like, what
Because
is
they
this,
all
bro?
get along. Those kids came up together. They're a young team. They came up together when they were the joke of the league 5 years ago, 4 years ago. They drafted well.
So that's my
And
point for it. Them niggas are like they when your basketball team is interlocked because I played the game. So when your team is like that, where it just looks it's like a chain. I'm gonna grab it, da da pa 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 boom. That's gangster fool. Like that's on another level fool.
it's going to be a great series. I'll tell you that right now. You got me excited to do this series. It tells you a lot.
I'm gonna watch that shit, man, because I usually don't watch basketball, but for whatever reason,
I get the
it'll
feeling
probably be.
that I picked Oklahoma City to win the championship last when they got eliminated a year ago. At this time, Dallas knocked them out. And I said they're going to be the champions next year. I picked Indiana Knicks. Excuse me, Oklahoma City Knicks back in August. That's why this young man is thanking me in the chat because I believed in the Knicks. And I can't stand the Knicks, bro.
I think
But
I remember you saying that, and I said, man, fuck the Knicks. They ain't gonna make no
yeah, you did
championship.
say that.
And you're right. But yeah, they still got
But
their ass whooped by my team, Indiana, even though I'm
I
not an
just
Indiana
keep
Pacers
Indiana
fan.
coming, bro. Now, I'm going to
Yeah,
tell you
that's
something
a,
about Indiana.
but don't it always happens like that. The Knicks are
Yeah,
supposed to be crowned, and who comes out of the blue?
Indiana. This kid did what this, and you're not going to like this because we both love this player. He did tonight what Reggie Miller couldn't do 30 years ago.
Damn it.
Those Pacer teams, bro, they should have got at least two rings out of that group, bro. You have to agree with that, right?
Nah, that one against Kobe, no. But the one against they lost against Jordan, I don't
Yeah.
know, bro.
And when they
They
were
probably would
robbing
have got that one.
with the Larry Johnson bullshit through, remember that?
Yeah, that shit was bullshit too. Yeah, yeah.
No. Yeah. I give this franchise a lot of credit, man. I think they'll win it this year, though. I will go with Indiana.
You know what? I'm gonna go watch the highlights and then I'll make my pick because I gotta know what I'm talking about. Right now, I'm just talking out my ass, bro. I don't know who these players are. I don't know what the fuck is going on. So this is just analysis of what you're saying and what the little bit of clip I saw of Oklahoma City. But
Damn good. This is gonna be a war. This NBA championship. This is gonna be a throwback to the '70s and the '80s, where two franchises never got it done, and this is their golden opportunity to finally bring it home. And
that's
I'm gonna go
real.
with Indiana.
You know what? Fuck that. Just because of Reggie Miller, I'm going with Indiana,
Yeah, he cried
man. Because
tonight. Gave the
we
trophy
damn
away.
sure was supposed to get it done. That shit hurt me to this day. We lost that game seven
The
against the
Malice in the
Pacers.
Palace. Yeah, he should have. That was their best team, bro. They should have won that shit. But
Rick
David
Smith.
Stern made sure that Indiana wasn't going to the finals, bro. You fucking suspend Ron Artest for the whole year. Remember, that Malice in the Palace was in November, early in the season. It wasn't in March.
I didn't know. I didn't know nothing about that. I told you, I watched when the finals were coming around, but I was always a Reggie Miller fan.
I was
And
too. I love
when I saw them boys was about to meet up with Chicago, bro, I was all in on the fucking playoffs. Nigga, I watched every series, just like later on in life, I used to watch every series of the Lakers with Kobe. But dog, Reggie Miller was my first Kobe. Like I watched every series, and when we lost that fucking finals, that shit broke my heart, dog. I was like, damn. And again, I'm a 49er fan, so remember, I'm winning with the 49ers with Steve Young and all them boys. Then I got Reggie Miller over here winning. So I'm just like, damn, I all I pick is the best teams.
I was gonna say this to you earlier when you was talking about the 49ers and you just who was the other team you just said? Reggie Miller.
Pacers. Pacers,
Um,
yeah.
fascinating. Just fascinating how 30 years later, first of all, we're getting old. Number two, um, let me ask you about your 49ers. Do you have faith in them, or do you think it's time to rebuild?
They're rebuilding right now under your nose. They just acting like it's not a rebuild, but that shit is being rebuilt right now. That D line, all they defense. I mean, the whole draft was defense. So
Well,
it's year one of reconstruction, and then next year is going to be all offense, and that'll be the year. But this year, they're going to be respectable, but they ain't going to win no championship.
let me
But
ask you this.
ain't going to be no pushing the 49ers around. You crazy as fuck.
Do you do you now understand what I've been trying to tell you last couple of years? That you had the most
About
talented sport, but the difference between you and the team you kept losing to was number 15. And you used to deny
man,
it. Now do you accept that?
fuck not you, but fuck that. I told you, the person we keep losing to is Chris Jones.
Number 95,
Bro,
about to say that.
both Super Bowls. I would understand, okay, the Jimmy G one. It happened again.
Sure
And when
did.
I saw that, I said, come on, dog. Out of all people, bro, it could have been anyone, any fucking body, but him. How him? How the fuck you let him just waltz into your backfield?
Yes, Chris Jones.
Unimpeded, fool. Nobody put a hand. Bro, Mace,
Yeah,
if there are 11 motherfuckers standing across from each other, right? And you have to pick one motherfucker, they say, hey, make sure no matter what we do on this play, we know where this guy is on
yep.
that defense. Who do you think on that play it should have been? No, for real, I'm asking you. If all the niggas were lined up
Yeah,
on that play, who do
yeah.
you make sure everyone knows where he's at?
Chris Jones, no question.
How the fuck out of all the people everyone should be paying attention to, he's the one motherfucker nobody was paying attention to. Nobody. That's crazy. At the dawg, at the worst time, not the first quarter, not in fourth quarter with two. No, in overtime, your last play. That's when you choose not to fucking know where this motherfucker is. Man, come on, man. And then Jimmy G, same shit. Bro, after that Super Bowl, bro, he would have been circled. There would have been a fucking pamphlet of Chris Jones going around the locker room. We would have had his picture on everyone's locker room.
Was
This
that the most?
motherfucker would have had a bro, he would have had a wanted sign around him in my locker room.
Well,
Fool, there's no way you don't know where this motherfucker's at.
well, you know me. I love Kyle Shanahan. You know that. I love his dad. But I always said this. He has too much. He's like Ron Washington, man.
I don't even
You
know who that is.
get him as a coach, and he does a perfect job into the biggest moments. in games.
That's fucked up, God. We got a coach like that.
Yeah, and motherfucker, you supposed to know more than anybody else because you coach offense, dude. Where is 95 lined up? Come on.
Dog, I would understand if he beat the guy. Like he just beat him. Bro, they didn't touch him, dog. They lost him. Bro, man, the more I think about it, the more it just makes me think the NFL is rigged, my nigga. Because that's the last nigga. You know how you hear that expression? Like that's
Mm-hmm.
the last person you should not be paying attention. Bro, he was the last motherfucker I thought. No, bro, to not put a hand on him, to let him just go, Olay, fool. Nobody touched him. Nobody looked at him. He ran right to Brock Purdy. I
This
said, what is that?
had first and goal at the 5 and could only get a field goal out of that. And 95 was pushing those motherfuckers on the line back like it was nothing.
But Mace, you're saying the key thing. Yeah, on a lot of plays, he was whooping our ass. Bro, on that play, nobody touched him. I don't think you saw that. I see it, and every day I'm like, bro, you ever seen like a screenplay? You know
Yeah.
how the screenplay they fake and they fake like they're blocking the lineman, and then it's just this big old gap, and he
Yeah.
runs in, and then before he knows it, the screen is going by him, right? Bro,
Yeah.
that's how it looks for Chris Jones. Like everybody just opened up, and he was right there, like, oh shit, and he ran at Brock Purdy, and Purdy threw the ball, and Ayuk was standing in the back of the end zone by himself. God, the more I think about that play, the more I think about a lot of shit that go on with the 49ers. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if it's a curse, but it's a lot of like wonky shit that be God, stay with me. Bro, they lost the Super Bowl where Frank Gore was going crazy. All they had to do was give it to him. Just like the Marchand Lynch shit. Give Frank Gore the ball. He's gonna score. Or Vernon Davis wide open in the back of the end zone. You throw a Hail Mary like a fucking fade to the slowest receiver, Michael Crabtree.
By the way, our
I'm
boy
like, what?
our boy 305 has a man crush on Jalen Milrow. And it's deja vu, bro. Seahawks already announced he's gonna get every opportunity to beat out Sam Donald. Watch him beat out Sam Donald. It's like Russell
I'm
Wilson.
telling you for that Matt Flynn shit. For they got Sam Donald in there just in case, but they went and got fucking Milrow. And when they got him, the only difference with me and Milrow, which with me, I've told you my Russell Wilson story, so I don't have to go back into that. But the only difference with me and him is I watched Russell Wilson. And I was like, man, that nigga is dangerous. I've seen some Jalen Miro tape. He's a good athlete. He is not the thrower or the
Uh,
cerebral quarterback that Russell Wilson was.
I will send you some of his tape. Something happened to this kid since he left Alabama. This
Oh,
kid's
maybe
playing with the Rockets now, man. That's the 305
no,
got over, bro.
no, but
Uh,
you gotta understand me, Mace. Fool, you could work on your mechanics. You could do all that. But when the game is going on, it's the decision making. That's what makes Brock Purdy so good in people's eyes. I'll give him this. His decision making is up there. His problem is he doesn't have the tools. He doesn't have the arm Jordan Love has. Yeah, Jordan Love has an arm. Like if you could swap the things, like if Jordan Love could have Brock Purdy's mind and Brock Purdy could have Jordan Love's arm, perfect quarterbacks on either side.
I
But
agree.
either you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Jordan Love doesn't have Brock Purdy's mind, and Brock Purdy
intellect.
doesn't have Jordan Love's arm.
Yeah.
So they have to work with what they got. And my problem with Brock Purdy is he doesn't have that arm that even if we wanted to take a Tyreek Hill, he ain't going. It's gonna float. It's gonna be just like fucking fucking Tua, dog. Like,
Yeah, speaking
you
about
need,
Miami, let me bring this
yeah,
up too. They will trade what's our boy Johnny Smith to the Steelers this week, and I don't know
bro.
where Ramsey's going, but Ramsey's going to be traded back to the NFC West this week.
To us or the Rams?
It could be you, it could be the Rams, it could be. Watch out for this team, Seattle.
Man, fuck them bitches, bro. They better not.
So the Dolphins will get rid of.
I'm never, I'm never scared of the Rams. Even all that bullshit they did last year, I ain't scared of it. It's them fucking Seahawks. If
Yeah,
they
you own
rebuild, them bitches. I see what they doing. They ain't getting past me, bro.
Seattle had the best draft, maybe, and since they did it back in 2012.
Nah, they had a good drive, but it ain't the best. We had a good drive, bro. People, all right, you gonna see because the players we got, I see what they doing. They rebuilding that D line they had in 2019 with DeForest Buckner, DJ Jones, all that shit, bro. That nigga, remember this name, Alfred Collins. You gon' That's gonna be the new motherfucker, bro. I'm telling you, he's
You
not
know,
even our first round. He's not even the first round pick. He's our second round pick.
man, I put a lot of your guys in my thumbnail.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this: where did Kobe Bryant ended up going?
Bro, I think that nigga went to Washington.
Dolphins took your big offensive lineman.
Yeah. I'm telling you, watch my you seen my tape. I'm gonna leave it up there too. Every player I put up there, watch they ball.
I watched the whole
And
thing.
watch a lot of them motherfuckers, guess who got them? Arizona. I think Arizona got Kobe Bryant. One of them bitches, one of them motherfucking
I
teams
like
got Kobe
Arizona a
Bryant.
lot too. I think Callum
Ari-
Murray is arrived.
Arizona got Jordan Birch. Remember that name? They got Cody Simon. They got a couple players. I was like, damn, they got some players, bro. But fuck them, dog. Whoop their ass.
Yeah, man. It's interesting. You look at these quarterbacks, man. I tell you, Callum Murray. A lot of people keep sleeping on him. I think he's got a monster year this year, bro. I really do.
I don't sleep on Kyler. I want Kyler Murray. If there's a way we could trade for him, I would have got him. Only other quarterback I want like that is Trevor Lawrence.
You
I
like?
think Kyle. I do. I'm telling you. I think he in the wrong place, bro. He's the only one I ever felt like that. I feel like he's in the wrong situation. And if he ever got with Kyle, nigga, whoever got was old. You remember when but I think he better than this guy I'm about to tell you. You remember when Richie Gannon was flailing
Mm-hmm.
and then he got with fucking Chucky, fucking MVP, Super Bowl, all this shit. Bro, Trevor Lawrence better than Rich Gannon. If he get with Kyle never had a Trevor Lawrence. Think about it, bro. Think about Kyle's track record. He had an RG3. Oh, hold on. Let's even go before that. He had Matt Schaub.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck out of here, dog. Then he had RG3 and Cousins. That shit ain't work because RG3, he was never gonna last. Just his personality was all wrong, bro. Like he was just wrong. And then you already know what Cousins is. You know how I feel about Cousins. Okay.
Yeah, I know how you feel about that.
Come on, bro. And am I lying? Fool, the man has proved me right every year. But whatever. Just like Josh Allen. Fool, everybody, man, put this man on the cover of Madden. Josh Allen was been supposed to win a Super Bowl in the eyes of everybody. This man
Yeah,
is never gonna win, dog, ever. And I'm the
especially
only one.
right now. I was high on Josh Allen.
All right. Who has been the only one in your life that's told you that this man is boo boo?
You?
And, bro, I get tired of telling people, bro. I know what I'm talking about, bro. These niggas, they hide behind the media, they hide behind this and that. Bro, you can't hide on the field. If I could predict you, like I told, bro, before, that's why sometimes I get mad. Like Jaden Daniels, right? I
Yeah.
didn't watch fucking college football. I don't know who the fuck Jaden Daniels was. You feel me? He get drafted last year. I didn't give a fuck. I'm telling you, honest God, the truth, bro. I didn't give a fuck. I didn't watch the draft. I didn't give a fuck who got drafted last year. Okay, fast forward, the season going on. 49ers getting their ass whooped. I'm like, okay, this is gonna be this type of year. Motherfuckers getting shot in the off season. Purdy, IU gone for the year. So I already knew what kind of year it was gonna be, right? Trent gone, Debo playing like shit. So I'm like, bro, and what's funny, I do this all the time. When my teams aren't in contention, like the 49ers, even though I watch all the games anyway, but when the 49ers, Dolphins ain't doing shit, for me, it's kind of like Christmas because now I get to just scour the league.
Yeah.
Like games I usually wouldn't be paying attention to, I just start watching. So what I'll do, I'll watch the red zone
Yeah.
and I'll just see, like, you know what I'm saying, what game got the most action going on. And bro, week after week, it'll be a nail biter with Jaden Daniels, like the Bears game. It was all these games, and I'm like, yo. And then later on in the year, I'm like, yo, he's getting better. And remember, it was right before your stream, like the playoffs. Didn't I come up there and I was like, yo, Jaden Daniels going to do some. That's when all that shit started.
You sure did.
Am I lying? Come on,
No,
fool. Everybody was picking the other teams. Yeah, Washington, they had a good run. I was like, yo, Jaden Daniels going to beat that nigga.
yeah, you're right, bro. Dane Daniels. Like I said to the who was up here earlier when I started this show? I've been on for 5 hours. Who was on earlier? Oh, it was Raven Knight because he's a big Cowboy fan. And I said your
Cowgirl.
problem is, I said your biggest problem is Jaden Daniels. He's a big problem in the NFC. He's a major problem.
Bro, he is a problem. He is
That's
the
why
first
I said.
problem.
That's why I said to you earlier about Jordan Love. Jordan Love got a lot to prove.
Jordan Love isn't even scratching the surface of what he has to do to be viable next to Jaden Daniels. Because, bro, okay, I'm a realist. I'm giving him all this praise now, but I remember how everybody was giving CJ Stroud praise. Yep, last year, right?
Oh, he's on my hit list.
Listen, and then I did my history on him. Not my history, but I started watching him, and I was like, I mean, he's cool, but I don't see the special. So when it fizzled out, I said, let's see what happens next year. Because remember, now they got a year's tape on you. They know what you like, they know what you don't like. And right on cue, fool, the motherfucker fell apart. Now, if he follows that up with another bullshit year, he's exactly what I thought he was. Now, when you go to Jaden Daniels, he did way more than CJ Stroud did. Way more, fool. So to me, if he doesn't make the playoffs at least, I got a question last year. I got a question if it was nobody knew. Again, they don't have tape on you your first year. That's why a lot of rookies they go crazy. But I ain't never seen a rookie go crazy like him. And the difference with him and what I seen in most quarterbacks,
Yeah,
you remember that poise Russell Wilson had early in his career where nothing
yeah,
phased him, like a
yeah,
deadly assassin. That's what I saw in Jaden Daniels. And it was more when he threw and a lot when he ran. He ran so like, all right, I'm not Lamar Jackson, but nigga, I'm getting this first down and I'm getting out of bounds. I'm not taking no big shots. Like everything was just smooth with him. And it ain't supposed to be that smooth that early, dog. That's why to
yeah,
me, he gonna be a problem, bro. He a threat, bro.
yeah. I agree with you. I think Jaden Daniels, and you know me, I like the kid. Always did. I love his mother more. The way she's treating him, I love that. Bro. No women in his life. Good for mom. But his head is on straight. That's the thing with Jaden Daniels. He's only going to get better, and that's why I told Raven the Cowboys have no shot.
Cowgirl.
Cowgirls. Oh man, love, love. Got to prove it, man. Got to.
J Lo.
I can't believe they call him that shit. The fuck, son? Supposed to be J Love, not J Lo. Sound like a fucking. It sounds like a fucking cup of fucking Jello.
J Lo. That made me laugh. As soon as I heard it, I said, I gotta tell Nate. Call your boy J Lo.
When I put that shit together, I said, "Get the fuck out of here." Did they actually call him that? Yeah,
That's super crazy.
it sure is,
But
man.
let me ask you, y'all making
Yeah,
the playoffs?
who? Green Bay?
Right, that's your team, right? You making the
No,
cheeseheads in the basement.
no, I'm not. Jesus. Do I think Green Bay? I think Green Bay wins the division. I think the Lions are gonna have a lot of problems psychologically. I really believe that.
Isn't that
I
your team? But
think
you
with
like all these teams. You got 10 teams. You got the
no, I
Lions.
said I think the Lions gonna have a lot of problems, and for Jaden Daniels to call up, or I should say call up more through X, tell the best defensive back of the Lions that you'll never win. Now that I'm here, you'll never win. You ain't gonna
Mm,
never. He's right. I'm looking forward to that rematch, Detroit at Washington
yeah,
this year.
they gonna smoke.
And
I'm
Magic
telling
Johnson,
you.
everything he touches. Look at the Dodgers now. He owns that. The fucking juggernaut.
Yeah, Magic Johnson.
Look at him now with the fucking Redskins, bro. 1 year into owning that team with the other guy, they made it to the NFC title game.
That's crazy. That is super crazy.
Fucking everything Magic touches, bro.
Nigga Magic died.
To me, second greatest basketball player of all time. You know who I think is
That's
number?
Kobe.
Nope, that's not me, baby. Kareem is always number one to me, bro.
Man, fuck out of here, man. Kobe would have dunked on Kareem.
Kareem in his prime, I don't know, man.
Man, Kobe would have dunked on Kareem. You crazy?
I know it, the Jordan fans, right? I used to tell them, go to the YouTube, watch the end of Game 6 at the old
Man,
Milwaukee against Boston. Look where Kareem took the hook shot to win the
that's what
game.
I'm saying. He was a bunch of hook shots. Fuck out of here.
35
Co-
feet away. Swish.
Co- Kobe would have dunked on that nigga.
Crazy. My fucking- Bro, remember you said you fell in love with a player? Well, the player I fell in love with, very quick story. My father, before he met my mother, used to live in the Dykeman houses. Now, what's Dykeman? Dykeman famous for the basketball league they have in the summertime. You know, like the Rucker League, and they have the Dykeman League all the way uptown where I used to live. I didn't live in Dykeman. I lived a little bit further up. My father lived on his floor when he was a kid. Like when he was like 14 years old, he knew his parents. So my father told me about it. My mother was such a Knicks fan, and one night my father punished me for doing stupid shit in school. They was watching the Knicks and the Bucks, and they was singing "Goodbye, Louie." And from that day on, I hated the Knicks, and I rooted for him, bro. And for him, in his second year of the league, to destroy Wilt Chamberlain like he did, bro. You know, Manzano hating on to Tony. Chamberlain didn't get it done. Kareem did. He whipped his ass in the championship. He got his ass whipped. So what do you want me to do,
Man,
Tony? Wave a pom pom for Wilt Chamberlain? God bless his soul. Hell no. You riding down with my boy.
man, Kobe would have dunked on
Please.
that. I'm telling you. You don't think Kobe
Brian,
would have dunked on Kareem, man?
let me ask you a question. Did Brian,
He says,
I'm asking on this question. Did Kobe ever dunk on Shaq?
yeah, in practice. I saw a video.
That's probably real good.
I'm telling you, you did.
No.
Bro, did you see when he dunked on Dwight Howard?
Oh yeah, but Dwight Howard's not in the same world as Shaq, Elijah One, who I was going to bring up next. Did Kobe ever dunk on Elijah One?
listen, listen to me. Hold up. Before we get to that. One, I don't know if Kobe and Elijah ever crossed paths. Because remember, Elijah was in the league before Kobe. So, two, Elijah is a great center. Don't get me wrong. But he ain't, and Shaq ain't the athlete that Dwight Howard is. Dwight Howard fucking did a Superman, guy. Like, in a dunk contest. You forgot about that? That nigga got bunnies. He's an athlete. And
Well,
Kobe
what
dunked
killed
on
Dwight
him.
Howard. You know what killed him, bro.
No, no, bro, I'm not even gonna get into all that. I'm talking about dunking on a motherfucker. If you could dunk on a Dwight Howard, dog,
Kobe must have did that in the finals.
when did I forgot when he did it, but bro, I saw that shit, and it wasn't like Dwight Howard didn't see it coming. He jumped. Kobe dunked on him, man. I said, "Oh shit, nah."
Never
Dwight
done.
Howard. Okay, nah, but let me ask you: if they had to jump straight up, who you think is jumping up higher? Dwight Howard, Shaq, or Kareem?
Who's Dwight Howard? No question.
Okay, Kobe dunked on that nigga.
That
he
makes
would have.
sense, man. Yo, let me tell you. Hey, I always appreciate you. I'm glad you pulled up tonight. Don't be a stranger,
Yeah,
because everybody asks for you, bro.
yeah, I'm gonna come back to it. I just, I'm handling something, man. I'm handling some business.
Yo, pull up Thursday night for the finals. I'm doing it up here.
Um, I'm gonna be at the hockey shit.
Yeah,
When
you
is
have
that?
the Stanley Cup next week with the Florida Panthers against Edmonton.
When is the basketball shit? Is it the same time?
They do it one day before. Like
So
they
when
all
is when is game one?
Wednesday night for the hockey, Thursday night for the NBA.
So Wednesday, I'll probably be working. Yeah, I think.
But if you don't, we all, I'm not going gay on this. We all love you and we miss you. You was a big part of this family, bro. I said that a couple weeks ago to Sean. Sean got very emotional. I said, bro, I'd ride and die with you, 305 and I test, bro. You guys are my guys, bro.
Yeah, I
And I love
appreciate
you.
that, man.
I told that to Sean. I
But
said, Sean, don't you ever think that I would fuck with you, bro, like that. I said, you my boy, you my man, and people don't like that you get the facts when you give me news. That's their problem, not your problem. you know. So you guys, y'all ride and die with all three of you dudes, man, and other guys too. But you three are my boys from day one, bro. And I appreciate you guys hanging in there with me. I really do. Through the sick times, times almost died. You know, oh, I didn't tell you this, bro. In 1 year, bro, I lost 90 pounds.
Good shit.
Yeah, man. I did it the right way this time. More exercise and less bum rushing. So
Good
I'll
shit,
be
man.
back on camera very soon. Very soon. So
Good shit.
yeah, man. So I'm glad your baby turned one. I'm glad she's loving you and your lady and her big brother, and she's tearing up the house.
Sasha, I'm hollering at you, man. Appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you too, man. You the best. I test everybody, giving me a good 2.5 hours. Wait till I tell Mr. Miami there. I want to thank the people in the clouds. I want to thank the Cash Apps. There were 10 Cash Apps tonight. I appreciate that. People like the way I do this. I just do it for real because I'm not going to lie to you people like a lot of these concept creators do. I just tell you the truth. You like it or not, that's on you. Nothing personal. You don't know me personally. I don't know you guys. So, but I appreciate you guys being in the clouds tonight. The Cash Apps, thank you for helping support. Big task at hand. I'm so sorry about your Knicks, buddy. You don't know that background. I picked the Knicks in Oklahoma City back in August when the Knicks got my man, Mikal Bridges. And they fell short tonight to a very, very good Indiana Pacer team. Shout out to 305 and Big Money Sean. Thank you to Manzano, Raven Knight, Vamos, Miss Molina. Who else? Steve, he was great up here. Um, and of course, this guy gave me a little boost tonight. The great CK Moss, Moss Sports World. Check him out, he's very good. And that's just about it. And you guys, again, you guys up there in the clouds, thank you for watching. I appreciate you. I'll be back on Tuesday night to preview the NBA Finals. I'm only doing the NBA here, no hockey, NBA. So we're going to do a finals preview. Right now, I'm going to go with the Pacers, and the reason why I'm going to go with Indiana is they haven't broken a sweat, which is crazy. They have not broken a goddamn sweat in these NBA playoffs. Destroyed Milwaukee. Halliburton's father headbutting Giannis. Vanquished Cleveland. Granted, Cleveland had some injuries, but Indiana still vanquished them, and they took care of the Knicks, one of the great rivalries in my lifetime. So that gives Indiana, let's see, 6 wins over the Knicks, and one of the best rivalries ever. Let me make an NBA prediction real quick. Dallas will be a top 3 team in the West next year. They got Dallas is looking, and you heard it here first. The people are still in here. Dallas got the best front line in the NBA now, with Flag, AD, and Lively blocking shots. Dallas is going to be a hell to deal with in the West next year. I don't know what LeBron's going to do. If I'm him, I go back to Cleveland and get them over the hump again. I wouldn't stay in Los Angeles because Luca does not get in shape. Luca doesn't give a fuck because Luca knows if he's available next summer, and I think he will, 28 teams will line up to get Luka Doncic. So he knows he don't have to get in shape. And Genie Bus knows unless NBC comes in and give him a big chunk of the money, Genie Bus ain't giving that man $70 million a year for 5 years. Hell's no. She's not doing that to Luca. Now, if Luca wins the championship, which I doubt, um, then maybe. But right now, you could put Luka Doncic at the top of the list as the number 1 free agent next summer in 26. Also, looking at the NBA, 'cause I know a lot of you guys watching right now don't give a damn about hockey, so I won't go there with you. Also in the NBA, I will say this. Looking to next year, whoever gets Giannis this summer is going to be a factor. Right now, it's Houston and the leader in the clubhouse. I forgot the other team in the West, and Brooklyn, because Brooklyn got four number ones. So look for that situation. Oh, San Antonio's in this too. They got a couple of number ones. Matter of fact, San Antonio will trade the number two pick and 14 to get Giannis and throw in two players. And Milwaukee will be in business and they'll be better. They'll be younger. And San Antonio is ready to go to compete with the Dallases, the OKCs. I think Denver's shot. And Minnesota. Minnesota's not going away because they paid their players what you're supposed to do. And I think the Lakers will be a 6, 7 seed like they were this year. Whether they were 3, they was the 3rd seed and got knocked out by Minnesota. Didn't surprise me. What else? NBA. Look for the Trailblazers to be next year's Houston Rockets. You saw what the Rockets did this year. I said they will win 55. I think they won 54. Last summer I said that. I said watch the Rockets. My Blazers will be next year's Rockets. And Portland is only going to get better and better and better. In a wide open NBA. Get used to this NBA, by the way, fellas. This is going to be the 7th different NBA champion, the way the NBA should be. So I want to say good night to everybody. People in the clouds, I love you. 5.5 hours of, in my opinion, very good content. We'll see you Tuesday night for the NBA preview of the NBA Finals. Good night from the Oasis, everybody. Thank you for coming. Shout out to CK Moss, too. Good night, everybody. I love you. I'll see you Tuesday night for the NBA Finals preview. 7 o'clock Eastern Time. Good night.